When modern medical knowledge collides with ancient China, extraordinary things happen. Meet a disgraced surgeon who gets a second chance at life, reborn into the Three Kingdoms period as Wabu, where his knowledge of future medicine becomes both a gift and a curse. In an era where opening someone's body is considered blasphemy, Wabu revolutionizes medicine. Armed with mysterious powers that let him see through patients like an X-ray and channel chi into his surgical techniques, he tackles everything from complicated births to deadly plagues. This isn't your typical medical drama. As Wabu's reputation grows, he finds himself entangled in a web of political intrigue. From performing life-saving surgery on the Grand Chancellor's consort, to uncovering deadly plots of the typing cult, every patient he treats could alter the course of history. He even meets the legendary strategist Jiggle Liang as a young boy, years before the events that would make him famous. Surrounded by assassins, corrupt officials, and mysterious martial arts masters, Wabu must balance his role as a healer with survival in a dangerous world. His modern surgical techniques earn him both devotion and enemies, while his growing influence attracts the attention of powerful figures like Cao Cao himself. This is a story where the power to heal becomes the power to change history itself, and one man's medical knowledge from the future might just reshape the fate of ancient China's most turbulent era. Hey, before we continue, don't forget to subscribe to our channel to get updates on our latest recaps. Now, onto the story. In a lively karaoke bar filled with flashing lights and loud music, a sudden commotion breaks the night. "Get that hand off her!" someone yells, startling everyone around. The girls nearby gasp in shock as someone shouts in pain, "Ow!" and, "Hey, look!" as the situation escalates quickly. My name is Jinsu Han, a third-year student of general surgery specialty. Without warning, Jinsu lets loose a powerful punch, hitting a man squarely in the face. The blow sends the guy flying back, crashing down with a scream, "Aya!" and knocking over their table filled with fried chicken and canned drinks. And just now, I have thrown away my future, Jinsu reflects, ignoring his girlfriend's plea. "Appa, no!" he angrily shouts. "How dare that bastard touch you? You dared to hit your supervisor? Jinsu Han, are you crazy?" The furious supervisor bellows. Jinsu, determined and unwavering, retorts, "Yeah, I am crazy. I can endure everything else but not such acts with my girlfriend." Whatever the reasons, the consequences for hitting his supervisor were huge. "Did you hit a professor? Who do you think you are? Why do you have to go crazy like that?" a faculty member demands in his office. Without even becoming a specialist, Jinsu thinks in frustration as he throws his lab coat into the trash bin and walks down the hospital corridor. "I was kicked out of the university hospital." Jinsu recalls his grim fate as he exits the building. He tries to find work in other hospitals but faces constant rejections due to his lack of a good family background. But fortune smiled when he met an investor who gave him a golden opportunity to open a small private hospital. "I have great eyes to look out for people. Let's do our best," the investor had said confidently as they shook hands. Yet, things went south when the investor mysteriously vanished with all Jinsu's money. Desperate, Jinsu visits the police, only to learn the suspect was living in a place he had heard of before. An epiphany strikes him. Wait, where did Jinjo Kim live again? He discovers the investor was a friend of his nemesis, Jingyu Kim. Even Jinsu's relationship tumbles as his girlfriend coldly tells him, "Let's forget about the marriage we talked about. I'm sorry, I've met someone better." Jinsu desperately tries to stop her, but it's too late. "It took so little time." Jinsu laments as he drinks his sorrow away. His life spirals down, surrounded by empty bottles and despair. Unable to endure it any longer, he decides to solve his problems by returning to the university hospital to beg for forgiveness from the professor. As he walks to the professor's office, he takes a deep breath to calm himself. "I'll solve this even if I need to beg that scumbag professor." Entering the office, he freezes in shock upon seeing the professor making out with his ex-girlfriend. "The goddess of destiny cruelly mocked me," he thinks. Consumed by rage, Jinsu's face contorts with white-hot anger. His outburst rocks the room as he screams, "You are nothing more than animals! You will all end up dead today!" The professor panics, trying to explain. This is a misunderstanding." The woman plays along, pretending the professor forced her into it. "At that moment I lost my cool." Jinsu's fury hits a peak. Wandering the dark streets later, a street lamp illuminates his path. A mysterious hooded figure confronts him. "You are Jinsu Han, right?" Before Jinsu can react, the stranger stabs him. Jinsu reels back in pain, struggling to breathe. Desperation fills his eyes. The hooded figure stuffs him into a car trunk, ready to dispose of him. Under the starry sky, Jinsu is dragged to a remote area. "Yes, Professor, I am done with him." "Yeah, I'll bury him now," the hooded man confirms on a call. Half buried and with one final effort, Jinsu mutters, Professor? Perhaps that low-life Jinyu Kim? I can't die like this, he thinks weakly. Tears stream down his face as he clings to life. But ultimately, he is left for dead. And my life came to an end. Jinsu fades into darkness. But then, something odd happens. What is that sound? He wonders. The spiritual eyes have opened. A celestial voice announces. Jinsu's death report floats in front of him, stating his good and bad deeds, ultimately giving him enough points for resurrection. Wait, didn't I just die? I'm sure of it. I got stabbed in a fatal spot, so I must have died. He tries to comprehend the situation. The voice confirms. You are a new spirit who hasn't been dead for long. His judgment awaits, whether he will go to heaven or hell. As the voice offers him a resurrection ticket, Jinsu is confused. What does it mean? What does it mean to go to heaven? What does a resurrection ticket even mean? He is given 30 seconds to decide. The countdown begins as Jinsu frantically tries to make a decision. If I choose heaven, all those points will be wasted. What should I do? At the last second, he chooses. I want to resurrect. Resurrect? We will choose a place where you can use those surgical skills. Will you accept it? The voice asks about the place to resurrect. Jinsu agrees. He's also given a choice between resurrecting at a place with less than 10 patients, a place with less than 20 patients, and a place with lots of patients. He chooses a place with lots of patients, pledging loyalty to his job as a doctor. You have successfully picked all the choices. Then I wish you a joyful life. The voice concludes, leaving Jinsu bewildered. Who are you? Was it an angel? Or some kind of computer system? He ponders with curiosity. A bright light envelopes him, drawing him into a vortex. With a heavy impact, he finds himself back in a body, the sound of nature around him. Did I really resurrect? How come I'm in so much pain? He groans as he checks his body. To his amazement, the wound starts healing instantly. The wound, it's healing. I am resurrecting. Jinsu exclaims in disbelief. It was a great decision to choose resurrection. He thinks, feeling joyful. But that is short-lived as his surroundings come into focus, revealing a battlefield strewn with injured and dying people. Where is this place exactly? Is it a battlefield? He wonders. Suddenly, his head fills with pain. Memories of his current body flood into his mind, making things clear. He realizes that he has been reincarnated into the Three Kingdoms period. And thus begins the extraordinary journey of a young surgeon, who fell into the world of the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Jinsu-han stands atop a rocky path overlooking a burning village. He descends quickly, the devastation unfolding before him. Bodies litter the ground, engulfed in flames and debris. He spots a man barely alive, shouting, "Save me!" while others lay motionless. Jinsu runs toward the injured, horrified at the destruction. He kneels beside one man gurgling in pain. "Let me take a look at the wounds. Put away your hands," Jinsu says urgently as he tends to the injuries. "Save me, please," the wounded man whispers, his voice weak and desperate. Jinsu mutters to himself, frustrated at the lack of medical supplies. Suddenly, a man rushes towards him, yelling, "Young master! Young master, Wabu! Are you alright?" the man asks as he kneels beside Jinsu. Relieved, Jinsu glances at the newcomer, Wang Sam. "You were okay too?" Confused by Jinsu's polite tone, the man questions, "Young master, why have you started to talk so politely?" Hurry up," Jinsu dismissively retorts. "It's not the right time to discuss that." In a rush to help, the man responds, "Oh, okay, I'm on my way." As Jinsu prepares to assess the situation further, he's plagued by thoughts of how different this setting is from a modern hospital. If I were at the hospital, he thinks to himself, I should have used anesthesia. He knows he has no choice but to manually check the injuries. Trembling, Jinsu doubts himself. Am I afraid to do this? But with a person dying in front of him, he has no time for fear. I don't have any time to get scared. Pull yourself together, he shouts inwardly, boosting his resolve. Jinsu rolls up his sleeves, determined to save the injured man groaning in pain. He realizes the gravity of the situation and, despite the lack of necessary tools, readies himself to perform emergency assistance. Abdominal aorta SMA. Jinsu mentally traces the anatomy as he diagnoses the man's injuries. The large arteries seem fine, and there's no tear in the small intestine. However, he finds a cut in the large intestine and possible fecal contamination in the abdominal cavity. Just then, Wang Sam returns with the clean water and other supplies. Jinsu realizes how different things are in this time period. The needle he was given was very big, and the thread was super thick. Despite the challenges, Jinsu pushes forward as he cannot let the man die without even trying. Cursing under his breath at the challenges he faces, he works tirelessly to save the man. After cleaning the area as best as he can with the resources on hand, Jinsu begins to suture the wound. He works methodically. Finally, after a strenuous effort, he finishes the last stitches. Suddenly, a woman rushes toward them. "Dear! How would I live alone?" she cries. Jinsu tends to more injured villagers and manages to save them. However, despite his best efforts, he could not save everyone. "I have to try everything to save at least one more life," he vows to himself. Reflecting on the day's events, Jinsu realizes the bandits are at fault, but Wang Sam is relieved that he wasn't hurt. Wang Sam, doubtful, explains the soldiers won't risk their lives just to capture bandits, and there are rumors of that bandits are bribing officials. How rotten is this world? Jinsu thinks to himself. He contemplates the historical context, realizing the Yellow Turban Rebellion is imminent. Frustrated, he vents about the impending chaos and lack of refuge. Arriving home, Jinsu decides to bathe and thank Wang Sam for his help. While washing, he reflects on the hardships the host body's family has endured and the efforts he must make to adapt. In his introspection, Jinsu hears someone call his childhood name, Manhwa. It's one of his elder brothers, checking on him. Jinsu reassures him of his safety and inquires about their mother. Conscious of his responsibilities, he prioritizes her rest over his eagerness to see her. His elder brother acknowledges his consideration, impressed by Jinsu's perceived growth and dedication. Finally, Jinsu retreats to his room, grateful yet pensive about the future. Reflecting on the day's challenges, he wonders what steps to take next. But he falls asleep almost immediately. An unseen force reassures him, confirming his healing and the completion of his resurrection. As he drifts into sleep, Jinsu Han's journey in this new life has only just begun. Under a clear sky, the day starts peacefully. Wonwa wakes up, stretching and yawning. "What a lovely sleep!" he exclaims energetically. He suddenly bends backwards, surprised by his flexibility. "Even though I am a teenager now, isn't this too flexible?" he wonders aloud while hanging upside down from his bed. Practicing some stretches, he marvels. "Oh, this is possible! This one is too!" Realizing he should get going, Wonwa gets dressed, reasoning. "Well, being flexible won't hurt me anyway. Let's go eat," he decides. At the dining table, they have a humble meal. Wonwa notices the lack of meat. Because the family has declined in status over the years, the meal is full of vegetables with no meat at all. He thinks, "It looks like grass fields," and grumbles internally about the cause of his thinness. He envies his second brother's build, thinking, "What did the second brother eat to get big like that?" His second brother, Waban, teases him lightly. I heard you met bandits yesterday?" Wonwa explains. "Yes, but fortunately because I escaped fast, I didn't get any injuries." His brothers discuss their priorities. "It is important to read books to become successful, but shouldn't you at least learn how to protect yourself?" advises his second brother. Hi, eldest brother, Wabak agrees. "I think he should learn some martial arts too. I was planning to start training also anyways," he admits, eliciting shocked faces from his brothers. Waban recalls how Wonwa used to discourage martial arts in favor of book learning. "Haha! You've changed. You used to tell me to stop training in martial arts and instead read books." Wonwa reflects darkly on his past life, thinking, "Bro, try dying after getting stabbed, and see if you'd still like to read books." Wabak sympathizes. "I guess you were a little shocked getting chased by bandits yesterday." "Yeah, actually it was too shocking for me," Wonwa confirms. Wonwa rationalizes, deciding, "I thought that there would be no use of reading all those books if I die. So I am planning to learn martial arts that would at least help me escape quickly." Waban reassures him. "That's a relief. You don't have to be like me, but you should at least know some self-defense moves," while his elder brother suggests. "Or you can just become a civil servant and bring people with good martial arts under you." Once they finish eating, they get up. "If we are done eating, let's get going," directs the second brother. The elder brother adds, "You have to go to see the mother." As they approach her room, eldest brother calls out, "Are you awake already, mother?" She responds weakly, "Come in." In her room, she greets Wonwa warmly. "Oh, isn't this Wonwa? When did you arrive?" Her maidservant gets the pillow for her as she asked. Concerned, she questions, "Why did you come back so early? You went so far." A cough interrupts her. Wonwa reacts quickly. "Mother! Are you alright, mother?" he asks, full of concern. Yes. I'm okay," she reassures. She queries again. "Anyway, why have you arrived so soon?" Wonwa explains. "I heard you were not well, so I took the time to get here." She attempts to calm his worry. "Everything's okay. My illness isn't so bad that you need to come here at the cost of discontinuing your education." She clasps his hand, insisting she will get better with time. Wonwa, however, silently observes, realizing, "This doesn't look good." This must be related to the liver or gallbladder. Let me examine you a little. Wanhwa requests, thinking. If she ever feels pain in the liver, it is really dangerous. It isn't just called the silent killer for fun. His mother yelps as he presses her stomach. It must be the liver, he confirms. Wabun intervenes, alarmed. Hey! What the heck are you doing now? Wanhwa calmly insists. Let go of my arm, older brother. This is an important matter. His brother, still furious, demands. What is important about this? She is our sick mother. Wanhwa justifies. While I was at Seoju, not only did I read Chinese classics of Confucianism, but a lot of medical books too. Wabun thunders angrily. Brat, are you pretending to be a physician after reading some lines of medical books? How dare you get cocky after only reading a few books without any experience? Wabun continues berating him, while the eldest looks on silently. Wabak finally speaks. One Sam told me something, is it true? The story about you treating patients who were victims of bandits. He presses further. I heard you treated someone who was almost dying with the stomach cut open and its intestines out. Wabun was skeptical, but Wanhwa admits. Yes. I treated that patient. His siblings are shocked. Wanhwa hopes the patient recovers. What do you mean by hope? Are you saying he can still die even though you have treated him? Wanhwa clarifies. That was how fatal his conditions were, but a person was dying. How can someone who learned medical arts just give up doing nothing? Filled with conviction, Wanhwa says. If there is even a little chance of living, I won't give up. His brother praises him. Your resolve is just like a physician. Go and try to diagnose our mother. The elder brother consents. Heaven might be moved by your determination and help us. Carefully, Wanhwa examines his mother, confirming pain levels before deducing it isn't the liver or stomach. But her eyes and skin are jaundiced, and if her upper stomach hurts, it's 100%. Pressing a painful spot, Wanhwa confirms her condition, while his mother cries out in pain. He concludes, it really was cholecystitis. Since there is both pressure pain and reflex pain, I am sure. Recognizing her suffering, he thinks. She was sick for months, I can't imagine how much pain she was in. Frustrated by the lack of modern surgical options, Wanhwa internally laments. His mother, meanwhile, remains optimistic despite the ineffective treatments so far. Wanhwa acknowledges. This isn't an illness that can be cured by medicine. Herbal medicine knowledge suddenly floods his mind, thanks to his current body's studies. Using what he knows, he asks his brother for the physician's prescription. The elder brother retrieves it. Reviewing it, Wanhwa criticizes the ineffective treatment. These herbal medicines won't have any effect, he declares. Instead, Wanhwa proposes addressing gallbladder stones as the root cause. Despite the brother's skepticism, Wanhwa stands firm, drawing a conclusion about the diagnosis and viable alternatives. They consider changing treatments. Wanhwa considers a few herbs that could alleviate the pain. What do you mean a little? Are you saying there is a much better way? Asks the second brother. The best way would be removing the stones out of her gallbladder, says Wanhwa. He explains that it is possible, but he would have to cut open mother's stomach. The older brothers are stricken with shock, while Wanhwa remains stoic, resolved to help their mother. Wanhwa continues to explain quietly. Far away over the Great Wall, the physicians of the West have said that we have to open up the stomach with a knife and remove the stone. Wabun is outraged, yelling. Opening the stomach with a knife? Have you gone mad? How dare you say such a thing? The others can't believe what they're hearing either. Wanhwa acknowledges the sensitivity of the era, noting. Of course, in this era, if I recommend a treatment that involves cutting people's stomachs open, they will think it as complete nonsense. He ponders but remains determined as he looks at his ailing mother. Worry fills him. But suddenly it's as if Jin Suhan, who now occupies this body, reaches out a hand and comforts Wanhwa, promising. Since I resurrected using your body, I will make sure to save your mother. With that quick thought, he resolves to convince the brothers. He tries to explain. Older brother, it doesn't really mean a person would die if you cut their stomach open. He goes on. After removing the stones, closing it up, and taking good care of it, mother can be healthy again. How dare you say such a thing? Wabun erupts once more, grabbing Wanhwa by the collar. Wabak steps in and commands them to stop it. The tension momentarily diffuses, and Wanhwa's suggestion sparks brief consideration. Medical art from over the Great Wall. Yes, it sounds indeed great. But Wabak explains to Wanhwa that Wabun until now has never heard of cutting a patient's stomach open. Even he has never heard of such a thing. But Wanhwa persists. If we just let her be like that, our mother will die eventually. Wabun slaps Wanhwa on the face. He harshly scolds. I told you to watch your words. How can you say such a thing in front of our mother? Wabak commands them to stop, but Wabun, still angry, points to Wanhwa, accusing him of saying nonsense. Insulted by this, Wanhwa thinks, "What? Nonsense?" Throwing a punch to drive home at his brother and narrowly missing. Wabun exclaims, "You really have gone mad! You dare punch your older brother?" His brother raises his hand to retaliate. "I guess you need a beating to return to normal." Wanhwa readies himself to waiting for the strike to land. Wabok finally intervenes. "Stop! What kind of rudeness is this in front of our mother?" This quells the physical altercation. The mother chimes in. "Jua, I am always worried about you being so impatient. Wanhwa must have a desire for me to get better. Is it really bad to say such a thing?" Apologetically, he says, "I'm sorry, mother." She turns to Wanhwa. "You shouldn't have swung your fist. Where have you learned such bad manners?" With a determined look, she instructs, "Let's try what Wanhwa suggested." Wabok asks if the issue is about the money, to which she assures, "No, it's not that. As Wanhwa is so sure about it, I would like to trust him." She then commands them to leave so she can rest. Reflecting outside, Wanhwa thinks about how he can do the surgery. "But I don't even have the tools right now." Wanhwa resolves internally. "If I let her stay like that, it will reach a point that nothing can be fixed anymore." He makes up his mind that if he can't convince them, he'll have to take action himself. His brothers turn to him, calling Wanhwa. Wabun apologizes. "I am sorry for hitting you," and explains that he must have been on edge because of mother's illness. Wanhwa also apologizes for his words. Changing the subject, Wabun remarks that Wanhwa's punch earlier was quite aggressive and almost hit him. Wanhwa's stubbornness shines through. "Big brother, shall we have a bare-hand martial sparring?" and outlines the stakes, with the winner's wish to be granted. Promptly, he begins stretching, preparing for the challenge. His brothers are having a chuckle. "Don't be too hard on him and end it quick," says Wabok. Wabun chuckles and asks if this sparring is personal for Wanhwa, because of the last time. With resolve, he declares to himself, "If I, who is young and weak, want people to listen to me in this house." They square off, and Wanhwa charges. "The best attack is an ambush." His brother effortlessly counters Wanhwa's first move, flinging him back, and laments, "If you were trying to catch me off guard, that is too easy." Angrily, Wanhwa swears, "I will definitely land my fist on you." Though exhausted, he doesn't relent, eventually spotting an opportunity at his brother's right foot. He waits for the right moment to spring his attack. Wanhwa pulls Wabun down to the ground with a swift move and triumphantly says to himself, "I got the upper hand." But Wabun isn't done yet. With a determined look, he swiftly grabs Wanhwa's wrist, squeezing it tightly. He starts to laugh, ho ho ho. Wabun then challenges, "If I can't use my arm now?" And in one slick motion, he utilizes his lower body strength to kick Wanhwa off him, sending Wanhwa flying backward. The aftermath isn't pretty as Wanhwa crashes into the ground holding his stomach in pain. Wabun knows the fight is over and say, "I will think about my wish and tell you soon." Meanwhile, Wanhwa takes a moment to reflect as he sits by himself in a room. He ponders the fight and admits to himself, "I didn't expect him to push me away like that." The encounter remains fresh in his mind as he recalls Wabun saying, "I will think about the wish and tell you soon." Wanhwa, filled with worry, thinks, what would his wish be? I just dug my own grave. As Wanhwa's thoughts drift, he thinks, by the way. His attention diverts to the humble meal laid out before him. He notices that there weren't any protein in the meal today too. He thinks about what he could do to help the family as no one in the family works. He then prioritizes, realizing, but the surgery is the most urgent here. Knowing what needs to be done, Wanhwa decides that obtaining a surgical blade might be possible by contacting the local smithy. He figures he can at least request a basic imitation and worries about finding the right supplies like anesthesia. Despite racking his brain, Wanhwa can't figure out what herbal medicine could replace anesthesia. He also realizes the difficulty in finding needles thin enough for surgery in this era. He thinks how none of this will be easy, especially finding someone to assist. Wanhwa becomes overwhelmed, concluding these are piles of problems, one over another. Determined, he tells himself he has to see what he can do, noting that finding a surgical knife, or at least making one, is his first task. Running into yet another complication, he realizes he needs money. Frustrated, he laments how he was only given modern paper currency when he was transported back to this time period. An idea comes to mind, and sets off with purpose. Wanhwa approaches Wabok with a big smile and cheerily calls out, "Big brother!" He charms his elder brother, who just looks confused while taking a sip of tea. Wanhwa thinks happily to himself, "This is the time when having family is bliss. An allowance!" Now with some allowance money, he heads to the local market. He thinks, wow, there are lots of people in the market. But something feels off. He scans his surroundings, confused. Realizing there's no dumpling store in the market and pondering where he truly is. Aren't I in China? When he asks a passerby about dumplings, he's met with confusion. A dumpling? What is that? And another vendor says they've never heard of it. Manhwa is baffled, thinking, but dumplings are definitely China's traditional food, what is going on? It dawns on him that dumplings might not exist yet, and he laments. Bye-bye proteins. His journey leads him to what looks like a clinic. Is this the clinic? Calling out. Anybody here? He has already requested for a knife at the local smithery on the way in now. Anesthesia is the only problem. Looking for answers, he considers an herbal medicine that can temporarily paralyze a patient. A local healer explains that such herbs are dangerous and not kept in the clinic. Still, Manhwa persists, explaining he only needs a little. A man is willing to collect them for him, and he discusses payment terms for obtaining these herbs. They negotiate for the price and finally come to an agreement. For disinfectant, hard alcohol from the tavern will do. Now, his last challenge is finding rats for anesthetic experiments. Manhwa visits a slum area and observes its harsh conditions, remarking on the awful smell and deplorable living situations. Despite the tough environment, he remains determined. A sound catches his attention. To his surprise, he finds a crowd gathered around a person who fell from a tree and is in clear pain. Playing the role of a physician, Manhwa offers his help. As he examines the injury, it's obvious the bone is broken. However, he worries about diagnosing the exact fracture point with his limited means, and he internally questions, can I really treat this? Manhwa begins his makeshift medical procedure by securing a stick to the injured man's leg, trying to cut off the bleeding. Now, if I do this, the wound will stop the bleeding. Then, looking at the injured man, then I will touch it a little. The man groans. Then go ahead. As Manhwa examines the injury, I think the blood vessels are fine. The bone is definitely broken. Internally, he worries. However, since I can't figure out how the bone broke, it's a serious problem. If the bone caused any tears in the ligaments and muscles, he will need to stitch those up. He questions if that will be possible in this situation. The man's wife and child are in tears and worrying beside him. Manhwa contemplates and finally sighs. I got no other choice. Facing the crowd, he gathers the needed supplies, asking for ice water, clean towel, and wood to splint the leg. When the villagers react with confusion over the ice water request since it isn't winter, Manhwa remembers. Oh right. There is no refrigerator in this world. In that case, get me at least some cold water. Manhwa redirects. The boy asks if well water would be okay. Manhwa tells him to get it quickly and also some wood to fix his leg with. The boy runs off. Okay, I will get it quickly. With the bleeding now controlled, Manhwa checks the injury further, noticing the severe swelling and concluding that the bone has likely torn the ligaments and muscles. He assesses. Then it must be this part that broke, and since the other side of the muscle seems okay, this part is fine. But suddenly, something troubles him. Manhwa sees an X-ray-like vision of the broken bone in front of him. It looks like there is an X-ray on his bone. Is this clairvoyance? He wonders. However, it quickly fades, prompting urgency. It's disappearing. I have to hurry. Quickly organizing the group, he instructs them to hold the injured man still so he could fix the broken bones. Amidst the painful screams, Manhwa diligently works, feeling relief as he fits the bones perfectly. Reflecting on his event, he thinks about how his resurrection might have given him new abilities. The kid returns with the water and asks, Is my father alright? Manhwa reassures the child, explaining that the father will wake up soon. The shocked onlookers observe as Manhwa stitches the skin, almost like sewing clothes. Finally, Manhwa notes. Alright, the bleeding has stopped now. The torn ligament and muscle bother me, but this is the best thing to do for now. As the crowd marvels at his skills, they consider him to be almost divine in his medical abilities. Manhwa muses about the challenges of treating conscious patients without anesthesia. The villagers are amazed by Manhwa's healing ability, which is a rare and valuable skill in their era. Curious, they ask why he came to their village. Manhwa casually replies, Oh right. Can I perhaps buy some rats? This statement startles the villagers. Considering the unusual request, one of the villagers agrees to gather the required number of rats. Before he could haggle the price, the young boy offers to trade the rats for a discount on his father's treatment. Manhwa, who didn't plan on charging them anyway, agrees to return in 4 days for the rats. Manhwa then explains the needed care for the injured man involving hot, clean clothes and hard alcohol as disinfectant. The boy eagerly states, I will try it. With the sun setting, Manhwa thanks the villagers and promises, He will definitely get well. To which the boy replies, Because it's you who treated him. As night falls, Manhwa collects the knife he ordered. It's thicker than his usual surgical tools but still usable. He heads to get disinfectant from a hard liquor store, feeling slightly annoyed by the lack of customer service. Inside the compound, a boisterous customer complains about how low-class individuals treated him. The situation is chaotic and the customer keeps shouting vulgarities at the woman who served him. The manager apologizes to the disgruntled customer. However, the customer's temper flares further and he slaps one of the other men, possibly a bodyguard. This provokes the bodyguard and conflict threatens to escalate. The guard attempts to draw his sword but is stopped by the manager. In a fit of anger, the customer draws a dagger. He lunges forward with a cry of, "Die!" The customer's knife makes a deep gash across the guard's face. Without hesitation, the guard draws his sword and quickly disarms the boisterous customer. Disarmed and humiliated, the customer still refuses to back down, but seeing a blade near his neck gives him second thoughts, and he scurries away vowing revenge. Manhwa witnesses everything and offers to have a look at the guard's injuries. The men, initially skeptical, dismiss his youthful appearance, assuming he's just another youngster seeking drinks. The cut bothers Manhwa, but he can't do anything as they refuse treatment. He asks a barmaid about buying hard liquor. She redirects Manhwa to the bar since their store doesn't sell liquor by the bottle. He heads off to the liquor shop and gets himself some needed supplies. Reflecting, Manhwa realizes that he can now easily access disinfectant, even considering asking for a discount in the future. As Manhwa strolls, he gets pulled into another unfolding medical situation. Inside the cluttered clinic, the injured patient is reassured by his companion that the physician will arrive soon. Manhwa recognizes the familiar faces and, despite his reluctance to get involved, finds himself drawn to assist. Manhwa takes a decisive step away from the clinic but is noticed by one of the men, mistaking him for Physician Bong. The desperate caretaker pleads with Manhwa to help his brother. Manhwa sighs, thinking he can't shake the feeling that he shouldn't be doing this. The worried man calls out again. "Excuse me, Mr. Physician. Please take a look at my brother. My brother won't stop bleeding, can you treat him?" he asks frantically. Manhwa is hesitant, recalling the man had earlier declined help. "But you said you don't need." The man quickly explains. "We did, but Physician Bong left for another village. Please take a look at him instead." Worried, Manhwa replies, "I don't think this is a good idea. And a stranger treating a patient in someone else's clinic when the owner isn't here, that doesn't seem appropriate." The man in desperation offers to take his brother outside. Manhwa firmly states, "I don't want to. And I shouldn't." But the man's desperation is palpable. "I am sorry for being so rude. But please treat my brother." Feeling the pressure, Manhwa begins to reconsider. "I'm still a young medical student, would it still be alright?" Manhwa asks. The man responds reassuringly. "Well, you would certainly be better than us." Manhwa finally agrees. "I will try to treat him, but..." He pauses. "Since it's a little late, I can't guarantee you anything." Relieved, the man leads Manhwa inside. "This way." Just then, Physician Bong arrives. "Did you say there is a patient? I heard it's urgent." Manhwa is relieved at the perfect timing as the old man is guided inside. "Here, Physician Bong." Manhwa observes as Physician Bong examines the wound. "Shall I watch how he will treat him?" he thinks. The wound is severe, a cut on the face. Physician Bong diagnoses. "I think the thickest vein in his face got cut. I guess I have to apply acupuncture to stop the bleeding," he quickly decides. Physician Bong prepares his needles. "Let's see." The bleeding slows as he works his magic. The bleeding lessened. He stimulated the nerve to widen the muscle and put pressure on the blood vessel. Manhwa thinks in surprise. Contemplating, Manhwa realizes, "I didn't know this when I was a resident. Acupuncture technique is also a great scientific medical art." Once the procedure is complete, the man asks, "Is it done now?" Physician Bong replies, "I did everything I could do. But it's too early to let our guard down." Physician Bong sets a timer for 15 minutes, advising, "After 15 minutes, I will take the needle out. If the bleeding doesn't stop, I have no other way." The man panics. "What? Are you saying that he can die?" The bleeding has stopped for now, but it's because of the needle. The man asks if they can just leave the needle like that. But leaving it in could cause blindness or speech issues. He falls to the floor in sadness. Manhwa realizes that the needles were just a temporary solution and now they needed to reconnect the blood vessels. Just then, the physician notices Manhwa. "Who are you?" Manhwa explains that he is just a medical student. As the two men were struggling to think what to do next, Manhwa speaks up. He asks if he could try connecting the blood vessels of the patient. After some contemplation, Physician Bong agrees. "All right, give it a try." "Okay, thank you." A focused Manhwa begins preparation. While connecting the severed vessels, Physician Bong assists by applying pressure. Despite using a thicker needle due to lack of options, Manhwa proceeds. The patient is in pain and struggles, but Physician Bong inserts a needle in his neck that renders him unconscious. "Did you relieve the pain with the acupuncture?" asks Manhwa. Physician Bong is surprised that he doesn't know the basics of acupuncture despite being a medical student. Manhwa admits, yes, not acupuncture yet, and recognizes the value of learning it. Sir, while I connect the severed vessels, please press this spot, instructs Manhwa. Soon, he announces, you don't have to press it anymore, and you can get the needle out. It's almost done. They marvel at the success, following Manhwa's instructions for recovery, porridge, and daily wound cleaning. After thanking Manhwa and Physician Bong, the men promise to avoid future injuries. Physician Bong, amazed at how the surgery went, contemplates. I thought he would either die or become disabled. Manhwa then requests to learn acupuncture from Physician Bong. In return, Physician Bong also asks Manhwa to teach him how to do surgery. They begin a mentorship, each eager to learn from the other. Back home, the elder brothers discuss their mother's recovery thanks to Manhwa's advice. Manhwa's brothers notice he's been distracted from studies, spending money on mysterious errands. They decide to teach Manhwa swordsmanship for self-defense due to the dangers outside. As he returns, they notice the bloodstain on his clothes. Hearing Manhwa's explanation of treating an injured man, his brother thinks he's playing at being an important physician. Despite doubts, the family is grateful for Manhwa's efforts in treating their mother. Manhwa and his brother bond over mutual respect and relief at their mother's health improvement. Wabun tells Manhwa that eldest brother has asked him to teach swordsmanship as they were worried that he was walking around outside without a sword. They head over to the training grounds. Wabun throws Manhwa some training pads, but Manhwa insists that the elder brother wear one too. Wabun says that if he gets hit, then he will wear one. He is confident because he has lived many years as Jin Suhan, who has undergone several martial arts training. Wabun tosses him a wooden sword and they begin the training. He invites Manhwa to attack him first. With his past life's knowledge in kendo, Manhwa thinks he might have an edge. He starts visualizing the techniques he learned before, and charges at his brother with fierce determination. Manhwa charges in, full of energy. He's focused, his weapon raised high as he screams, "Here I come!" A wooden sword comes out of nowhere, and hits Manhwa squarely in the midsection. He's knocked back, falling to the ground. Wabun looks down at him sternly and asks, "Why did you swing it first?" Manhwa groans, struggling to get back on his feet. He tries to rationalize it in his head. "I think he just poked a little. Why was it so fast?" he wonders. Mustering up his resolve, Manhwa declares, "Now I am really going to begin. I will go again." This time, he grips his weapon tightly and decides, "This time instead of slashing, I will stab." He tries to channel his fencing skills. "I'll use fencing techniques. With the quick speed of fencing, I might hit him at least once." Wabun looks a bit confused as to what Manhwa was doing. Manhwa lunges forward, thinking, "I will extend my arm as far and quickly as I can." But he's quickly countered again, his brother easily blocking his attack. Manhwa is thrown back, tumbling to the ground. "Arg," he mutters, lying on the ground as Wabun walks towards him. "Hey, from whom did you learn your martial arts in Seoju?" his brother asks. Manhwa grits his teeth. "I knew you were good, but..." "Older brother, one more," Manhwa pleads. But Wabun dismisses him. "It's meaningless. You are not good enough for sparring," he says bluntly. He turns and starts to walk away, saying, "Follow me. I will start teaching you from the basics." They head to a training area where a rock is tied to a tree branch. "Can you see that rock hanging on the branch?" Wabun asks. Manhwa nods, a bit confused. His brother explains, "You are going to try stabbing that rock." Manhwa is incredulous. "Is that it?" he asks. "I just have to stab the rock?" he thinks to himself, approaching it cautiously. "This is too easy. Do I look like a joke to him?" he wonders, feeling a bit insulted. Suddenly, Wabun shouts, "Hey! What are you doing?" Startled, Manhwa turns around and asks, "What?" Wabun draws a line on the ground. "Do it from here," his brother instructs. "From there?" Manhwa stammers. Wabun warns him, "Watch carefully. Don't get distracted." Manhwa thinks it's a bit far, but he watches closely as his brother demonstrates. Wabun grunts as he strikes the rock with precision. Manhwa is amazed. "Wow!" he exclaims. His brother looks at him seriously. "Your turn," he says. The rocks sway back and forth. Manhwa tries to focus. "What are you doing?" Wabun asks again. Frustrated, Manhwa retorts, "I am waiting for it to stop." His brother scoffs. "Have you ever seen an enemy standing still? Just stab the one that's moving." Manhwa bursts out. "But when you stabbed, it was hanging still. You unfair gorilla." Manhwa makes several attempts, his strikes fast but not accurate. Wabun isn't impressed. "If you succeed 3 times out of 10 consecutive attempts, you can stop and go back in," he instructs. Out of breath, Wanhwa struggles. It won't get stabbed, he thinks. With each effort, Wanhwa grows more tired. Please just get hit, he begs, finally managing to land a hit. He collapses, exhausted. Darn it! I made a hit only thrice in 100 tries. He reflects, feeling disheartened. Should I give up on martial arts and just focus on medical art? He ponders, the doubt lingering longer than he'd like. But a memory of his bloody death flashes in his mind. I can't die like last time. He struggles with determination in his voice. I have endured so much to become a doctor compared to that. That rock is nothing, he reassures himself. Gathering every last bit of energy, Wanhwa takes his stance and announces. Here I go! Bright and early the next morning, Wabun whistles as he walks to the training area. Did he succeed in what I told him to do yesterday? He wonders. As he approaches, he spots a crater on the ground. What is this hole? He questions, not fully understanding. How long did he try to make a hole in here? He wonders. Noticing 3 rocks, he asks himself. Did he perhaps try to hit 3 rocks all at once? Back in his sleeping quarters, Wanhwa wakes up in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Stretching and yawning, he sits up and says, I slept well. As he looks at his hand, he suddenly exclaims, and then realizes. What is this? I got muscles in a day? He inspects his new muscles and finds it strange that they don't feel sore at all. Is it a buff from the resurrection? He wonders. Remembering his appointment, Wanhwa says. Right. Physician Bong. I told him I will meet him today. At the nearby township, inside the Eastern Medicine Clinic, Physician Bong is fiddling with a needle and grumbles. I even asked early for this needle to the head of Smithy. Why isn't he here yet? He's also trying to practice stitching with pigs' blood vessels, muttering to himself. I know that the blood vessels of humans are thinner, but I can't even stitch a pig that has thicker blood vessels. I would have to get a few tens of pigs to get used to it. Wanhwa arrives at the entrance and calls. Anybody here? Which startles Physician Bong. Recognizing Wanhwa, he greets him warmly. You are here? Have you eaten? Wanhwa admits he hasn't, and Physician Bong insists. Then, let's eat first. The table is laden with dishes, and Wanhwa marvels. Wow! It's meat! As they dig into the meal, Wanhwa comments. Thanks for the meal. And Physician Bong responds. Yeah. Anyway. As he rummages in his pocket. Physician Bong shows Wanhwa the needle he's been working on, asking. I have prepared this, what do you think? Wanhwa, surprised, asks. Where did you get that? It looks perfect. Physician Bong explains that it was made by the smithy in Xiangqing, a place known for making weapons for soldiers. Wanhwa quickly makes sketches of other instruments, explaining their uses. It's used for holding blood vessels, stitching, and spreading the bones. Physician Bong is a bit skeptical if it could be done as the tools were too intricate. But Wanhwa says if they can copy it just a little, it will greatly help them with treating patients. After they finish their meal, Physician Bong has more to show. He pulls out a sample where he stitched pigs' blood vessels, asking for Wanhwa's opinion. I think blood slipped a little, but you still did well. Wanhwa comments, encouraging the older man. Wanhwa goes on to explain the importance of understanding the direction of blood flow in the vessels. He demonstrates how to determine it. A person drops by carrying a wooden figure. Wanhwa is keen to start learning acupuncture. Is it time for me to learn acupuncture? He asks eagerly. Physician Bong starts explaining the basics of acupuncture using the model. Let's take a look one by one. Physician Bong starts. He points out various acupuncture points, explaining their significance, but Wanhwa is surprised by the complexity. He asks if that was all the points, and Physician Bong replies that's all he knows, but the royal court physician might know more. Wanhwa realizes that they haven't found all the points yet. As Wanhwa's curiosity grows, something strange occurs. A light beam hovers around him as he tries to comprehend what's happening. He blurts out, witnessing a holographic projection of acupuncture points, and their explanations floating around him. Are these modern acupuncture points? He wonders. He's amazed that there are even explanations written beside each point. It wasn't part of his memory, but it was more like having a book in front of him. Caught in his thoughts, he questions if this new ability came from his resurrection. Meanwhile, Physician Bong, oblivious to Wanhwa's inner turmoil, continues his lesson, demanding the young lad's attention. Snapping back to reality, Wanhwa reassures. I was listening. Physician Bong then tests him and asks him to repeat what he said about the Sea of Vitality, but gets distracted again. More and more knowledge flows into him. Wanhwa is scolded for not listening, leading Physician Bong to question his readiness for acupuncture. Really? Then I will check if you are really ready. Finally, Physician Bong asks his assistant to bring the book of all acupuncture techniques from his room while Wanhwa looks on with surprise and also curiosity. Physician Bang sternly tells Manhwa. I will give you 4 days. Within those 4 days, you have to memorize everything in here. Until then, I won't teach you acupuncture techniques. Manhwa, a bit shocked, exclaims, Okay, as he receives the heavy stack of books. The old man says, I will be practicing how to stitch blood vessels during those 4 days. On his way home, Manhwa ponders. Why did those things pop up while learning acupuncture? I guess I have to be careful from now on. It's late. I have to get back quickly. Entering his home, Manhwa calls out, I'm home. He's immediately confronted by Waban, who asks, Where have you been running around? Manhwa explains, I went out to meet Physician Bang. I also borrowed some books needed for acupuncture too. Waban, processing the information, inquires, Physician Bang? From the Bang family clinic? Are you really planning to become a physician? Manhwa confidently declares, Of course. Waban responds thoughtfully, Well, I agree with it, but you have to convince our mother as well. Yeah, I'm determined to do so. Manhwa replies energetically. Waban seems relieved, adding, Then that's good. By the way, did you succeed yesterday? Beaming with pride, Manhwa announces, I succeeded 10 times. Waban is astonished. What? Really? Manhwa chuckles. I will show you later after reading all these. As Manhwa dashes off, Waban can't help but muse. Books, again? Waban thinks back. He isn't the type of person who would lie, but I think 10 times doesn't make sense. Later, deep into his studies, Manhwa notices something peculiar. It's different from the modern acupuncts. Where can I find information about mother's disease? He explores various acupuncture points, reflecting. So if I use the liver acupunt, it will indirectly stimulate the nerves. The gallbladder point isn't here? Have they not discovered it yet? Deciding to put his thoughts in order, Manhwa resolves. First, let's organize these by comparing the modern acupunt with the present one. But others might see this. That might cause a problem. He then slyly writes, Well, then I will use Hangul. Noting that Hangul has not been invented yet. Pleased with his progress, Manhwa exclaims, Done! Looking at his work, he reassures himself. Yeah, take it slow. Let's do it 1 by 1 inch. That night at the dinner table, his eldest brother comments, You skipped breakfast and lunch too. Wabak asks, What have you been doing? Manhwa humbly replies, I was copying the acupuncture book that I borrowed from Physician Bang. Wabak continues, Acupuncture book? You aren't actually planning to become a physician, are you? Manhwa, determined, says, Yes, I do want to become a physician. Wabak, visibly frustrated, snaps, What did you say? Do you think we sent you to study abroad in Seoju just to make you a physician? Manhwa retorts in his mind, What's wrong with being a doctor? Manhwa tries to clarify. Just a physician? How can you say that when it is about treating and saving people? Wabak counters, I'm not saying that it is bad to treat people. But if you are from a great family, you should serve the emperor with the books and the pearls of wisdom of our ancestors. Manhwa challenges him. Then older brother, why don't you do that? Take the test and pass it. Our grandfather and father, and you too. Was the reason you failed as civil servants because you weren't good enough? Manhwa continues, Of course not. Isn't it because we didn't bribe? Confronted with the truth, Wabak eyes widen. Older brother, you are a talented man with a good heart. Even without giving bribes, you will be able to work in the government. But I am neither that kind of person nor good enough for that role, declares Manhwa. Manhwa proclaims passionately, Whatever older brother says, I will definitely become a physician. I will treat the ill and save the dying and lead the people to have a better life. With that declaration, Manhwa turns around to leave. Waban sighs and quickly follows. Once outside, Waban chuckles. You've grown a lot. I didn't know our little brother could talk like that. Though you were hitting the nail on the head. Manhwa reflects. Yeah. I talked a little too directly, but it's the truth. Waban smiles and shares some wisdom. When something feels complicated, it's best to sweat it out. Confused, Manhwa questions. Since when? With renewed energy, Waban urges. Let's go to the backyard. Let's sweat. We can also check that you succeeded 10 times. With a bit of hesitation, Manhwa agrees. Older brother is really something too. Practicing with stones tied up, Manhwa shows his skills. See? I stabbed it. Waban is impressed. I thought you only had academic talent, but it seems you also have talent for martial arts. Preparing for the next round, Waban challenges. Now, it will be 6 stones this time. Look carefully and don't miss a thing. As Waban gracefully hits the stones, Manhwa claps in amazement. That's amazing. Waban advises. If you can do this, you won't be easily beaten even if you meet a group of bandits. Train hard. Manhwa responds confidently, Okay. Satisfied, Waban says. Good. Now I will teach you how to block. Wabun commands. Attack me. Confidently, Wanhwa answers, okay, and thinking. It's just stabbing and I practiced that hard for this. Charging forward, Wanhwa attempts multiple strikes. Suddenly, Wanhwa finds a blind spot, exclaiming. A blind spot! Right here! Wanhwa attacks while aiming for the blind spot, but his brother skillfully blocks it. He sets up another plan. I think I should do it more properly. I have to wait for an opportunity while keeping my distance until I see an opening. Moving cautiously, Wanhwa takes a few steps back but gets blindsided by his brother's speed. Wabun playfully critiques. You were amazing, but you just lost to me. Nonetheless, you tried to stab me a while ago after reading my movements, didn't you? Wanhwa retorts. If I am amazing, then who are you, older brother, who blocked it all? They wrap up the practice as Wanhwa had an early day at the market tomorrow. As Wanhwa heads back, Wabak laments from a distance. What a waste. Really a waste. On that same night, smoke rises from a nearby smithy. Inside, Physician Bong greets the blacksmith. Are you busy? The blacksmith responds. Hello sir, when did you arrive? A few moments ago, replies Physician Bong. The blacksmith asks why he was here so late. Physician Bong, slightly uncomfortable, asks. I just wanted to ask if you can make something. The blacksmith jokes. Haha, why does this thing make you feel so uncomfortable to request me? Bong hands over a design and the blacksmith inquires. What are these, sir? These are tools for treating people, answers Physician Bong. Perplexed, the blacksmith asks. For treating? The blacksmith is shocked that these were tools used to treat people. Bong clarifies that it's not for him but for his student. The blacksmith nods, realizing he's aiding a promising young man, Wanhwa. The next morning, the vendors come by bringing the herbs that Wanhwa requested. They mention that bandits on Mt. Masiak made it more difficult for them. Wanhwa examines the herbs and, not knowing anything, asks the vendors to explain. They point out that one of the herbs was wolfsbane, which was poisonous. He pays them generously for their work, and the vendors go on their way. Clutching the herbs with triumph, Wanhwa thinks. This amount, it is enough for experiments. Now I can make anesthesia. While thinking of his ailing mother. At the break of dawn, Wanhwa is off visiting a village. He asks for directions from a passing villager. He finally arrives at a small hut. He opens the curtain door and steps inside, announcing his presence with a polite "excuse me." A man on a bed, clearly in discomfort, greets him eagerly. Mr. Physician, you came. The man apologizes for making Wanhwa come to such a humble place, visibly embarrassed by the surroundings. Wanhwa reassures, but suddenly his eyes fall on something to the side. It's a cage filled with skittering rats. He remembers the young boy a few days ago offering to help him. I will catch it for you. But please give us a discount on my father's treatment. Wanhwa remarks to himself. That kid caught a lot. Turning his attention back to his patient, Wanhwa asks. How is your leg? The man responds with a mix of doubt and hope. I think it's okay. Wanhwa asks if he can take a look. Gently, he unwraps the bandage to assess the wound. His face contorts in concern. I knew it, as he observes the infected wound. Realizing the wound is pus-filled because it wasn't disinfected with alcohol, he knows immediate action is required. Jissa says, I have to disinfect it. He pulls out a container of alcohol, much to the man's surprise and curiosity. The patient humorously reveals his fondness for alcohol, lamenting. I just can't drink it because we don't have money. With clear instructions, Jissa explains. This alcohol will be used for disinfecting the wound. Just wet the cloth like this and press on the wound. The man chuckles again, asking if he can drink the leftover alcohol. Wanhwa, in a playful yet grave tone, responds, It's just that, after that, I need to cut below your knees. Shocked and terrified, the man quickly declines the drink offer, preferring to be treated for his wound instead. After treating the man, Wanhwa gets to work trying to feed poison to the rats. He sighs, Oh, this is hard. Please just eat it. I don't even have a syringe to feed you. Meanwhile, the injured man, curious, asks, Mr. Physician, why are you trying to kill it with poison? Jissa explains, I just need to test something. As he continues with his experiment, he asks the man if he knows of a plant that can make a person unconscious for a little while. Unfortunately, the man doesn't know anything. I'm home, announces a small voice. A young boy, seeing him enter, exclaims, Mr. Physician, you came? Wanhwa smiles and nods, glad to see the boy. He hands over the alcohol, explaining how to treat his father with it. The boy hesitates, worried about the cost and the possibility of his dad drinking it. Wanhwa, with a smirk, reassures. Then, it's no big deal. We can just cut his leg. Teasingly adding a frightful note. Wanhwa requests the boy, Obio, if they can work together. Obio helps Wanhwa find an empty house for his experiments. Inside, Obio explains that an old lady and her grandchildren used to live here, but the children were sold into slavery when the grandma died. Wanhwa and Obio start their experiments. The rats aren't eating the poisoned rice. Obio suggests pushing it down their throats. Wanhwa holds the rat as Obio does the feeding. They with 5 grains of rice, and it dies immediately. They reduce it to 4 grains with the same effect. Doing some calculations, Wanhwa concludes that 2 grains of rice is the correct dosage. Wanhwa asks Obio to stay the night and monitor the rats as they die from the poison. Obio protests that he has to work early the next day, but Wanhwa insists, handing him 5 coins for his efforts. Obio, amazed and worried about the amount, exclaims, "This is too much." Wanhwa remains firm, stating, "It's my decision since I'm the one giving, kid. I will go now." Wanhwa arrives back in his home, feeling tired from the day's experiments. Just as he enters, someone places a hand on his shoulder, asking, "Are you back?" It's Wabun, who immediately seizes the opportunity to train with him again that day. Reluctantly, Wanhwa joins his brother in the training yard. Wabun recalls the blocking technique he taught Wanhwa the previous day and orders him to demonstrate it. With a mix of humor and seriousness, Wanhwa asks for a moment to prepare as Wabun charges at him. Refocusing, he resolves to give it a try. Wanhwa's attention is sharp as Wabun's speed catches him off guard, prompting a panic. "So quick!" Wabun's form is precise and powerful, and a crackling blue energy surrounds him. Wanhwa is surprised and wonders what the blue energy was. 65. At the last second, he is able to block his brother's attack. Wabun recoils, shocked that Wanhwa was able to block it. Wanhwa questions his brother. "Older brother, what did you just do? I saw something coming at me." Wabun, equally stunned, replies, "Did you just block that? I never imagined you could block inner energy." They discuss somewhat mystically about the inner chi technique, with Wanhwa expressing a strong interest in learning it. Wabun deflects, suggesting they continue training first. Wanhwa proposes a bet. "Let's make a bet. If I block it in one try, you have to teach me." Wabun smirks, amused by Wanhwa's boldness. He attacks again, yet Wanhwa blocks it with extraordinary precision. "Are you already tired?" Wabun looks on. Wanhwa, panting heavily, replies, "Aren't you being too hard on your younger brother?" As the two brothers catch their breath, Wabun's thoughts race. "This kid is really something," he thinks, recalling their sparring session. "I trained for years to do this, but he made it in a couple of days." Wabun decides to end the training session and get something delicious from the Hongseo Inn. He suddenly exclaims, "Let's go faster. I'm hungry," he shouts over his shoulder. "Geez, okay. Wanhwa mutters, trying to keep up. "This guy just doesn't know when to stop," he thinks. It's busy at the village center. "What do you want to eat?" Wabun asks. "I'm fine with noodles," Wanhwa answers. But Wabun insists. "Hey, who do you think your older brother is?" "Meat, let's eat meat." Soon they are seated at a table laden with food. "Have a drink too," Wabun offers, pouring some alcohol. "But don't tell Hyung that I bought you alcohol." Wanhwa nods, smiling. "Okay. Older brother here," Wanhwa says, handing his brother a cup. "What? Are you pouring me a drink?" Wabun asks, surprised. "Let's have a toast for the first drink," Wanhwa suggests with a grin. Wabun is a bit puzzled and thinks this is something he learned from Seoju. "I just want to celebrate since it is my first drink with you," Wanhwa explains. "Here, just lift the glass and bump it lightly." Is that so?" Wanhwa responds, finally understanding. "Cheers," they say, their glasses clinking together. Both brothers take a drink, Wanhwa thinks. So good. It's been a while since I drank." Suddenly, a shout interrupts their moment. "Hey you!" someone calls out, breaking the peace. Wanhwa lets out a nervous laugh, thinking, "I knew it was too peaceful these days." The sound punches being exchanged fills the tavern. Amidst a flurry of fists and harsh words, one man pins another to the ground, exclaiming, "I have never seen such an idiot!" The man on the ground tries to defend himself, stuttering, "It's a misunderstanding, you asshole!" Clearly enraged, the aggressor yells, "You idiot! There are other places to use money. How dare you! To your friend's woman!" The man under attack desperately pleads, "I said it's not like that." The woman in green urges them to stop, but the assailant is relentless. "Let me be! This idiot needs to get beaten!" Watching the chaos, Wanhwa muses, "I hope there will be no problem after getting beaten like that." Another punch lands squarely on the face of the man on the ground. Wanhwa, alarmed, thinks, "Wait, I think that one was dangerous." The man lets out a pained groan and loses consciousness. The aggressor grabs the man's collar. "Talk to me, you bastard! he yells. A gasp of realization crosses his face. Hey! What's wrong with him? Voices rise from the crowd. Is he dead? Did he just beat a man to death? The woman cries out. Sangdik! Wake up please! How can you just die like this? The assailant stands frozen, muttering. No, it wasn't me. In a panic, he runs outside, screaming. No! Wabun looks on from his seat. What a mess. Can people die that easily? Wanhwa decides. I think I have to check on him. Wabun tries to stop him, but Wanhwa is already approaching. Let me take a look at him. He kneels down to inspect the body. A sudden realization hits him. He isn't breathing nor has a pulse. He observes grimly. This is cardiac arrest. The woman asks. Excuse me, are you a physician? Wanhwa responds. Yes, this looks like an emergency. I will have to treat him. Wabun worriedly inquires. Wanhwa, what are you going to do? You will see. Wanhwa assures him. Wanhwa prepares to begin resuscitation. First, get the airway clear. He places his hands on the man's chest and begins compressions. From now on, I will perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. His focus is laser sharp as he administers CPR. He thinks desperately. He is still young. Wanhwa hopes. I think this is enough for him to wake up. And urges. Breath, please. Breath. He then gives the man mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The crowd is stunned. To someone who died? Despite pleas to stop, Wanhwa continues, determined, saying, I will save him. I will definitely save him. Frustrated at the lack of results, he slams his fists down in desperation. The man suddenly jerks back to life, coughing and sputtering. He is breathing? Wabun exclaims, wide-eyed. The joyful realization hits the crowd. He really saved a dying man. Yian berates him. You idiot! Du told you to fight to death. Confused, Sangdik asks. What? I died? Wanhwa clarifies. If I didn't help you, you would have been a corpse by now. You should stay calm for a while, so don't move. Sangdik, now coming to grips with what happened, asks. So, did you just save me, sir? How? Wanhwa nervously explains. With cardiopulmonary resuscitation that saves people who died of a sudden shock. As Sangdik grabs his aching head, Wanhwa explains. It's because when your heart stops, it is the brain that gets affected first. You might even die if you keep moving, so just lie down. Grateful, the pair insists on paying Wanhwa. It looks like she has a lot of money. Wanhwa thinks, before saying aloud. Then just a little. I will take it. They offer a silver tael, but Wanhwa feels it's too much. The man retorts. What do you mean change? You don't have to. You saved me who almost died. This isn't much compared to that. Wanhwa, now feeling the weight of their gratitude, agrees. If you say so, then I will be grateful to take this. Suddenly, someone bursts in. Yun! I brought the physician. The man is shocked that Sandyak is alive, and they realize that he ran out to get a physician and wasn't running away. The three start arguing, so Wanhwa and Wabun quietly sneak back to their table. The man is still shocked that his friend is alive. Do I look fine to you? Sangdik grumbles while the physician checks his pulse. If it wasn't for that physician, we would have had to clean up a corpse. The lady points to Wanhwa. Wabun praises Wanhwa. Wanhwa! That was great, really great. I am totally with you about becoming a physician. Wanhwa modestly replies. It was nothing. I just did what I had to do. As they finish their meal, more thanks come from the three. Thank you, Mr. Physician. They introduce themselves, and Wanhwa responds. Ah, yes. I'm Wabu from Wa family. The one called Zhangpen offers another gift. This is a token of my gratitude, Physician Wa. Despite his initial reluctance, Wanhwa is persuaded. His money is his money. You have to take this too. He finally concedes. If you insist, then I will take it gratefully. Wrapping up, the grateful villagers start to leave. Then we will get going. Yes, take care. The other physician approaches Wanhwa. How did you save that young man? Wanhwa gives a sheepish reply about cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Requested to explain further, Wanhwa describes it briefly but humorously. The physician is curious where Wanhwa learned how to do it. Not wanting to reveal too much, he says that he learned it by himself. The physician is astonished. You learned it by yourself? I just learned it while I was studying by myself, says Wanhwa. The physician, eyes wide with shock, exclaims. You learned it by yourself? Still befuddled, the man stammers. So you invented this? How? You look really young. Wanhwa awkwardly clarifies. It's more like I took notes from folk remedies and just read different books. The man slaps his forehead, realizing he never introduced himself. My name is Seatpil. I lack a lot in this area, but I am working as a physician. he says apologetically. In admiration, Seatpill declares boldly, "You are great, Physician Hua, performing such amazing medical arts at that age." Seatpill, now convinced of Wenhua's expertise, makes a request. "I have learned a lot from you today. Please teach me this cardiopulmonary resuscitation," he pleads. Wenhua is a bit surprised. Promising a generous reward, Seatpill offers 10 silver taels, fully grabbing Wenhua's attention. In the end, however, Wenhua humbly declines the money. "It's okay, I won't take it. Tomorrow afternoon, come to Physician Bang's clinic." Seatpill nods eagerly. "Geez, finally it's quiet." Wenhua sighs in relief. His brother Waban, equally impressed, comments, "Wabu, are you really my little brother? Teaching physicians, that is really great." To which Wenhua softly affirms, "Of course, I'm your brother." As they share a drink, Waban toasts, "For Wabu, the great physician." The next day, Wenhua is back at the little village. As he walks towards Obio's cottage, Wenhua wonders, what would have happened to the rats I left? Upon arriving, he greets Obio's father. "Hi. How is your leg today?" The man responds with surprise. Mr. Physician, you came." Curious about Obio's whereabouts, Wenhua asks, "Did Obio go somewhere else?" Apparently, Obio went to where he works, needing to explain what happened. Wenhua notes how hardworking the child was and asks to examine the man's leg. Pleased with the patient's effort, Wenhua praises, "You have disinfected it well." The patient meets this with satisfaction. "I did it frequently. Obio wanted me to tell you something. The rat that ate one rice grain died after about 6 hours," reports the father. Wenhua is worried. It's a problem if even just one piece killed it. After rebandaging the patient's leg, Wenhua promises a return visit. Wenhua heads to the experimentation room. He contemplates on his limited resources. "I guess I have to cut it in half, but I have too few specimens." Frustration grows as he admits, "I can't do much since only 1 rat out of 5 survived." At that moment, Obio comes in carrying a basket of grass. Mr. Physician, you were here?" Wenhua notices the grass that Obio brought in. "What grass is that?" The boy replies, "It's called cannabis. It's good when you boil and drink it for stomach ache. You can make clothes with its stem." Obio continues explaining. But Wenhua wasn't listening and rushes to the plant. An idea sparks recognition in Wenhua. "Marijuana!" Realizing its anesthetic potential, Wenhua thinks aloud. "If I have marijuana, I can make an anesthetic." With determination, he sets to create the anesthetic and ponders on its efficacy. He feeds it to the rats to observe its effects. His excitement mounts as he watches the effect, and finally, the rat regains breath. He starts the operation with glee. Obio watches on as Wenhua opens up the rat and closes it skillfully. Finally, he declares that he is done and that now they had to wait. After 4 hours, the rat starts to wake up. Wenhua is happy with his results, and tells Obio that now they have to repeat it 10 times. "We would need a lot of rats, I guess," remarks Obio. Wenhua tells him not to worry and that he will pay him. Suddenly, he is interrupted by the appearance of a young girl named Minna. She nervously requests, "Mr. Physician, please treat my mother." She tells him that she can sew and wash clothes for him if needed. Touched by her plea, Wenhua softly replies with a gentle smile. After examining Minna's mother, he reassures them that her condition is not severe. They thank him earnestly. But Wenhua wonders what could be causing the mother's weakness, and notices her hand was very thin. Suddenly he says that he needs to provide them with a prescription. Eating well with this for 2 months. Minna and her mother are hesitant to accept, but Wenhua tells them they can pay it back someday. Minha is overwhelmed with gratitude. The day ends with a heartfelt farewell as Wenhua and Waban wave the mother-daughter duo off. Wenhua modestly brushes off Obio's praise. "I was just lucky somehow that I had enough to help them out." But the young boy isn't convinced. Wenhua acknowledges that it can't always be like that. Taking a moment of rest, Wenhua explains that enabling them to be able to live on their own is most important. Obio naively offers that they can make it if they work hard and put in effort. Wenhua shakes his head. "This isn't a problem that can be solved by working hard." Wenhua continues that they have to make that kind of world first, or at least a world with no war. Obio declares with sparkling eyes that if he became someone like Wenhua, or if there were many people like him, the world could definitely change. Wenhua responds teasingly, "What an incurable dreamer." "Don't tease me," Obio protests, to which Wenhua simply smiles. Wenhua then turns serious. "I'm not that great kind of person, but I hope your wish comes true." Right then, Wenhua asks Obio if he would like to become his assistant. Obio looks up in surprise, but quickly replies that he will do it. Wenhua then tells him that they are going to the cannabis field. "Why? You don't want to go?" Manhwa's eyes gleam with determination. This is your first task as the assistant, Manhwa mentions. Okay, but we need to be back before sunset, Obio mutters. Manhwa suddenly stops. A crowd has gathered outside, their voices filled with urgency. Mr. Physician, please examine me. And, my child has been having diarrhea for 2 days. Manhwa and Obio stand at the entrance, overwhelmed by the pleas for help. Hey, assistant, Manhwa calls out. Take the patients inside, says Manhwa with a kind smile. A few hours pass. Inside, the small clinic is buzzing with activity as patients form a line. Manhwa works diligently, treating a seemingly endless stream of patients. Obio tries his hardest at the tasks at hand. Finally, as the sun sets, the villagers express their gratitude with bows. Phew! It's done! Obio slumps down, exhausted. Mr. Physician, you're really great. It's my first time seeing a physician like you, Obio says with admiration. Anyway, what are you doing? Obio inquires. The sun might set. Where was the cannabis field again? Manhwa asks, a mischievous smile forming. Now? Seekpil stammers, unsure. It's too late. There might be wild animals. Obio reasons out. Then let's just come back after checking where it is, Manhwa insists. In a large house, in another part of the land, a man is having a meal while a subordinate provides a report. Saved a man who died. What a good joke that suits when drinking. The man laughs. His pauses as his subordinate mentions. There are more than 30 people who witnessed it. I have heard some rumors. But according to what I have heard, he is just a boy who is barely over the age of 20. Governor Incho answers that if that is true then he must be an immortal disguised as a kid. It is bright and sunny the next day. Physician Bong, Physician Suk, calls Manhwa. He talks to them, telling them that he is planning to teach them blood vessel suturing and CPR. Really? The two physicians exclaim, their faces lighting up. Of course, Manhwa replies warmly. They reward Manhwa with chests of gold. Manhwa tries to decline at first, but they insist. Physician! A panicked voice interrupts. Physician Bong's assistant reports that there is a military officer who arrived. Physician Bong! The officer rushes in and asks for help. Soldiers were fighting bandits in the mountains and many of them were injured. Bandits again? Manhwa grimaces. This is a big problem, mutters Sukpil. The urgency mounts as everyone prepares their supplies. Physician Bong! Manhwa calls out that he would like to go too. The two physicians see this as an opportunity to observe Manhwa in action. The three set off to Masiak Valley. They arrive at the military camp. Manhwa looks around but sees only minor injuries. He comes to a tent and hears a lot of painful groaning. He draws the curtain and enters. The sight of the wounded soldiers leaves him shocked. They gathered all the dying in one place, he realizes. Manhwa looks around at the critically injured soldiers, the cries of pain piercing through the air. I don't want to die, one of them pleads. Manhwa realizes the desperate situation. We will do them later, Physician Wa. Physician Bong suggests calmly. Physician Suk agrees. It will be better to check on other patients first. But Manhwa stands firm, turning back to the wounded. No, he murmurs. We have to save the urgent patients first, Manhwa insists, walking purposefully. Despite the grim reality, Manhwa's determination is evident. Seekpil tries to convince him otherwise. Hey, Physician Wa, there's nothing you can do here. A trembling hand reaches out and grabs Manhwa's robe. Save me, please, the soldier gasps. Examining the injury, Manhwa notes. It isn't a penetrating wound but a stabbed wound? He deliberates. Without any information, if I cut the stomach open, it might cause more problems. Pushing himself further could mean risking other lives, but he wishes he could use his clairvoyant ability by sheer will. Frustrated, he shuts his eyes tightly. He is surprised that he is able to activate his X-ray powers again. It worked, he exclaims. He is able to see where the arrow cut the small intestine. The patient pleads again. Physician, I want to live. He holds the soldier's hand in reassurance. I will definitely save you. Going into action, he checks the vitals and uses his newfound anesthesia on the patient. Manhwa announces. I will now open the patient's stomach. With resolute precision, he makes the incision, leaving physicians Bong and Suk astonished by his skill. Inserting his hand, he navigates through the organs, hand steady. Finding the foreign object, he exclaims, Found it! He carefully removes it, declaring the successful removal. Now I will suture the small intestine that got cut, Manhwa says, surprising them even more. He then asks the help of the two physicians. They quickly put on their face masks and jump in. We'll save him, Manhwa vows. He dives back into the operation, his focus piercing through every intricate movement. Coordinating with his team, he pushes forward. I will continue now. The tension in the air weighs on everyone as they work meticulously. Blood drips steadily from the wound as they stitch the intestine. Observations on Manhwa's skill leave them in awe. Physician Bong can't help but marvel. Is this really a medical art of a human? Manhwa brings the operation to a close. Let's finish and close up now. Done finally, Manhwa removes his mask, relieved. It's over. As he washes his hands, he thanks the two physicians. It was easy, thanks to you too. Watching Manhwa's confidence, the pair resolve to learn his medical arts even if it costs a fortune. Suddenly, a sense of urgency sweeps over the scene. Then now, let's go save more lives! Manhwa rallies. The night is quiet and serene as a group of soldiers move through the forest. Government official Incho is in the lead with a cart carrying an injured soldier alongside him. Incho, contemplating the injuries inflicted by bandits, is filled with concern over Troop Leader Lim's critical condition. Fearing it's too late, Incho contemplates the difficulty of the situation. They arrive at a hastily set up medical camp in the forest. Incho dismounts his horse. He wonders why all the soldiers are gathered around one tent. Disbelief fills him. You guys must have gone crazy! What are you doing in the middle of the battle? He shouts. One of the men, frantically trying to explain that they were watching the physicians. He explains that the young physician has already saved 4 men from death. Incho is both baffled and astonished. He remembers the report he received earlier. Incho jokingly wondered then if that physician was an immortal disguised as a young man. The realization strikes him hard. That physician is here right now! Incho sees a glimmer of hope that Troop Leader Lim could be saved. Urgently, he commands, "Take the Troop Leader Lim right now inside the tent!" Manhwa looks up as Troop Leader Lim is brought in. Under the canopy of night, the makeshift camp sits solemnly against the backdrop of rugged mountains. The tranquility is abruptly shattered as General Incho bursts into the medical tent, demanding, "Is anyone here?" Manhwa, the youngest child of the Wa family, looks up, startled. In the dimly lit tent, soldiers lay groaning in pain as General Incho storms in, his presence commanding attention. Manhwa thinks to himself, "Why is the general here?" The other 2 physicians rush past Manhwa and pay their respects to Lieutenant Incho. Manhwa wonders if he is the great Minister of War Incho. Manhwa, still composed, introduces himself formally. "My name is Waba from the Wa family." Lieutenant Incho, noticing Waba's youth, is skeptical, thinking to himself, "He is so young, is it really that physician?" Lieutenant Incho continues, "I heard that your medical art is really great." He points to the man in the stretcher and asks, "That soldier, can you save him?" Wabu replies, "First, I will check on his wounds." Examining closely, Wabu identifies the laceration on his thigh, which wasn't too dangerous as long as the bleeding is stopped. Wabu states confidently to General Incho, "The wound looks critical, but there is still hope." Incho, desperate, responds, "You can save him? Is that true?" "Yes, I can save him," confirms Wabu. The lieutenant urges him to treat the man quickly. But Wabu has other ideas. This man has to wait for his turn. There are other patients too. Lieutenant Incho, visibly frustrated, demands, "What do you mean you will treat him later? You have to treat him right now." Wabu calmly argues, "Even if I don't treat him right now, he won't die. But if I treat him first, other patients will die." Wabu turns the question back on General Incho, asking if he is willing to choose which subordinate to kill. The general, struck by the harsh reality, grudgingly steps back. Wabu urges him, "Please stop interfering and step outside. I have to save as many patients as possible." At that moment, a soldier barges announcing that bandits are raiding villages again. The lieutenant leaves the tent with the responsibility weighing heavy on him. "I will leave this place in your hands. So you have to save as many as possible." Wabu replies, "Of course," with a wide smile. The 2 physicians ask him fearfully what he just did with the lieutenant. Did he want to get killed? Wabu simply replies that he just wanted to treat all the patients properly. They tell him that the lieutenant's father was one of the top generals. Wabu turns on them with an annoyed look and threatens to kick them out. A few hours later, the lieutenant has managed to successfully capture the bandits and keep the village safe. He readies his men to go back to the camp. He realizes that he has been wounded on the foot. A soldier asks him if he is alright. The lieutenant recalls how he got his injury from some booby traps set by the bandits. He leads the troops onwards back to camp, thinking to himself that it's only a light wound. Back at the tent, Wabu diligently continues tending to patients, calling out for the next. Following the completion of treatments, the tireless team moves to another task, checking on the patients outside. It never seems to end as night deepens and the lights glow outside. In the lieutenant's tent, Incho's wound is wrapped up and bandaged. His physician warns. The wound isn't deep, but since it got stabbed by iron, you should be careful. As the physician leaves, Incho tries to convince himself that it's going to be okay, and he won't get arsenic poisoning. Manhwa's thoughts drift, feeling very bothered about tetanus. Because antibiotics wasn't invented yet, he would have to settle for the closest thing. He calls the attention of all the patients in the tent. He announces that everyone who got injured by metal needed to pay attention very carefully as they might get metallic poisoning. Manhwa has thought about the best approach to ingest blue mold and decides on the safest one. Manhwa asks them to drink a bowl of moldy horse milk once a day. The patients are a bit skeptical, however Manhwa threatens. If you don't listen to me and your limbs get rotten, then I will cut them off for you. Lieutenant Cho is quietly listening outside. Just trust and try it once a day. It is definitely effective for tetanus. At the mention of a cure, the lieutenant bursts in. Is that true? Manhwa turns around in surprise. Lieutenant Cho bursts into the medical tent with urgency. Is that true? He exclaims, catching everyone's attention. Manhwa, startled, spins around. Lieutenant Cho? He stammers. The lieutenant presses on, questioning the efficacy of spoiled horse milk for the metal poison. Manhwa, still in some shock, reassures. Yes, it's true that it can somehow prevent tetanus. However, the lieutenant, not entirely convinced, turns to Physician Bong, seeking confirmation. Physician Bong, is what this man said is true? Physician Bong, though uncertain, replies thoughtfully. I do not know this exactly, but seeing what Physician Y is capable of, I think it is effective. Lieutenant Cho, still skeptical, raises another valid concern. Then, won't their stomach get upset after eating spoiled food? He argues, concerned about other potential diseases. Feeling the pressure, Manhwa hesitates for a moment, gathering his thoughts as the lieutenant demands clarity. Answer me with certainty. Finally, Manhwa admits. Tetanus isn't a disease that can be easily fixed. I cannot say that drinking horse milk will absolutely prevent tetanus. He declares that if it can just raise the chance of patients' survival even by a little bit, he won't just give them spoiled horse milk, but he would even prescribe them poison. His face was determined and full of resolve. Lieutenant Cho, initially silent, mulls over this before somewhat yielding. Is that so? Turning around to leave, he acknowledges. I understood well. As he walks away, Manhwa reflects, fearing Lieutenant Cho might be affected by the metallic poison, too. Gathering his resolve, Manhwa follows, tentatively asking. Lieutenant, did you perhaps get metallic poison? Lieutenant Cho stares but doesn't answer. Manhwa recalls his experiences from his past life. He has seen patients who tried to hide their disease. Usually it was an embarrassing disease or when they want to hide the person who got the disease. He steps outside, asking plainly in the moonlit night, Do you have someone around you who got tetanus? The wind gently rustles as Lieutenant Cho takes a deep breath and, looking up, admits. My older brother got sick with the metallic poison. He reveals the dire situation. They were told he would need to be cut the ankle. Manhwa visualizes the gruesome procedure and concludes that cutting the ankle won't be effective. They should cut the spares too. With finality, he advises. Cutting the ankle won't be enough. Before it gets worse, about until the knees should. Only to be abruptly interrupted by Lieutenant Cho's outburst. Stop! The lieutenant, frustrated, declares. You may know much about tetanus, but the best physician in this region is treating my older brother. He warns Manhwa. Stop judging too rashly. Before turning away. Manhwa, clenching his fists, mutters. I'm not being rash. But the lieutenant tells him to go, and just is your job. Manhwa has no choice but to walk away. Later that night, the lieutenant pays a visit to the injured soldier's tent. Walking among his men, he marvels at Manhwa's ability. Did he save this many? He spots someone among the injured and falls to his knees. Troop Leader Wu. He is alive, how? The lieutenant recalls how the troop leader was mortally injured. He is in disbelief that Manhwa was able to save him. Troop Leader Wu sees the lieutenant and struggles to get up. The lieutenant tells him not to get up because he almost just died. The troop leader agrees that he thought so too, and smiles. Lieutenant Cho seeks answers. Did Physician Wa save him? Receiving confirming nods. Reflecting on the seemingly miraculous recoveries of men gutted by swords, arrows, and spears, he realizes the extent of Manhwa's skills. Contemplatively he muses. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would have thought that an immortal performed the miracles. Conviction stirs within him, wondering if Manhwa's unmatched medical prowess. Maybe he perhaps might be able to treat older brother too. A few days later, back in his workspace, Manhwa is found experimenting diligently. I did insert the mold from the herbal medicine into the cheese. He mutters, hopeful. Please get moldy. He wishes desperately, and with relief, witnesses the process succeed. Elation fills him. Good. It got moldy. Obio peers over his shoulder. Physician, why did you let such a rare cheese mold? Wanhwa replies. Because this mold will be saving people. His mind races as he thinks about how to refine and collect it. His face gleams with determination at the thought that he is so close to eradicating gram-positive bacteria. He thinks about the lieutenant briefly. But if the patient refuses to be treated, there is nothing I can do. In Lieutenant Cho's family residence, a man lies suffering. Cries of distress echo, while a woman watches while trying to hide her anguish. Outside the room, Lieutenant Cho holds back his tears, unable to bear his older brother's suffering. He didn't seem that bad after I gave him the spoiled horse milk, the lieutenant remarks as his brother's coughs echoed in the room. But doubt lingers in the air if it was really curing him. The woman in purple robes looks down, clearly troubled, as she walks away with her attendant. Get the physician's song inside, commands the woman to Incho. Incho, with furrowed brows, quickly retorts. That physician has no skill to treat older brother. Ignoring his remark, she insists. But that physician made him better the most. How can I trust other infamous ones? With a resigned sigh, Incho responds. Well, there are no other physicians anymore who can cure my brother on Chohyan's land. But he remembers the young physician that saved countless lives of his men. I know someone who can cure tetanus, he declares. Is that really true? Where is he? She questions in desperation. He is here in Chohyan, Incho replies. The lady calls out urgently. Is anyone there? Prepare the horse immediately. She orders them to fetch him and treat him politely. With that order, she leaves, slamming the door behind her. Please take care of this wisely, mother, Incho requests, his voice carrying a note of deep concern. In the slum village, Wanhwa is busy at his experiments when he hears the approach of a horse. A military official calls out to him. Sir Wabu, as he looks up in surprise. With panic in his voice, the official explains. Mr. Cho. Lieutenant Cho's brother is critically ill. Please hurry. Wanhwa hesitates. Wait. I will just get one thing. And dashes inside his humble home. Grabbing a white bottle with purpose, Wanhwa reassures himself. It's good. The penicillin has somehow gathered a little. With haste, they mount the horse and dash off towards Lieutenant Cho. It has already been 10 days since I heard that the ankle was cut, reflects Wanhwa as they ride as fast as the horse can take them. I hope there is enough time left. The horse moves swiftly through the village, and the vast green hills lead them back to the compound. Quickly, the water! Our big young master is critically ill! Panicked voices filled the courtyard. Come in quickly! Incho beckons as they arrive. Wanhwa observes Incho's stride as they walk, and he notices something wrong with his foot. Perhaps? Wanhwa thinks to himself. Let's get inside first, Incho says. All the while Wanhwa observes the foot. Wanhwa doesn't want to jump to conclusions. He must have just tripped. Let's not judge so rashly. At the entrance to the room, Incho announces. I have brought the physician. Take him inside. You must have been tired coming this far. The lady's voice calls out. Where is he? I told you to take him. The matriarch demands. Incho's hand gestures towards Wanhwa. Here. This boy is the physician I was talking about. The lady glares at Wanhwa in silence. Are you saying you will put the life of your brother under his responsibility? Incho defends Wanhwa. He is really young, but he is a great physician, mother. I have clearly seen him saving the soldiers who had no chance to survive. The doubt lingers, though. I won't say much more since he still came this far. But I cannot let this kid who isn't even over 20 years old to handle your brother, she argues. Incho tries to argue. Isn't medical arts all about experience? The matriarch retorts while nervously walking around. Since we have Chohyan's best physician song, let's just watch him more, she declares. Then I will be returning now. Wanhwa suddenly takes his leave. Before anyone can respond, the room fills with panic. The ailing patient stirs violently, crying out in agony. Members of the family rush to his side, calling out his name in desperate cries. Wanhwa stands with resolute determination in his eyes. It's already too late, he articulates, seeing the scene before him. As night falls and Wanhwa arrives back in the village, the official apologizes. Madam was actually a kind and wise person, but after our big young master became like that, she got sensitive. The official explains with a tired voice. Wanhwa understands, thinking, well, as a parent, if they were put in such a situation, that is the normal reaction. Reflecting a bit further, Wanhwa narrows his thoughts. That doesn't bother me much, but big young master probably wouldn't last for more than a few days. The official is shocked at this. If he is in such a critical condition, then you, sir, can. The official implores urgently. Wanhwa simply shakes his head. No. Not just me, but even if anyone comes, it will be hard. Wanhwa adds. And it seems to me that Lieutenant Cho was limping his leg. Did he perhaps got stabbed by an iron? The official replies that he was injured by a booby trap, but it wasn't a big wound. So I was right. Manhwa concludes. If so, Lieutenant Cho might have already got tetanus too, he says. Manhwa makes a crucial request. Please make sure to tell the physician to check up on him. Shock etched into his face and worry filling his eyes, the official nods sharply. A few days have passed and Manhwa is back at the slum village seeing patients. Inside the makeshift clinic, Manhwa sits cross-legged, performing acupuncture on a villager who looks relieved and says, "It looks like you have gotten a lot better." Manhwa reassures. "Just a few more needles in and you'll be." But suddenly a loud sound startles everyone. Manhwa, annoyed, thinks to himself, "Seriously, why the hell would you be catching a pig in this place?" Narrowly avoiding poking a sensitive spot by mistake. Manhwa steps out to check the commotion. Physician Bang is outside, practicing with a large pig on the ground. Manhwa comments, "Whoa, looks like you are working really hard," which startles the old physician. Bang defends his hard work, saying, "I'm trying to learn more about medicine, so isn't it a given that I should work hard?" While Manhwa jokes, "But do you really have to do it here?" Bang retorts, blaming a certain person for his lack of improvement. He justifies, "And this pig will die anyway. If I do it here, wouldn't our poor villagers be able to fill up their bellies?" Manhwa sighs and concedes. "Then, shall we try suturing now?" Manhwa suggests. Bang grunts and watches closely as Manhwa demonstrates how to stitch properly. He finishes with a confident, "Done." Bang is baffled. "Wasn't that too fast?" Manhwa points out, "Precision is more important than speed. You can increase the speed afterward." To which Bang laments, "But won't the pig die if you do it too slow?" The two argue while Bang keeps stitching. Until finally Bang announces, "I did it! Young Master Wa, it's a success!" Only for the pig to drop dead immediately. Bang bemoans, "I was almost there." While Manhwa responds, "That's unfortunate. You could have saved him." Manhwa adds with a pride at Bang's improvement. Over at Lieutenant Incho's compound, Incho angrily yells, "You bastard! Didn't you say you could save him?" Facing him, the physician stammers, "I did my best." Enraged, Incho retorts, "Are you seriously saying that in this situation?" The physician explains, "No one else could have saved him, Officer Cho. Even the medicine god himself." Lady Cho listens in grief. Lady Cho demands everyone to leave, including her son. She closes the door with a heavy heart. Frustrated, Incho punches a post in anger, muttering, "I should have pushed harder." Overwhelmed with grief, he doesn't notice that his foot is getting worse and worse. In the village, the people are gathering for a feast. Manhwa enjoys the meal, attracting attention with his big bites. A villager approaches Manhwa urgently. "Excuse me, Physician Wa. Can you please take a look at this guy?" Pointing to another villager who stepped on an iron spike. Manhwa looks at the wound on the villager's foot and thinks, Everyone gathers around, speculating it might be tetanus. The wounded villager, panicked, asks, "Then am I going to die?" Manhwa and Physician Bang decide to treat the wound. Manhwa confidently states, "You don't need to cut it. It's still in the early stages, so you'll be fine." Bang is startled that Manhwa is able to treat it. 4 days later, the foot shows significant improvement. Bang is amazed. "What in the world is this miracle? I can't believe the swelling subsided in only 4 days." He is curious about the treatment method. He resolves to watch Manhwa carefully from now on. He clenches his fists in victory. New medical arts are now within his grasp. But before anything could happen, Manhwa tosses him out of the room. "Get lost." Bang, desperate, bangs on the door, pleading to be accepted as a disciple. Meanwhile, an urgent message arrives for Physician Bang. "Officer Cho fell," the messenger announces. Lady Cho insists that Physician Bang personally attend to him. Bang hesitantly agrees. Manhwa, observing, notes, "As expected, with tetanus we should." At the government compound, Physician Bang examines Joe's condition. Lifting the covers, he confirms his suspicion of tetanus. Incho groans in pain, with Lady Cho anxiously asking, "Do you know what disease it is?" Bang cautiously replies, "I'm not sure yet, but I guess." Incho finishes for him. "It's tetanus." Manhwa had already informed them. Lady Cho is overwhelmed with the realization, staggering backward and ultimately fainting. Incho cries out, "Mother!" Physician Bang checks the pulse of Lady Cho and looks relieved at the results. "That's good," replies Incho, visibly relaxing. Physician Bang looks at him questioningly. "Okay, go ahead and tell me." With a hint of despair, Incho explains, "My brother died even after cutting his feet. But I can't afford to die like him." He continues, So, before it's too late, please ask Physician Hua to cut off my feet. Physician Bong is shocked, his eyes widening. He goes on to lament that his life in the military would end, but he could still live life as a son. Physician Bong's expression softens, but he shakes his head sadly. I'm sorry to tell you this, but we can't do that. Cho thinks he doesn't have a chance. But Physician Bong corrects him. Right now, Physician Hua has been treating tetanus patients without cutting their feet. Lady Cho suddenly bursts out. Is that really true? While tears stream down her face. Back in the village, someone calls out loudly. Physician Hua! Hua is startled by the shout and looks up from the notes she was studying. Hua's eyes widen in surprise. Officer, Lieutenant Cho is still conscious, right? He asks him anxiously. Yes, the officer confirms. Grabbing his bag hastily, Hua declares, Let's go! Before running out of the room. Back in the compound, Cho remains silent, letting his mother continue her apology. Reflecting on her treatment of the physician, she admits, I mistreated and kicked out such a person that way. Back inside, Cho reassures his mother. It will be fine, mother. Patients are always his priority. Cho says with a smile. Suddenly, the sliding door slams open. General Chicho storms in and exclaims, In! Are you alright? He spots them all sitting. Why are you sitting instead of lying down? He roars. No time for greetings. Get ready quickly. General Chicho directs. We found a great physician in Aniclimax, so let's go there. Lady Cho's shock is apparent, as she stumbles away from a chair in amazement. Cho and Lady Cho stand facing the general. With pleading urgency, she says, Right now, a really good physician is coming. I think we should let him take a look first then. General Chicho, ignoring his wife's words, rages. You mean those bastards who let Song die? Lady Cho tries to stay calm, but the general continues his tirade. Those dogs! If I just caught even one of them, they won't die peacefully. He lashes out further. I also heard that you even brought a kid who smelled like spoiled breast milk. Lady Cho's eyes widen as she spots Hua entering. No! Lady Cho anxiously whispers. General Chicho stays firm as he orders them to prepare for departure. Prepare to leave right now! Lady Cho spots a closet with a lock. Her facial expression changes into stern determination. You two, get ready! General Cho urgently tells Cho. She rushes forward and pushes against the general, surprising him. The general tumbles into the room with a shout. General Chicho looks stunned and confused. My dear! What are? Seeing her opportunity, Lady Cho locks the door from the inside. From inside, the general calls. Hello, my lady? What are you doing? Open this right away. Hua opens the door as surprised by the scene. Madam? Hua and Lady Cho exchange glances. Lady Cho, overcome, falls to her knees and pleads. Please save my son. Hua grasps the distressed mother's hands, reacting to her plea. With a calm demeanor, he assures. Don't worry about it, madam. After a while, the door is unlocked and the general bursts out angrily. What is the meaning of this? Lady Cho, taking a deep breath, states firmly. I have found a physician who can cure tetanus. General Chicho, eyes wide with fury, yells. What do you mean? Didn't I just say that I found a physician in Aniclimax? Lady Cho remains resolute, explaining. Because of my foolishness, I made Song die. She looks up defiantly at the general and promises. I won't let Cho die just like that. Lieutenant Cho is brought to the village clinic. Hua inspects his infected foot. He finds it weird that it has not stiffened yet despite the dire condition it was in. Let me touch it a little, he requests, hoping to discern more. It hurts, Cho says, still looking calm and reserved. Hua narrows his eyes. That's not the face of someone in pain. You are extraordinary. Others may not be able to talk if with this much infection. Cho reveals the secret. It's because I am circulating my inner energy. Hua is wide-eyed and intrigued. Inner energy? He questions him further. Did you also learn inner chi technique? Cho confirms, though in pain. Just a little. Hua thinks that it was just like his second brother Wabun. Can you really fix it? Cho finally asks, hopeful. Hua, ever confident, responds with a thumbs up. Of course. You can go back to the way things were before. Cho, grateful, softly says. Thank you. While Hua gets ready for the next step. But first, drink this all. Hua insists, handing him a mysterious bottle. Cho hesitates. What is this? Hua's explanation is funny yet precise. Just think that it's hard liquor. It will lessen the pain. Cho smirks, confident in his endurance. Do you think I will get knocked out by one bottle of alcohol? He opens it with a pop, and drinks it down. However, after downing the contents, reality hits hard, and Incho collapses, proving Wanhwa's assumption right. Wanhwa snickers to herself, readying for the real task at hand. After a while, Incho regains consciousness and finds his foot tied up. Wanhwa quips, "You woke up earlier than I thought?" Incho asks anxiously, "Is it done?" Wanhwa reassures him, "All the basic things are done. But trouble looms. But it's bad. The trismus has started too." And calculating his options, he realizes intravenous is the best option, but laments the needle issue. His thoughts drift to a solution. "I have to first solve my syringe needle problem. Lieutenant, do you know any blacksmith who got really good skill?" he asks Incho. "Payachung is the best blacksmith in Xiao County," Incho informs. Wanhwa recognizes him from before. That person?" He then rushes, sketching out the design. "He has to make something like this. This is urgent. Within today." Incho sternly orders his soldier to deliver the design. "Go and tell the blacksmith Payachung." Wanhwa's confidence grows seeing the expedited message, thinking, "Good. If I just have that." At the blacksmith is a bit unsure about the job. "This one will be hard. The official says it will aid in Cho's healing." With a confident smile, the officer declares, "Lieutenant will be fine. A great physician Wabu is treating him." The smith is surprised to hear that name again. The official pleads, "Please make this within a day." Back at the clinic, Incho's foot suddenly worsens. He deduces the condition escalated after Incho stopped using his inner energy. He wishes he had the syringe needle, but realizes he can't waste any more time. Obio rushes in, bringing the two physicians with him. With all three of them scrubbed up, he says, "Are you all ready for this?" He begins the operation, cutting into the swollen foot. A tremendous amount of blood bursts out. The two physicians are taken aback, but Wanhwa remains calm. They're amazed that Wanhwa is calm. Meanwhile, Wanhwa notices that an abscess has already formed. He recognizes there's no choice. He decides to use a makeshift solution, aiming to infuse penicillin directly into the vein with a pig's vein. His unconventional method shocks the two physicians. Suddenly, Incho starts to convulse and froth at the mouth. With certainty, he declares, "This amount can't cause a shock," but is baffled by Incho's severe muscle seizures. Incho's convulsions continue. Wanhwa curses under his breath. Physician Suk tries to hold him down while Physician Bong rushes to his pack. Suk calls out for Physician Bong to hurry. Bong's steady hands prepare the acupuncture needles with precision and efficacy. Incho is stabilized after the needles are applied skillfully. The two physicians tell Wanhwa to continue the treatment, while they hold down the body. Wanhwa, with a sense of relief and gratitude, thanks them for their help. Some time after, Incho slowly regains consciousness. He looks around groggily, and hears some voices speaking. "It's good. The result is really good." Wanhwa, tending to another patient's foot, shares the good news with a smile. "I guess you don't have to come back here anymore." He promises full mobility after 5 days of recovery. The patient, brimming with gratitude, gives him a deep bow for saving his life. He rummages in his tattered clothes, offers a small pouch as payment. "I don't have much, but please take this." Wanhwa, shaking his head with a chuckle, reminds him of their agreement, herbal medicine as payment. The patient replies that it wasn't enough for saving his family. Wanhwa adamantly refuses the money meant for the family's food. Wanhwa calls out to Obio, who pulls the patient away. Wanhwa approaches Incho, surprised to see him awake, and shares a mix of good news. Wanhwa reveals, "I guess we don't have to cut off the leg," to Incho's visible relief. Proudly, Wanhwa adds, "I kept my promise." Incho, realizing the gravity of the situation and the efforts taken, thanks Wanhwa sincerely. He asks when he will be able to fully recover. Wanhwa gives an overly sweet smile, and starts scolding the lieutenant, telling him he shouldn't have endured it like a stupid bear and got it treated earlier rather than coming when it got so bad that it nearly got cut off. Wanhwa blazes, "That's why before the problem grew bigger, I told you to come quickly. Am I wrong?" The next day, the grateful past patient returns with freshly picked herbs. Wanhwa thanks him for picking the best herbs, and the patient tries to leave hurriedly. Before he could leave, however, Wanhwa empties the bag on the floor and a small pouch falls out. "Obio, catch him!" Wanhwa orders. "How dare you sneak in here?" Wanhwa shouts, throwing the money back. The patient shouts at him to just take his payment. Wanhwa is exasperated yet impressed by the quick recovery. As Wanhwa is washing up, Incho asks him why he didn't take the payment. He mentions that Wanhwa needed money to live and treat more patients. Wanhwa points to the herbs, saying that he already took payment. Outside, someone listens in on their conversation. It's Incho's father, the general. Wanhwa continues explaining that was nonsense not being able to get treated because they didn't have money. Encho asks if he was not planning to take payment for his treatment. Manhwa laughs at the ridiculousness. Chicho walks back out. Lady Cho is waiting in her sedan. You came back? She says. The general ignores her query and gets on his horse. A few days later, Manhwa is happy with Encho's recovery and thinks he can go home soon. Encho asks him somberly what would have happened if he was able to treat his older brother. Manhwa replies that he didn't know. It was the physician's job to treat, depends on the patients if they get better. He encourages Encho to focus on getting better. Manhwa smiles and says, just like you promised your mother, I will make you get old before you die. Encho recalls how they treated Manhwa, expresses how embarrassed he was. Manhwa suddenly pulls up a chair and sits facing Encho. Playfully, Manhwa tells him they should settle his treatment expenses. What? You want me to teach you inner energy? He reacts in complete surprise. Encho says this technique was a family secret which they are not allowed to share. Manhwa looks disappointed, so he asks why he wanted to learn something like that since he's a physician. He explains that he almost died before, he was stabbed twice. He did not want to die like that because he wanted to save as many lives as he could. Encho realizes how selfless a person Manhwa was. His reasoning convinces Encho. He agrees to convince his father. Encho has finally returned to the Cho residence. Inside, he and his father share a quiet moment over tea. Father! Encho nervously utters, pausing to drink from his cup before continuing. I have something to tell you. Chicho calmly replies. Sure. How's your body now? Encho reassures him. I should be able to ride a horse sooner or later. His father offers to pay for his treatment. In deep thought, Encho responds, I don't think he wants money, but instead, teach him our family's internal energy arts. Realizing the true request, Chicho contemplates. So it's not about money, instead he wanted to know about internal energy arts? Encho confirms with a slight bow, yes. If it had been an absurd request, I would have to deny it. Chicho states, setting his cup down with finality. He decides that since Encho has been cured, he can take care of the fees himself. Chicho turns away, maintaining his stoic demeanor. That art is a cheap price to pay for a child's life. Morning breaks over the village. Mr. Physician, I'm here. A man announces as he arrives with a basket of herbs. The man comments about the difficulty of digging up the herbs. The man mentions that he feels tired after climbing up the mountain, which surprises Manhwa. He also shares that some fields were plagued with spikes planted by bandits. He notes that it wasn't enough nut grass, which was a good pain reliever for his mom. Is there any other place where you can get more nut grass? Manhwa inquires, worry etched on his face. The response is disheartening. But the field is full of spikes. Determined, Manhwa decides. Then I will come with you. He mentions that he needs a lot of these herbs. The two set out to gather nut herbs. Climbing the treacherous terrain, cautious steps lead them to patches riddled with spikes. As Manhwa examines, they place these spikes to block the road. They start clearing the rusted and scattered spikes. Suddenly, the man reacts with a start. He lets out a scream. Sir? Manhwa calls out, rushing over. There's a person over there? The older man exclaims, fear visible in his eyes. Manhwa approaches, confirming. A human body. It seems he was eaten by a wild animal. Nearby, he finds a weapon not standard to the military, and wonders if they were bandits. The man points to another body. This leads them to conclude that they really were bandits. Manhwa discovers the second body gripping a small box tightly secured to his hand with cloth. He pulls out the contents of the box. He reads the paper in surprise and grits his teeth in anger. What's wrong? The man asks, perplexed. Manhwa covers up quickly and makes up an excuse. The man accepts the clarification. Manhwa then decides that they collected enough grass for the day. The man is surprised they were going home so soon. Manhwa insists. Let's go now. Back at the farmhouse, Manhwa drops off their haul. We're back, Manhwa announces. Encho, preoccupied with reading, welcomes them. Manhwa explains the decision to collect the spikes, adding, but still, we can make some money selling them. Manhwa reflects the conversation he had with the servant Wang Sam about corruption in the army. Maybe the army paid the bandits. He recalls Wang Sam saying. Manhwa says, I have something to show you. Startled, Encho repeats. What is it? The mysterious parchment has cryptic dates and numbers, shocking Encho. Enraged, he demands, what son of B did this? Manhwa tells him. For security reasons, I will write down in text. He writes on the floor that he found the note on a bandit. Encho, barely containing his anger, acknowledges the gravity of the situation. He writes down that the information was a military secret. Manhwa confirms that he definitely found it on a bandit. Did someone sell out the military secrets to the bandits? He speculates, his anger barely under control. Thank you. Incho thanks Wanhwa for this discovery. Incho takes a deep breath and wonders if he will be in debt to him forever. Right, I will teach you the inner energy arts. I got permission from my father, he declares. Wanhwa's excitement is palpable. Oh, really? Wanhwa asks if they could start after Incho's treatment. Showing off his restored vigor, Incho exclaims, "We can do it now." But Wanhwa reminds him that if his wound worsens he will need to cut off his knee. Incho quickly changes his mind. Wanhwa's final remark underscores the practicality. If you go investigating around with this condition, anyone would notice it easily. They say, to fool your enemy, you should fool your ally first. Wanhwa advises. Incho, taken aback, stammers, "Yeah, that's right." As the reality of Wanhwa's words sinks in, Incho thinks to himself, "This kid, isn't he talking about military strategies?" He wonders in amazement who Wanhwa really was. It is morning at the Wa family home. Inside the dining area, chopsticks clatter as the brothers enjoy a hearty breakfast. Wanhwa stands up and announces, "I will get going first." Wa Bak, still munching on some greens, asks with a hint of concern, "Are you going out again to play physician?" Wanhwa, smiling, clarifies, "No, I just have some business to take care of in the Songda merchant group. I have to find something about an abandoned mine." Wa Bak raises an eyebrow. "Are you thinking of mining gold?" Wanhwa chuckles. "No, I am planning to make something like a decoction." Wa Bak suggests, "You might need money if you are borrowing an abandoned mine. Do you have the money required? Just tell me if you need it. I can still give you some." Wanhwa declines politely. "No. It's fine." Wanhwa reflects on the many patients who have offered to pay him. "I have earned enough money." Waving goodbye, he says, "I will be going now." The brothers look on in stunned silence. Wa Bak asks thoughtfully, "Are there that many patients in that little village?" Wa Bun replies, "I've heard there are a lot of them, but he doesn't take any money." Wa Bun, still chewing, muses, "Perhaps those rumors were true?" Wa Bak looks puzzled. "Rumors?" Wa Bun elaborates, "I heard that Lieutenant Cho had tetanus, but Wanhwa cured him." Wa Bak is taken aback, recalling, "Tetanus? Isn't tetanus a disease that cannot be cured?" Wa Bun nods. "Yes, it is. That's why I was ignoring the rumor." But Wa Bun mentions that he saw Lieutenant Cho going in and out of that village. "I am sure he has saved many people. He is also quite famous among soldiers and officials," Wa Bun adds. Thinking aloud, Wa Bun ponders, "If Wanhwa cured Lieutenant Cho's tetanus, it all makes sense, doesn't it? Whatever it is, tetanus or not, Wanhwa must have cured something that Physician Song couldn't." Wa Bun adds another piece to the puzzle. "There was also a rumor that Physician Bong is learning medical arts from Wanhwa," Wa Bak exclaims. "That Physician Bong, who is one of the 3 best physicians of Chiao County." "Yes, that's the Physician Bong I am talking about," confirms Wa Bun. Finally, Wa Bun concludes, "If all the rumors are true, it simply means that Wanhwa's skills are better than that of Physician Song and Bong. Wanhwa is indeed very talented," Wa Bak admits. "But what a shame, really a shame. If he opted to become a scholar, our family would have become wealthy." Wa Bun interjects, with his mouth half full. "In my opinion, it is fortunate that Wanhwa chose to study medical arts." Wa Bun reflects on the power and influence held by the Cho family, ruling all official positions in Chiao County, and it would have been hard for Wanhwa to succeed there. With a polite cough, Wa Bak says, "Since my stomach is full, I will head back to read books." Wa Bak quietly contemplates if he should try for the scholar exam again next year. Wa Bun smiles after his older brother. He has got a little softer now. I'm sure later, older brother will also acknowledge the decision made by Wanhwa. Meanwhile, Wa Bun's thoughts wander to Wanhwa's connection to the Songga merchant group. Suddenly, a realization hits him, and he remembers the time the guy almost killed his friend. Wa Bun remembers. I am sure his surname was Song. Was his name John Pen Song? Wa Bun then exclaims. So he was one of the Songga merchant group. In another part of town, a servant informs his master John Pen Song. Someone named Wabu from the Wa family is looking for you. The master frowns slightly. Wabu from the Wa family? But the Wa family isn't really worth seeing. He remembers Waba to the incident at the inn. He wonders aloud. Why is he here? I am sure I paid enough money that day. He only had bad memories of that day and did not want to remember it. Despite his reservations, he greets Wabu enthusiastically. Mr. Wa, it's been a while. Suspiciously, he thinks. Perhaps he is here to borrow money, knowing we are a merchant group? Wabu bows slightly, returning the pleasantries. It's been a while, Mr. Song. How were you doing all this time? As Mr. Song pours some tea, he inquires. What brings you here? Wabu begins. I am planning to rent an abandoned mine near So village. I heard it is owned by the Songda merchant group. Mr. Song recognizes the place. Ah, that abandoned mine. But if you rent it, even if you find gold there, you might not be able to claim it as yours. Wabu explains. I just thought that abandoned mine is a great place to keep medicines since this medicine is sensitive to temperature. Mr. Song's curiosity is piqued. He suddenly shows up and is looking for a mine shaft. He wonders how much Wabu can afford and suggests they talk more over food. As Wabu bites into a sweet treat, he revels. Sweet! Is this honey? Since there is no sugar in this era, it must be honey. In Song's mind, he sees how happy Wabu is with sweets and imagines the inevitable negotiation. Wabu, meanwhile, is still daydreaming about the sweetness, thinks about how sincere the guy was during that incident. I guess you won't charge much? Mr. Song smoothly suggests. I guess I will need 100 coins every month. A shocked Wabu processes this. So it is 100 coins per month and not per annum. Wabu stammers. Okay then. I need some time to rethink. As Wabu's anger simmers, he mutters to himself. Repay my ass. With 100 coins per month, I would rather hire someone to dig a cave. With a grin, Mr. Song thinks. So he just left. It kind of bothers me, but it doesn't matter. And then he reaffirms his stance. Because I don't have to keep relationships with a rundown family. Manhwa returns back to his clinic. Manhwa's face is one of frustration. Incho asks, Did it go well? I guess not. I can see it on your face. He was treating me like an idiot. He replies angrily. Incho hands him a box. Chumpyo sent this for you. Manhwa perks up. Oh, it is better than I imagined. Manhwa marvels at the instruments. He smiles and thinks, I must teach Obio how to use this. He might be able to assist me. He then reflects on the future possibilities. If a precise operation is possible, then we can easily perform gallbladder removal surgery on our mother. The next morning, Manhwa pays a visit to his mother. Manhwa steps through the door and announces, I am back. His mother, who is resting in bed, responds, Come in. There's a tender moment as Manhwa asks, How are you feeling now? And she answers with a smile. I got a lot better. Although she's not completely well, she admits that the medicine prescribed by Manhwa has significantly improved her condition. Manhwa, staying focused on her health, asks to take a quick look. He checks her hand, asking how it feels, and she mentions it's a little stiff. Manhwa moves on to another area and asks, What about here? To which she responds that it doesn't hurt that much. Suddenly, his mother cries out in pain, causing Manhwa to worry. He asks her why it hurts so much but quickly recognizes the symptoms of intestinal ischemia. He reflects on how rapidly the complications have emerged, the issues with the bile juice secretion, and the hardening of the small intestine. Manhwa mutters to himself. Cholecystitis alone won't make the small intestine harden this fast. Realizing there must be another reason. A sudden epiphany hits him. Could it be the liver? He checks further and finds out the symptoms of a fatty liver, noticing the swelling. The situation has gotten more complicated. Concerned, Manhwa asks her if she's been feeling more tired lately. She confesses that no matter how much she sleeps, she always feels exhausted and her whole body aches. As Manhwa continues examining her, pressing a spot that causes significant pain, he concludes that her swollen liver and gallbladder meridians are in pain due to the swelling. Manhwa decides to use acupuncture to buy some time but admits to himself that the process will be hard. He muses over the critical nature of his mother's condition, realizing if they don't act, she could start having acute seizures within 3 months. To solve the root cause, Manhwa commits to understanding why her condition has deteriorated so quickly. A housemaid approaches with medication. Politely, he asks the maid, Can I have a word with you? They step outside and Manhwa bluntly asks if his mother drinks alcohol. The maid stammers, denying it awkwardly, which only confirms Manhwa's suspicions. He understands the culture against women drinking alcohol, and suspects overconsumption of alcohol, and side snacks may be part of the issue. Pressed further, the maid nervously reveals that Lady Wa eats a lot of pork fat as a side snack. Manhwa is horrified, recognizing this as the worst possible combination for her condition. He realizes that the amount of fat and alcohol would naturally lead to a fatty liver. Manhwa heads back to his mother and firmly instructs, You are not allowed to drink alcohol and eat meat for a while. Lady Wa's feeble attempt to deny drinking alcohol makes Manhwa elaborate on the harmful effects of pork fat. Manhwa reassures her that there's no shame in drinking alcohol, but insists she must stop for her health. Curious, he questions her on why she chose pork fat as a snack. Nevertheless, he promises to earn money soon to buy her lots of beef, bringing a light-hearted moment amidst the tension. She laughs softly and agrees. After confirming Lady Wa has taken her medicines, Manhwa leaves with a focused mind, pondering over the limited time available. He plans to quickly train Obio if they're going to perform surgery. Later that day, Manhwa heads to the Cho residence carrying a bag of spikes. He reflects on Lady Cho's persistent efforts to pay him, realizing he cannot keep rejecting their financial help. Finally, he steps inside and announces himself. Manhwa greets Lady Cho politely. Lady Cho expresses curiosity about the peculiar items he brought, and Manhwa explains they are the iron traps that bandits scattered, which caused Lieutenant Cho to contract tetanus. Lady Cho's face hardens and asks why he brought it here. Over tea, Manhwa hopes the Cho family will buy the traps, preventing further tetanus cases from the scattered traps on the mountain. He even conveys his awkwardness in rejecting payment for treatment services and proposes selling the traps at a higher cost to help fund his medical practice. Lady Cho appreciates Manhwa's genuine heart and noble cause. She agrees to buy the iron traps. And since Manhwa did not set the price, she hoped he would accept the price that she the buyer sets. As she reveals the amount, Manhwa is astonished to behold 100 silver coins. Manhwa nervously questions, "But isn't this too much as a price for mere iron traps?" Lady Cho calmly replies, "Didn't I say that since I am the buyer, I will decide the price?" Manhwa is shocked at the amount. "I hope you don't use all these only for the patients," says Lady Cho. A voice calls from outside the room. "Excuse me, mother!" Lady Cho looks on, puzzled. Cho bursts into the room angrily. "That Wabu! I heard that the physician is here." Cho grabs Wabu's arm. "Do you have any idea how searching I've been for you? How can you make the man who will teach you look for you?" grumbles Cho. Manhwa feebly replies, "I was busy too. I have lots of patience." Lady Cho watches them leave and smiles at their bickering. Outside, Cho shouts, "Hello? Tell the head of the Wa family that physician Wa can't come back home today." Wabu, frustrated, yells back, "Why are you deciding my schedule? The sun is already setting." Manhwa and Cho are still in the courtyard. Cho somberly starts teaching. "The secret martial art from our family is Immortal Chief Lo. There is a legend that our great-grandfather's father." Cho drones on endlessly about the history of this art. Cho tells him to swear not to share this art to others. Not even his children. With a serious expression, Cho warns, "If you break your promise, the gods of heaven will punish you, and the name of your ancestors will be ruined." He adds the most critical point. "And the most important thing is that all people with the surname of Cho will see you as their enemy." Perspiring slightly, Wabu admits, "A little scary." Cho leads Wabu away, announcing, "Then now, I will teach you." Cho explains, "The most important thing in Immortal Chief Lo is breathing. Spread your leg as wide as your shoulder and..." Cho demonstrates the breathing technique. "Breathe in with your stomach as if you are pulling up the sky and the land." Determined, Wabu replies with a confident, "Okay." Wabu follows along, imitating Cho carefully. An hour passes. Wabu seems worn out. "I am only breathing, but I feel tired," he asks. "But is it normal for your stomach to feel hot like this?" Cho brushes it off. "Don't overreact. Your stomach must be just warm." He reaches out and touches Wabu's stomach. Cho is shocked to feel internal chi. "The amount is feeble, but I am sure that this is inner chi. It has only been an hour, but he already got this much inner chi?" Wabu curiously asks, "Is everything all right?" Bewildered, Cho wonders, "What the hell is this kid?" Out loud, Wabu expresses his gratitude. "Thank you." He promises to keep training even back home. As Wabu walks off, Cho's mind races. It's not possible that he already has an inner chi. I must have made a mistake. But he really has great talent. Cho wonders aloud. Just by seeing it once, he imitated all those. When I was beginning, it took me 4 days, but that kid completed it within only an hour. A man approaches the blacksmith calling, "Brother Chung." Chung cheerfully replies, Older brother Park Lee. Come in. Come in." Park Lee, now closer, comments, "It's been a while, brother Pyo Chung." Park Lee draws a sword from his belongings, explaining, "I got this sword from Heinwei, and I would like it sharpened." Chung, delighted, asks excitedly, "Have you finally got a promotion?" Looking pensive, Park Lee responds, "I was promoted to the head of the office, but I'm actually planning to step down." Chung is puzzled and exclaims, "But you look completely fine?" Park Lee sighs, "Since I cannot hold a spear anymore, I don't have much choice," and reveals a significant scar. "Do I still look fine?" Astonished, Chung asks, "How did you survive? Did you perhaps face a weird fate?" Park Lee nods. "Well, it was indeed a weird fate." With realization dawning, Chung gasps, "Physician Wa? Is he talking about that divine doctor who treated Lieutenant Cho's tetanus?" Outside, a mysterious pair is approaching, with the taller one introducing, "This is the place. It is Manhwa and one of Cho's men." They inquire, "Is the blacksmith here?" The blacksmith and his friend greet the visitors. The man introduces the blacksmith to Manhwa. They are visibly shocked. Physician Hua? Wanhwa warmly introduces himself formally with, "It's nice to meet you. My name is Wabu," shocking Chung into thinking, "This kid is that divine doctor? I have finally met you, sir," Park Lee exclaims, bowing deeply. Confused, Wabu asks, "What? Why?" He then questions, "Were you perhaps on the mountain with bandits?" Lee recalls, "Yes, I was there. You treated me with my torn stomach." Wabu, enthusiastic, responds, "That's great," and asks to take a look at the scar. Park Lee looks shocked. "Sir, why are you doing this?" Wabu explains, "I didn't get the chance to check after then." As Wabu gets ready to examine closer, he assures, "Let's talk after I check it." As Wanhwa examines the cut, he remembers that Park Lee was the one whose intestines got cut. Park Lee is shocked. "What do you mean got cut? Wasn't it just outside of my stomach?" Wanhwa replies that if it was just came out calmly, he wouldn't have had such problems. He asks if the man's stool was still black. The man stammers, clearly bewildered. "How did you know that?" The blacksmith looks on in amazement. "He saved a man whose intestine was cut." Wanhwa proceeds to give advice about farts. Wanhwa explains, "It is because there is still bleeding in your intestine. If you get a stool with a gold color, that means it has healed well, so take care of yourself until then." He advises not to drink any alcohol. Park Lee groans, "Can I just drink for one day? I was supposed to buy some drinks because I got a promotion." Wanhwa retorts humorously, "Oh, okay then. About next year, at this time of the year, I will also pour alcohol on your grave." The patient quickly backtracks. No, I won't drink," Wanhwa continues. "And from now on, avoid salty and spicy food, oily food as much as possible, and also good to eat food made up of cows or sheep's milk." Wanhwa then hands something to the patient. "And this? What medicine is this?" the patient asks. Wanhwa replies, "A medicine that can help your body, even if the wound gets bad. And it is also the medicine for treating tetanus." Park Lee is scared that he also has tetanus. Wanhwa shakes her head. "It isn't necessarily a tetanus but an infect. I mean, it can also stop other diseases." Lee wonders at the preciousness of the medicine. Wanhwa affirms, "It is precious, but it is cheaper than a person's life." Suddenly Payachung speaks up, introducing himself and expressing his gratitude. "I owe a lot to you. Thanks to you, I was able to save lots of people," says Wanhwa with gratitude. Wanhwa, looking thoughtful, says, "So, there is something I'd like to say." Before he can continue, Payachung, almost in a panic, asks, "Is it true that you can treat tetanus?" The lieutenant's man accompanying Wanhwa confirms, "I can guarantee that. Thanks to Physician Hua, the lieutenant is alive." Curious, Wanhwa asks, "Perhaps did you also get tetanus?" Payachung shakes his head, explaining that some blacksmiths did. Wanhwa firmly states, "If it is tetanus, I have to check them first. I have to know how far it has proceeded." With concern growing, Wanhwa murmurs, "Then perhaps." Payachung hesitates. "How much would it cost?" Payachung nervously inquires. Wanhwa, realizing why Payachung hesitated, tells the lieutenant's man to fetch Obio. "Since we're here already, let me just check them a little." The room feels heavy as he assesses the patients. Her eyes widen. "Oh, all 5 of them got tetanus?" The blacksmith confirms, pointing. "I am certain that these 3 got tetanus, and we are just suspicious of these 2. The other 4 are having a hard time moving," he finishes. Wanhwa looks distressed. Wanhwa begins the examinations, determined. "Shall I check the one who feels the worst first?" He is led to a row of sick men, lying in rough conditions. Payachung reveals, "All of them are slaves of the officials, so they can't afford much." Wanhwa says if they don't have payment, he would appreciate more of the surgical tools like what Payachung made. "Will those really be enough?" Payachung asks skeptically. Wanhwa counters gently but firmly that a blacksmith's crafting skill is worth more than money, because it can make tools for saving people. An impressed, determined Payachung steels himself, saying, "I will start working on it right now." However, during an examination, Wanhwa realizes, "I think this man doesn't have tetanus." Payachung is dumbfounded and asks for clarification. Wanhwa thinks rapidly. If it was tetanus, he should have stretched his body backwards. He checks the man's abdomen, confirming his suspicion. Payachung, now alarmed, asks, "Which disease does he have?" Wanhwa is positive that it is appendicitis. The patient, in agony, panics. "I heard that you die if the lower side of your stomach aches. Is that what's going to happen to me?" Wanhwa reassures him. "You have guessed the right disease." The patient pleads for his life, citing his family relying on him. Wanhwa responds calmly, stating there is indeed a way to cure him, though it's dangerous. He explains the procedure meticulously. We just have to open the stomach and cut out a little portion of the intestine. A method confidently supported by Pia-chung's claim that Physician Hwa had saved someone with a cut intestine. Physician Hwa can treat you easily. Pia-chung reassures the patient, while Won-hwa thinks about the simple yet delicate appendectomy. However, Won-hwa admits a limitation. I don't have enough tools. Upon inquiring about the completion of new tools, Pia-chung estimates, I think it will take about 4 days. Won-hwa thinks that 4 days is too long. But Pia-chung shares a glimmer of hope, revealing that there are more tools like those already made which Physician Bang has requested. Won-hwa is awed at Physician Bang's confidence. Pia-chung hands over a set of tools made for Physician Bang. Pia-chung promises to make others as well and asks Won-hwa to care for the patient. Pia-chung tells him about the patient's background, but Won-hwa interrupts, telling him he has heard enough information about the patient, and he will do his best in whatever situation. He tells the patient that he will perform the surgery tomorrow. He advises the patient not to eat or drink anything until then. I will definitely cure you, he says positively. The night sky is clear and dotted with stars as the tranquil setting conceals the bustling life within the tavern. Inside, the hall is dimly lit by the warm glow of lanterns. Someone's voice echoes. Anyone's inside? Oh, Physician Song! It's been a while, the tavern employee exclaims. Since the best physician in Chohyan is here, we are doing well. Physician Song gloats about being a third-generation physician and being the best in the area. He thinks condescendingly about the other well-known physicians and how the rich families all look for him. The tavern employee guides him through an elegantly decorated corridor to his table. Oh, Physician Song! Why haven't we been hearing from you for a while? A lady asks cheerfully. Well, it's been 4 days. Call Myung Seon, he replies, sitting down. The woman looks troubled. But Myung Seon is with another guest right now. Physician Song's face darkens, and he growls. Who is that arrogant asshole? Quickly, the woman attempts to remedy the situation, suggesting other attendants. She suggests other attendants, but Physician Song is not satisfied. He finally settles on Wei Zian. She beams at this, agreeing. Okay then, I will tell her to come. She calls out to a young helper, Haesu, to call the attendant. Haesu seems to catch Physician Song's attention. Physician Song gets lost in thought for a moment. That kid, don't you think it is time for her to tie her hair up? The woman dismisses his notion. But physician, she is still just a child. He chuckles. Isn't that why that would be great? I am having high expectations from that child. Inside, a small girl stops Haesu. She hands her a rice ball. Eat this. You will get hungry if you're planning to work all night. Haesu looks at it and says softly. It's a rice ball. Thanks. Haesu remembers that their grandmother's death anniversary was nearing. The child confirms and tells her she has already asked permission. The child continues. She will also get us an escort guard. But it must not be for our protection, but to watch us. I will be going now, big sister. See you later. The girl waves. Haesu, lost in thought, contemplates. But still, I can at least visit home. The scene shifts to a village as the morning sun lights up the sky. Won-hwa and Obio make their way out of the clinic. The kid looks anxious. He gives Obio a slap on the back and breaks the silence. Don't be nervous, kid. Obio stutters. Will I really be able to do it well? Won-hwa smiles reassuringly. You don't have to worry about that. You just have to do what I tell you to do. They enter a workspace where a man lies unconscious. The preparations are done, physician. Pyo-chung reports. Okay, let's get started then. It's just a simple operation, you don't have to be nervous. Won-hwa instructs. Even though the tools are crude, Won-hwa knows they have no choice but to proceed. Now let's get started. Skillfully making an incision, Won-hwa gives instructions to keep her surgical tools ready, adapting as he goes. He guides Obio through. That is the abdominal wall. You are doing great. However, inner thoughts reveal his doubt. I can't find it well just by trying to feel it with a hand. Fortunately, the vision reveals the appendix's exact location. He's not sure if it's triggered by concentration or desperation. But he's thankful he was able to summon it. Suddenly, Obio shouts. He isn't breathing! They launch into an emergency response. Do you think I would just let you die just because of appendicitis? Won-hwa mutters, using the makeshift resuscitation device. Obio watches as Won-hwa continues the operation. He was sure the patient had died. Obio, prepare the scissors and needles. Obio looks shocked. Won-hwa declares that as soon as the breathing gets stable, they will continue with the operation. Nice! Won-hwa exclaims as the patient begins to breathe again. Obio thinks to himself that curing tetanus was great, but it was nothing compared to what they were doing now. Obio doesn't know if the patient will live or die. But if he were to live, it would be like witnessing the medical arts of a god. The surgery went well, Manhwa says reassuringly. Manhwa gives some aftercare instructions. The patient, with gratitude in his eyes, thanks the doctor. Obio, witnessing all this, is in awe. He mutters to himself. No way. He really saved him. Determined, he looks down and says to himself. I want to learn. He continues. I'd like to save dying people too. But self-doubt creeps in as he thinks. I didn't learn anything, nor do I have anything. Still, his spirit remains unbroken. He was determined to save people. Remembering his tiny village, he resolves to become a doctor. He rushes to Manhwa. Doctor! I'd like to dash. But Manhwa interrupts him, Obio. Acknowledging Obio's enthusiasm, Manhwa smiles and says, You did well. Please do well like this next time too. In return, you have to be prepared, okay? Obio's face lights up as he responds. Yes. Pyo Chung enters the room, and stares at his friend in disbelief. Pyo Chung is taken aback. Observing the patient, he exclaims. He really cut open his abdomen and saved him. He's the real deal. As they walk through the village, Chung says, You've worked hard to save the patient, Lord Hua. Manhwa humbly replies. No, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. Pyo Chung notices that Manhwa isn't carrying a weapon. He points out that there are many dangers out there, and why didn't he have a weapon? Manhwa laughs. He would like to learn sword arts and wants to master self-defense, but he keeps forgetting. Pyo Chung agrees and mentions that it works out well. Manhwa is puzzled. Pyo Chung walks to his shop, with many swords on display. He contemplates. I was worried that this would be too small of a price for someone who saved the lives of the blacksmiths. He decides to gift a finely crafted sword. But I personally made this. Please take this. Manhwa is surprised. He tries to decline the generous gift. I took the money and you even made tools for me, so you don't have to give me a sword. However, Pyo Chung insists. This is light and strong, but soft at the same time. It's perfect for you to use. Pyo Chung explains. Swords were originally made to kill people, so it's useless for you. However, if this is in your hands and can help you by just the slightest bit, as a blacksmith, there's nothing that would bring me more joy than that. Gratefully, Manhwa accepts the sword. Then I'll happily take this. The next day at dinner in the tavern, a woman, leaning on Physician Song, asks him if he heard the news. The woman eagerly shares. The news about Colonel Encho from the military. Physician Song recalls. That rude little kid. With some bitterness, he recalls. He grabbed me by the collar because I couldn't cure tetanus. To which the woman responds. Tetanus? I heard he got infected too. Physician Song is shocked. He laughs with a sinister delight. What great news! He'll end up calling me again, but do I need to go? The woman observes what a hideous person Song was. She says casually. He may not need to call you though. Slightly startled, Physician Song questions. He got sick with tetanus, yet he isn't going to call me? He smirks. You're a lowlife, so you may not know this, but once you get tetanus, you will die. I couldn't save his older brother because I didn't cut his leg far up enough. The woman mentions that there was another doctor. Physician Song scoffs. What a joke. They're not talented enough to cure tetanus. But the woman insists. He did cure Colonel Cho, who got infected with tetanus. Bong is dumbfounded. Physician Song lashes out that it wasn't an illness you could cure unless you cut the leg off. The woman tells him that it was Wabu, the third prince of the Wa family, that cured him. Bong is taken aback. The Wa family? Physician Song simmers. He's never heard about a doctor named Wabu from the Wa family. He mutters that Wabu must have spread the rumors to pretend to be a doctor. The woman muses. If that rumor goes into Colonel Cho's ears, will he let that Wabu be? Physician Song falls silent, taking the information in. Frustrated, he slams his cup on the table, and complains that the alcohol is bad today. And then abruptly leaves, much to the joy of the lady. As he walks away, he grumbles to himself. Alone under the night sky, Physician Song wonders. Why is he bothering me so much? Back in the Wa residence, Manhwa is training intensely. Suddenly, he feels a surge of energy in his hand, staring in amazement. I feel it. I definitely feel it. He declares triumphantly. Finally, I can move my energy to my fist. Before launching an attack, he lands a powerful punch on the target, shattering it with ease. He's surprised by his own strength, as he didn't think it would work. Inside the Cho family residence, Encho and Manhwa are training in the courtyard. Manhwa takes a deep breath as he focuses his energy. With his hands glowing and crackling with power, he expertly channels his chi, the blue light intensifying around him. He looks up enthusiastically, asking, How is this? Encho, watching from a distance, is astounded. This guy is a genius! He thinks to himself, eyes wide with surprise. He walks over, congratulating Manhwa on his improvement. You've improved a lot. Do you feel any heat in your stomach? Yes. I can feel something warm. Manhwa responds, still catching his breath. The conversation takes a turn when Incho asks, have you ever thought of taking martial arts lessons? Incho insists, as it would be a waste of your talent. Incho explains it takes years to master breathing and to build up internal energy. Manhwa is considered a natural talent as he had mastered it in a few months. As Manhwa reflects internally that it might be better if he hid his abilities. He tries to deflect. Then will I finally be able to split a thick board in half with my bare hands like you by next year? Incho laughs heartily. 1 year? Haha. Do you really think so? Incho walks towards a large boulder with Manhwa trailing behind, curious about what happens next. Incho takes a stance, channels his chi, and with an intense burst of energy, punches the boulder, shattering it into pieces. Incho tells Manhwa that he will be able to do this after at least 3 years of training. He explains further that since this is his family's technique, it only took him 3 years. It usually takes 10 years. Manhwa taking it all in. Incho encourages him to do his best to train. As Incho prepares to leave, he instructs Manhwa. Also, come to this place tomorrow night. Manhwa, confused, repeats, tomorrow night? Incho nods. We will do some work. The next day, the sun shines brightly over the Zhou family estate once again. Manhwa finds himself returning to the estate, reflecting. I think I've been coming here every day lately. As he approaches, he hears someone call. Dr. Hua? It's blacksmith Pyo Chung. Manhwa greets him. Hello, blacksmith Pyo. Manhwa asks the blacksmith if he had business with the Zhou family too. Pyo Chung replies, since charcoal has been delivered to the family, they asked me if I could inspect it. They walk to the area where the charcoal is being displayed. Pyo Chung mutters, seriously, who delivered the charcoal? Manhwa spots someone familiar. Huh! Song Jongpen from the Song Merchant Group? Pyo Chung checks the charcoal and comments. It looks better than before. Song Jongpen agrees, explaining. We have been working hard to provide great products in the honor of the Song Merchant Group. You're here already? Calls out a voice. Colonel Incho appears and places a hand on Manhwa's shoulder. Song Jongpan is shocked. Colonel Incho? Incho tells Manhwa that there was someone he wanted to introduce. Jongpan is in shock that Manhwa is close to the colonel. Incho and Manhwa walk through the busy courtyard. Incho introduces Manhwa to a rugged man. This is Wabu. Say hi. He is my second cousin. The man enthusiastically greets Manhwa. Nice to meet you. I am Ha-Huchen, and I'm in charge of the Ministry of War, the 1st Division of Horsemen. Ha-Huchen laughs loudly. I heard from him that you are such a great doctor. I can't believe that I'm seeing you like this. Manhwa replies that he was just lucky. In the background, Jongpan is mesmerized. It looks like he's close with blacksmith Pyo. He thinks. Hasn't the Hua family already collapsed? His thoughts are interrupted by his father, Song Chi. What's going on? Song Jongpan explains that he saw someone he knew. He points out Manhwa. I'm familiar with him because he's the 3rd young master of the Hua family. Finally, Jongpan excuses himself from his father and decides to approach Manhwa, hoping to gain favor. Pyo Chung, still examining, defers to inspecting longer. Suddenly, Song Jongpan calls out to Manhwa. Young Master Hua! It's been a long time! Jongpan is now more attentive, and Pyo Chung asks how he knew the doctor. Song Jongpan narrates an incident, explaining how Manhwa saved his friend's life. Manhwa agrees, but inwardly thinks that he already knows this expression. Song Jongpan tries to leverage their conversation. But young Master Hua, you mentioned that you thought of renting an abandoned mine. Why haven't you said anything since then? Manhwa explains he couldn't afford it, so he gave up. Song Jongpan sees an opportunity. He gets closer to whisper. But it looks like you know blacksmith Pyo well. Manhwa is wary but listens as Song Jongpan offers a deal help him with the inspection in exchange for information about an abandoned mine. Manhwa ponders, thinking. Is this how he's going to make a deal? Is he stupid? Finally, Manhwa cautiously agrees. Well, if I have the opportunity. Song Jongpan, overly friendly, puts his arm around Manhwa, saying, I expect good results. Bewildered by Song Jongpan's brash demeanor, Manhwa thinks. He's so tactless when doing business. Should I live up to his expectations then? A plan forming in his mind. At the Song family merchant group's estate. A man slams his fist on the table in frustration, shouting. What is going on? He demands to know. Weren't we able to supply anything at all? The man, clearly aggravated, exclaims. We invested so much money in that. He also talks about old man Jiang rejecting them as well. He asks why everything got rejected. His son, Song Jongpan, nervously asks him to calm down. His father replies, "Didn't you tell me not to worry because of that boy from the Wa family?" The father, now glaring intensely, questions, "What did you tell him?" The son hesitates but finally spills that if he put in a good word with blacksmith Pyo, he would give him an abandoned mine for free. An expression of shock and anger washes over the father's face, and he erupts. "Are you out of your mind? You should think of blacksmith Pyo as a noble man since he's close with General Cho." The father doesn't stop there. "You can't just hand over an abandoned mine to someone. You could have told him to rent it instead." Bewildered, the father asks, "Are you doing it out of kindness? Are you out of your mind or something?" The father can't take it anymore. "From now on, you're out of the group. Leave all your work to your elder brothers." John Pan, desperate, pleads on his knees, "I was wrong, father. I can go to young Master Wa right now and tell him." Reflecting on his actions, the John Pan sobs. "I should have a good eye for people." Meanwhile, in the tavern, someone asks, "Did you get everything?" And a cheerful response comes through. "Yes." A small pack is being knotted tightly. Heisu and her little sister are ready to head home. A man in a wide-brimmed hat, their bodyguard, questions if they are talking about that small village. He suggests they get going once the preparations are done. As they walk through the forested path, the group catches their breath. It's a long walk and everyone is getting tired. From the top of the hill, the woman points to the village and the crowd below surprises her. From their vantage point, the village is bustling. Heisu asks, "Isn't that our house, Haewon?" Just outside the house, Manhwa is treating a patient's bandaged foot. Obyo is speaking to one of the villagers. There are men resting on the ground. Observing the scene from a distance, the bodyguard thinks to himself, "Patients?" The man asks if the house was for sale. But Heisu says it was lent to them. She never imagined that there would be a clinic there. Pensive, the man reflects at how strange it was to have a clinic there. As the travelers approach, they spot Obyo wiping away sweat and looking exhausted. Obyo sees them too and recognizes them as Heisu and Haewon. He introduces them to Manhwa as his friends. Stunned, the man lifts his hat and recognizes Manhwa. He approaches Manhwa. "Are you perhaps Dr. Wa?" the man asks. Manhwa remembers the man he had treated a long time ago. He asks how the man was. The man says he has been well, thanks to the doctor. As their conversation deepens, he questions, "What are you doing in this small village?" Despite the rumors, he admits, "I know that Dr. Wa is the best among the best." Yet, the warrior can't understand why the doctor chose this shabby place to treat patients. With warmth and wisdom, Manhwa answers, "Well, isn't it normal for a doctor to stay with his patients?" Shocked by what they discover, Manhwa's past and efforts become clearer. "What?" Heisu asks. "Were you the one who treated his tetanus?" To which the younger girl echoes, "Really?" Obyo beams with pride, correcting them. "Of course. Did you think that was all? He treated a lot of warriors in the Siak mountain as well. That's amazing. Is Big Brother Obyo going to learn from him and become a doctor?" Haewon inquires eagerly. Obyo only shows gentle determination and affirms their best efforts to learn. Interrupting the conversation, Haewon questions nervously, "Excuse me, by any chance dash?" She asks if he has any patient with a plum wound. "Plum wound?" Manhwa asks. He thinks to himself if what they were referring to was syphilis. The bodyguard bursts out and stops her. He's worried about secrets leaking. What would you do if people found out about that secret? His concern is genuine as he reasons. If this reaches the ears of Ruju, he'll definitely get mad. A worried Heisu tries to reason. "But I'm only talking to him about the patients." Desperation pours out as she yells, "If not, are we just going to watch Big Sister Choziel die?" The bodyguard is unable to reply but feels a burst of emotion too. Manhwa asks them to calm down first and lower their voices. The bodyguard finally breaks down too and reveals he is also worried about Choziel. He whispers, "No matter how skilled he is, that disease is incurable." Manhwa, overhearing, steps in. "Please don't tell anyone what you've just heard. Are you talking about the skin disease plum wound?" They both nod in agreement. Manhwa asks about her condition. Did she have swellings on her skin? Was the patient losing hair? Heisu is filled with hope as she clutches Manhwa's robe. She cries that Choziel doesn't look pretty anymore. She knew plum wounds were incurable, but did the doctor know of a way? Manhwa's face tightens with new resolve as he is faced with a fresh challenge. Manhwa is deep in thought. He muses that penicillin works well on syphilis, but it's important to see the symptoms first. If it's in the secondary stage characterized by skin lesions and mucosal diseases, there's still hope. However, tertiary cardiovascular syphilis or neurosyphilis would be much harder to treat. A beautiful but somber backdrop of flowers falling contrasts this intense introspection. Manhwa tells Heisa that he cannot be certain yet, and he will know once he sees the patient in person. Heisa looks up, determination in her eyes despite her youth. Then, please save Choziel, she pleads urgently. She says to come to their entertainment house on a house call, but is cut off by the bodyguard. We can't escort the doctor without the owner's permission, the man declares sternly. Manhwa, Heisu, and the guard discuss the logistics and possible repercussions. It would not be great if the doctor turned up for a house call only to be rejected by the owner. Waiting for the Lord's permission would be the best, Heisu, says guard, marking the end of their conversation. Meanwhile, Incho visits the country magistrate's office. Ha Huchang, the county magistrate's assistant, warmly welcomes his cousin. Incho reveals that he was here to look at some scriptures. Ha Huchang laughs heartily, suggesting a balance between literature and martial arts. Incho asks for quiet to study documents alone. He smiles, thinking that he has thought of a good reason not to be disturbed, and sets off toward the shelves. He was determined to go through every piece of scroll in the library to find out who wrote the traitorous letter found on the bandit. He had memorized the handwriting and he was sure it was someone from the country magistrate. He planned on going through the all-answer sheets of the exams. He's determined to find it no matter how long it takes. Meanwhile, another official is also browsing in the area. A suspicious man watches Incho. He wonders if Incho suspects something. He slips away to alert the elder. Back in the Hua residence, Manhwa examines the magnificent swords gifted by Pyo Chung. Manhwa admires its craftsmanship and contemplates its use, wondering if he should dual-wield swords due to his ambidexterity. But he's disappointed as he doesn't have any knowledge of any sword art. He thinks Incho might teach him if he can convince him. Suddenly, Manhwa sees his brother Wabun, who looks exhausted but relieved to be back. Did anything happen? Manhwa asks. Wabun begins explaining his rigorous training for the upcoming military service examination. Manhwa is impressed, envisioning how much effort went into such strenuous preparation. Wabun notices the swords on Manhwa and asks about it. Manhwa explains how Pyo Chung, the head of blacksmiths, gave him the sword as a token of gratitude. Wabun examines the sword, recognizing its value and craftsmanship. What a magnificent sword! He mutters in disbelief. He asks Manhwa if he really got it without buying it. Manhwa clarifies that he received it as a gift for curing the blacksmiths. Did you receive this in place of a treatment fee? Wabun queries, clearly astonished. Manhwa explains that he agreed to receive surgical equipment instead of a treatment fee, and the sword was just an additional gift. Curiosity piqued, Wabun asks what kind of patients Manhwa treated to receive such a lavish present. Manhwa modestly mentions helping a few tetanus patients and curing someone with an enteric disease. This shocks his brother, who inquires further, realizing that Manhwa saved someone from imminent death. Wabun remembers Pyo Chung's renowned bad temper and the improbability of him giving away a sword unless he was truly grateful. Wabun starts to realize that perhaps the rumors about Manhwa were not exaggerated, and were actually played down. With his accomplishments, Manhwa starts feeling hopeful that his second brother will help him convince first brother. His goal is to eventually gain permission for his mother's surgery. But Wabun has a different request, to examine his master's granddaughter. He only knows that his master has been asking around for a doctor, and he was being secretive about it. It's revealed that his master has indeed heard about Manhwa's medical prowess. Wabun sees this as an opportunity to gain some points with his master. In return, he promises to convince their first brother for him. In the entertainment district of the town is one house called Sian Hyangru. Inside, Heisu and the others announce their return to the owner, Madame Ruju. Ruju mentions that their complexion looks great after the trip. The man excuses them, but Heisu interrupts. By any chance, do you know Dr. Wabu? She asks, to the surprise of the guard. Wabu? Are you talking about the doctor who talks a lot in the hall? Ruju contemplates. The child hurriedly adds. Actually, we saw Dr. Wa in our village. I heard that he's a man with mysterious skills in medicine. He is quite interesting, notes the madam. She looks at Heisa suspiciously and asks why she mentioned Dr. Wa. Gathering courage, the child blurts out. There's a rumor circulating that he is a good doctor. So, I was wondering if he could cure plum wounds. Plum wound? Madame Ruju's expression shifts dramatically. In a dimly lit room in another part of town, a man's voice echoes. What? It seems like Colonel Cho noticed. Is that what you meant? A man, possibly a government official, asks as he holds a cup of tea. Another man responds. He asked about the recent movements of Akju. Enraged, the man crushes the cup in his hand. He rants about how foolish people are ruining the world and that he gave him information because he thought he knew how to use his brain. Of all people, he had to be defeated by Colonel Cho. He grumbles. I will take care of Colonel Cho if you give me an order, the spy says. But the other man responds firmly. Colonel Cho isn't an easy person. I will move personally. The spy offers once more. The official replies, I can't trust you. It's useless. The official contemplates that Colonel Cho is from a very powerful family. He can't just make a direct move. The official asks if he was also able to dig up any information about Dr. Wabu? Yes, the spy replies. In return for saving the Cho family, they have given away 100 silver. The official is taken aback. He concludes that Wabu must have given them the evidence for an amount that large. Determined, the spy replies, if you give me an order, I will even take care of Wa family. But the official dismisses the idea. That family is worthless, so there's no need for us to use violence. Just bring me the head of Dr. Wabu, he tells the spy malevolently. Back in the entertainment house, Madame Ridger confronts. You asked Dr. Wabu about plum wounds? What was his answer? Awkwardly, the child mumbles. Well, he needs to see the condition of the patient. This revelation shocks the madam. Condition? But plum wounds are a deadly sickness. She says they have tried all the herbs and ointments out there, and so far no one has been cured. Madame Ridger confirms that he didn't say that it can't be cured, and he said that he needed to check the patient's condition. Madame Ridger ponders on this. If it was said by another doctor, it would have been passed as a nonsense and half-hearted remark. But Dr. Wa isn't a fool. She recalls all the news she has heard of Dr. Wa's expertise. Madame Ridger ponders if he really can treat plum wounds. This time, it is the bodyguard that speaks up. Madame Ridger, how about asking Dr. Wa for a visit? He asks. He mentions the doctor's reputation, and adds that it was Dr. Wa who treated his face wound even when Dr. Bong gave up. He continues carefully. I know that just looking at the condition won't make him cure it right away. However, if Dr. Wa can really treat plum wounds, he'll be a great help, not only to Choziel, but to all of Xianhaiyangru. Madame Ridger reflects. We've been disappointed and deceived a lot of times. No one has ever told them that Choziel could get better. But Madame Ridger declares that she cannot give up on Choziel. Choziel is the third woman of Chohyun. Her beauty brought many people to Xianhaiyangru just to see her face. Choziel is woman of unmatched beauty. Later that night, Madame Ridger visits Choziel. She approaches and sits by her bedside. Choziel clutches Madame Ridger's sleeve, revealing sores on her arms. Older sister, she cries. I think I've endured enough of this. We don't have money for treatment anymore. She continues. I don't want to burden you anymore. Choziel cries that she is so tired of her suffering. So, while I'm still conscious, she mutters teary-eyed. Rujinim reacts sharply, not allowing her to finish. She briefly closes her eyes and reaches a decision. She tells Choziel that she will call for a doctor and find the money for it, and to never speak like that again. She grips Choziel's hand tightly, emphasizing. So don't ever say that again. You became a concubine because you didn't want to starve, not because you wanted to die and rot, right? Madame Ridger clasps Choziel's hands. You'll end up dying on the streets if I don't do this, she says bluntly but caring. Her voice softens but stays firm. So come to your senses and listen to me. She promises that she will definitely find a doctor who can cure Choziel. Choziel's eyes fill with tears as the madam continues. I can't just let you be, not when you're like this. We'll struggle together until you're cured. Madame Ridger places a hand on Choziel's shoulder and encourages her not to give up. Somewhere in the city, Cho storms into an empty residence. He clenches his fists in fury and curses Sabong. He realizes that Sabong was onto him. He can't lose him, not like this, he thinks. He exhorts the guards. Search for him. You have to find him no matter what. Mounting his horse, he rushes out, contemplating the events of the past 4 days. Only 4 days have passed since then. The fact that he was able to notice it means someone helped him. Riding through the countryside, he speculates frantically if it was Gadong or Sudong, the only ones he meets often. He is determined to find them no matter what. He races to another residence. Inside, there's a hushed conversation. Are you talking about Gadong and Sudong? An attendant stammers. Another confirms. Those two said that they received orders from Sabong. They went out for work. Cho, tensing up, responds. They definitely received orders from that Sabong. Desperately, he asks. Do you know where they went? The hesitant response comes. I saw Sudong go to Gatiakyo Bridge. Puzzled, Cho muses. Isn't Gatiakyo Bridge the small bridge that's beyond Wesang? There's nothing special at that place, only a small village. It suddenly dawns on him that it's the village where Wanhua's clinic is. He curses and rides off again. There is only one person from that small village they could be going after. Meanwhile, Wanhua arrives at the entertainment tavern. It's my first time coming here during the day, he remarks. At the front door, Madame Ridger formally greets him. Welcome, Dr. Hua. I am the head of Xianhaiyangru, Mei Hiang. She invites Wenhua to come inside. As they walk the halls, she notices that he doesn't seem surprised at his surroundings. They walk through a long corridor. Finally, outside the room, Madame Ruju gently announces that the doctor was here. Choziel struggles to get up and checks herself in the mirror. She thinks that she has no use for it, but quickly away her doubts, telling herself to not be weak. I don't know what kind of doctor he is, but like what sister said, I have to live, she declares to herself. As she struggles to stand, she hopes to herself that he wouldn't be like the other doctors who avoided her. In a weak voice, Choziel struggles to greet the doctor. Nice to meet you. I'm Choziel. Without hesitation, Wenhua takes a step forward and gently touches Choziel's shoulder. He tells her to just lay down comfortably. Madame Ruju looks on with a smile. Wenhua examines Choziel carefully. He's so calm that it's making me shy. She blushes. Wenhua tells her that, judging from the state of her sores, the lower area must be infected already, and using the toilet must have been painful for her. Choziel asks him how he knew that. Wabu explains calmly. It's normal with this kind of condition. There might be some bleeding as well. Wenhua praises Choziel for holding up for so long. Ruju observes closely that he's different from other doctors. He wouldn't know this much unless he's seen it before. Ruju concludes that Wenhua indeed knows about this disease. Wenhua takes out his new syringe. It will be his first time using it on someone. He fills it with penicillin. He does an allergy test first. He warns Choziel that it might hurt a bit. He administers the vaccine carefully. Done, he thinks with a satisfied smile. He takes a few swab samples from the arm. Ruju watches in amazement. He is different from other doctors. She couldn't believe that he wasn't shocked when he saw Choziel and did not even hesitate to touch her. Wenhua turns to Ruju and asks a favor. He asks if someone could apply medicine to the wounds all over her body. He hands her an ointment to apply, and reassures her that she won't get infected by touch. Smiling, Wabu concludes, Then I'll leave it to you. I'll come again tomorrow. Ruju reflects on their luck that they had met this doctor. Filled with hope, Choziel confides. Big sister, I don't know if this is pointless, but I will trust that doctor, she says, tears filling her eyes. The ground trembles under the thundering hooves of a galloping horse. Colonel Cho urges the horse faster. He races across a wooden bridge towards the village. Two men observe his passage. It was Colonel Cho who just passed by, right? One asks. Yes. He's going towards the small village. The other confirms. One of them quickly scribbles a letter muttering that Baekhyun must be in the village already. The message is quickly tied to a pigeon's leg by one of the men, who then releases it into the sky. We need to join up with him immediately. The other insists, urgently. Meanwhile, in the peaceful village, Wenhua makes his way back to the clinic. He arrives feeling exhausted, but Obio tells him there's someone waiting for him inside. Inside, a distressed man bows deeply, pleading. Please help my wife. Wenhua responds. Your wife? You should have come with her here. The man explains that his wife is too ill to move, recounting her severe dizziness and inability to walk. Wenhua ponders this condition. If it's all right with you, I'd like you to come and visit her, the man requests. Please tell me her name and where she lives, Wenhua asks as he makes notes. Oh, sure. We run a clothing store in Siadongmak, he replies, revealing his name to be Baekhyun. Her condition seems really bad, so could you please visit her right now? He urges. Wenhua considers the urgency of traveling to Siadongmak, realizing it would take at least 2 hours. Her condition seems to be serious if she can't move because of dizziness, he muses. Baekhyun, growing increasingly desperate, begs. Please! I've spent so much effort to come here even if it was impossible. The doctor thinks she might have heart disease, and since there are no patients to attend to, she decides to go. All right. He finally agrees. Let's go, Baekhyun says, hiding a sinister smile. They head out, walking through a serene forest. Baekhyun leads the way, indicating the direction. Wenhua remembers Obio handing the doctor a sword, telling him there are a lot of bandits in the area. He looks at the sword and thinks it's too cumbersome. As they progress, Wenhua notices a pigeon flying by. Watching Baekhyun, he sees a pigeon land on his arm. It's a carrier pigeon. Was there a carrier pigeon in this generation? He wonders aloud, thinking to herself how pigeons only travel to familiar places. Wenhua confirms if it is indeed a carrier pigeon. Baekhyun nervously admits it is. He says the message was that his wife fainted again. He suggests they hurry and take a shortcut, and points to a dense area of the forest. They walk for a bit. But Wenhua is soon tired. He remarks how rough the shortcut is. Baekhyun apologizes and urges Wenhua to hurry, emphasizing the urgency of his wife's condition. The doctor grows suspicious, pondering the shortcut's direction toward the mountains, away from a direct path. Siadong Mak is small, but it has a straight path. There's no need for us to go through the mountains, she realizes. His suspicions deepen, noting Baekhyun's strange behavior. He observes his physique, finding it more fitting for a warrior rather than a businessman. I need to confirm it, he decides. Wonhwa lets out a yell, and pretends to sprain his ankle. Could you please hold my hand for a bit? He asks. Baekhyun takes his hand. Feeling his hand, Wonhwa notices its roughness, akin to a warrior's. Quickly, he regains her composure, suggesting acupuncture as a cover. Gripping his sword, he examines his options. If he's aiming for me, I need to take the lead. If not, it's not too late to apologize. Wonhwa takes a defensive stance and draws his sword. Baekhyun quickly jumps away. He remarks that it was strange that Wonhwa didn't doubt him after seeing the carrier pigeon. I must kill you here, Baekhyun declares, pulling out his sword. Baekhyun attacks. But Wonhwa swiftly dodges. His skill surprises Baekhyun, and Wonhwa immediately goes for the counterattack. Baekhyun, shocked by the doctor's skill, queries how someone labeled a doctor could wield a sword so adeptly. He blames himself for underestimating this doctor. Wonhwa prepares himself for the next move. As he evaluates his opponent, and notes a disturbing similarity to his second brother, and resolves not to let his guard down. I'll be in trouble if I keep waiting, Wonhwa thinks, charging forward with a swift attack. The battle begins, and swords clash as Wonhwa and his opponent engage in an intense duel in the forest. Baekhyun observes. As expected, he's someone who has learned how to use the sword. However, as the fight escalates, Baekhyun realizes Wonhwa's skills are not developed yet. Wonhwa recoils as the enemy plunges his blade. Suddenly, a strange blue light sparks from his body, and he feels an unfamiliar surge of energy within himself. Wonhwa grunts, his body straining under the unexpected power. He takes a step and lunges himself backwards, avoiding his enemy's blade. Baekhyun is shocked at this movement, usually seen only in masters. Wonhwa's eyes glow fiercely and he goes on the offensive. Before Baekhyun can fend off the attack, Wonhwa takes a mighty swing. The powerful strike slices through Baekhyun's blade and breaks it. He takes another swing that cleaves through the enemy, who falls to the ground, blood spraying from his body. The aftermath sees Wonhwa panting from the exertion, his defeated opponent lying motionless on the forest floor. Kneeling down, Wonhwa grasps his midsection in pain. He couldn't block the earlier attack because he was using his chi. With his injury needing immediate attention, he quickly disinfects the wound before sewing it up with determined focus. Nearby, the other two henchmen are closing in on them. They remark how the clanging of swords stopped, and the fight must be done already. Well, let's go clean up the mess, they decide, heading towards the battleground. When they stumble upon the scene, they exclaim in horror as they see the fallen fighter. It's clear that they were not expecting this outcome. Didn't they say that the doctor can't fight? One mutters in disbelief. Wonhwa is spotted in the distance. Over there! They shout and resume the chase. His pursuers sprint through the dense forest, determined to catch him. Oh no, did they notice me? Wonhwa worries as he dashes through the trees. He realizes that, being in such a poor condition, he stands no chance against two opponents and needs to flee. However, they are relentless, continuing their pursuit in the dark forest. Finally, Henjung reaches the edge of the woods and spots a rice field. Excuse me, he gasps, trying to call out to nearby farmers for help. Unfortunately, the sight of his sword and his bloodied state causes panic among the farmers. Is he a bandit? One shouts. Wonhwa realizes he's lost his chance to ask for help. He turns around and sees his pursuers closing in. Wonhwa realizes that he cannot keep running in his state. Knowing he's outpaced, desperation seeps in. I will die at this rate, he thinks. Resolved to make a stand, he readies his sword, confronting his pursuers. The tension peaks as the confrontations between them draw nearer. Wonhwa strikes swiftly, aiming to disrupt their formation. Observing his attack patterns, one of the pursuers claims, I can read his attacks, only to fall victim to Wonhwa's unexpected move. He finishes off the first attacker quickly. The remaining pursuer exclaims, No way! In disbelief at his fallen companion's body. With his sword glowing ominously, the pursuers now finally realize that something is very wrong here. Who the heck is this? Waba faces off with the bandit. He looks distressed, his body is a mess but he still has his strength. With renewed determination, he lunges at his opponent, their swords clashing violently. Mid-air, he swings his sword with extra force, catching his opponent off guard. His opponent, despite trying to keep his guard, looks visibly panicked, eyes wide and sweat running down his brow. This brat! He can break my sword in an instant! Wa believes no room for a counterattack and quickly springs forward. He is feeling the strain. I can't hold on longer. I have to finish this now, even if I have to force myself. He puts everything into this attack and splits his opponent's sword in half. With a loud clang, his opponent's sword breaks, the shattered piece flying through the air. Seeing no chance of winning, the bandit turns and tries to run away. Wabu chases after him. A young girl carrying a basket of bread walks by. Seeing an opportunity, the bandit lunges and grabs her. The girl screams as she's seized. He'll take the kid as a hostage, Wabu realizes. Holding the crying girl at knife point, the enemy taunts. Stop! If not, this kid will dash. Before he could finish, a sword comes flying at his head, and he collapses dead. Wabu pants heavily as he looks at the scene before him. In the background, Incho has just arrived and has witnessed the scene. Is that the Wabu I know? Incho exclaims. He knew Wabu was talented but did not expect it to be this much. Are you alright? Colonel Cho jumps off his horse and rushes to Wabu's side. Let's head to the small village, Colonel Cho suggests as Wabu tries to steady himself. Wabu instead goes the opposite way and approaches the scared girl. The girl, tears running down her cheeks, trembles in fear, still down on the ground. Wabu gently consoles her, patting her on the head. It's okay now. Did you get hurt? She clings to him, crying, but not for long as her sobs subside. Colonel Cho watches from a distance. Colonel Cho, who has been in awe, contemplates silently. The brat is really a doctor. Wabu and the colonel have made their way to the clinic. Inside, Obio has just finished dressing Wabu's wounds. Wabu asks Obio to step out for a bit so he can talk with the colonel. Wabu asks Colonel Joe. You know something, don't you? Colonel Joe looks tense. It looks like the bandits were after you. With a thoughtful expression, Wabu starts piecing things together. From the parchment, it seemed to be someone who knows the colonel's movements really well. He theorizes that they may be after him to get information. Incho offers reassurance. Don't worry about that. I'll hire someone to guard you. Wabu, however, remains resolute in his independence. Even if you hire a guard, he can't stay with me all of the time. I will protect myself. Colonel Cho agrees and offers. Then I'll teach you the sword technique from my family. Wabu nods. That's good. I'll feel more relaxed. Curious, Joe asks. About the bastard who attacked you, did you notice anything unusual? Wabu thinks for a moment. I'm not sure, it's been some time, but... Oh, they used a carrier pigeon. Shocked, Colonel Cho responds. Are you saying that they are using a carrier pigeon? He goes on, explaining how much money and effort it takes to maintain a carrier pigeon, implying that those who attack them have resources. It costs a lot of money, time and manpower to raise a carrier pigeon. The fact that those bastards who attacked you have a carrier pigeon means they have a lot of money. Wabu continues. If they're bandits, that means they're from a big group. If they're going this far, they are not ordinary people. Feeling overwhelmed, Wabu sighs. I'm screwed. He reflects on the situation, feeling down. I was trying to help you, but I ended up getting stepped on like a poop. Colonel Cho offers more help. Then I'll hire 2 guards for you. No, 3. Lost in thought, Wabu realizes they won't be able to escape these threats easily. I don't think they'll just back down even if I leave tonight. I'm sure they'll follow me all the way to my house. Faced with the threat against his family, Wabu decides to act. In the worst case scenario, my family might get involved. I have to do something. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Colonel Cho, clueless about his thought process, listens as Wabu devises a plan. Cho asks, concerned, What are you talking about? With a grin, Wabu proposes. Colonel, let's make a trap. Cho, puzzled, inquires, A trap? Wabu's eyes light up as he confidently responds. Yes, a pretty trap. Lit lanterns cast flickering light on the wooden path as the night settles in. A voice thunders down the walkway. All 3 of our men died? The atmosphere inside is tense. The unnamed official, eyes wide and furious, demands, Didn't you say that doctor can't fight? Recognizing the severity of the situation, Sabong nervously suggests. It seems to be the work of Colonel Cho. This angers the official even more. That bleep again, he growls. Sabong reports anxiously. Also, Colonel Joe is turning the office upside down. Some of our men are afraid of being discovered. The official, glaring, contemplates the coming days. The peace lion is coming in 10 days. He knows they need to be prepared. The official mutters to himself. Just the thought of the peace lion is making my head throb. He knows there's no time to lose. We don't have a choice if we don't want to be rebuked. He orders. Cut his tail. Sabong is worried and says many lives will be at risk. We need to teach Colonel Joe a lesson, emphasizes the official. Sacrifice is inevitable, or are you willing to sacrifice yourself? The official asks. The The official decides their course of action. We will get rid of 10 people. In that way, you and I are going to be safe. He proposes a ruthless plan. And bring me the head of that Wabu, he commands menacingly. If we have that boy's head, I don't have to be ashamed of meeting the peace lion. Meanwhile, Wabu is treating Choziel. Done, Wabu says, putting down the syringe. The treatment of the plum wounds is almost done. Choziel's face brightens up at the news. Wabu smiles. Thank you for holding on well. Choziel mentions that it was now less difficult for her to move. She thanks the doctor profusely. Madame Ruja smiles but is a bit disappointed about Choziel's scars. But Wabu suddenly announces that he will now start treating the scars. The two women are stunned. Does that mean he can really cure her scars? Ruja thinks. Tears run down Choziel's face, her overwhelming gratitude evident. How can I repay you? How will I pay all this debt? She questions. Wabu, puzzled by Choziel's desperation, lightly jokes. Sinpa is prohibited. Choziel responds confused. Sin what? Wabu reassures Choziel. I can't assure you that I can completely get rid of them. But I promise that I will help you return to your old self as much as I can. So I want you to focus on your treatment for now. Wabu continues with the treatment. He's doing acupuncture on Choziel's back to help with the plum wounds and scarring. Meanwhile, Choziel's deep in thought. Why is her heart beating so fast? Is it excitement that she can finally recover? Madame Ruja looks at Wabu with respect and appreciation. He didn't even flinch when he saw Choziel's body. Madame spots Choziel blushing, realizing some feelings were developing. 35. Finally, Wabu announces that treatment is over for today. Wabu suddenly acts all shy, telling Choziel that she can put on some clothes. Madame Ruja makes a joke about it, much to Choziel's embarrassment. Wabu composes himself, telling a blushing Choziel they will start with the ointment tomorrow. A wicked look crosses Madame Ruja's face. Oh my, there's an ointment? She was really looking forward to tomorrow. Morning arrives with the village illuminated by the first rays of dawn. Wabu arrives at the clinic. I'm here, OBO. He calls as he enters. A man greets him. You've arrived, doctor. Wabu remembers that Incho brought the man with him the other day as his bodyguard. He introduces him as Gunna. Gunna was one of the division heads under Colonel Cho. Wabu thinks about the trap they've set up, and wonders if Gunna will be up to the task. The next day, bustling sounds fill the air as villagers go about their routines. Birds scatter across the sky, signifying the start of a new day. Wabu stretches in front of his home, reflecting. Thankfully the number of patients have reduced, and wonders if it's attributed to the care he's provided. He walks around the village. The autumn is almost over, and the weather is getting cold. He thinks about the Yellow Turban Rebellion that will happen in a few years where he expects to be punished as a doctor and treat only soldiers. He sets a goal. Before it happens, he needs to go around Jungwon to learn more about medicine. Suddenly, loud command is heard. Move! Wabu notices a speeding carriage recklessly rolling through the village. What's with that carriage? He wonders. The carriage driver screams. Move away from the road! An unaware child is caught in the path of the speeding carriage. The driver shouts again. I said move! The child is unable to get away fast enough and is thrown into the air by the force of the carriage. Wabu, witnessing the calamity, reacts in shock. The child tumbles down and splashes onto the river. Wabu, overwhelmed with rage and worry, clenches his fist. He begins sprinting towards the boy, shouting, The kid is in danger! He must do first aid as soon as possible. Danga! A voice shouts. The driver tears right through, clearly in a hurry. Wonhwa rushes to the unconscious child by the riverbank. The one calling out is Dang's father, rushing to check on his fallen son. Wonhwa is trying to assess the situation, urging Dang's father to stay calm and not touch the boy, as it could worsen his condition. The father pleads to Wonhwa to save his child. Wonhwa takes the boy's pulse and notes the rapid heart rate, pale complexion, and cold body. It looks serious. Suddenly, he feels something in the boy's stomach bulging outward. Wonhwa recognizes this as hematophilia, a severe condition with dire consequences. He realizes quick action is needed, but before anything happens, someone's interrupting the scene. The boy's father stares angrily at the driver. He just loses it and punches him in the face. The furious man yells about the carriage driver's negligence. The driver stops his next punch and kicks the father to the ground. The driver spits mercilessly. He haughtily mentions that a lowlife should know their place because someone important is in the carriage. Wonhwa's blood boils, but he still has to attend to the boy. A voice calls out from the carriage, demanding the fighting stop and just give them money. The driver obeys and tosses some money as compensation, telling Dang's father to be grateful. Wonhwa remains composed, picks up the child, and focuses on getting him the help he needs. Urgency presses, he asks the father to call Obio for additional help. The boy's swelling stomach indicates a possible burst blood vessel, so Wonhwa sprints towards the clinic, calling out to Gunna. As he lays the boy on the table, Wonhwa asks Gunna to prepare some clean water quickly. Just then, someone steps in through the door. The new guy mutters in disbelief that there's a clinic in a village like this. Wonhwa and Gunna give this arrogant dude some dirty looks. It's the combative driver from the carriage demanding to know where the doctor is. Wonhwa's not taking any BS from him again and tells him to get out. The driver finds the situation incredulous, muttering about the village being full of beggars who don't know their place. Wonhwa focuses on saving the child, telling Gunna to handle it. Tensions rise as the Gunna confronts the driver, demanding respect, and telling him off about his rudeness. The driver is unfazed and retorts that an important person came here to get treatment. Gunna smiles at the ridiculousness of it all, that a man serving an important person can't recognize an important person. Wonhwa sternly declares he is the doctor the man is looking for, while pondering how to tend to the child's injuries. The child starts to thrash and cry in pain. The doctor is overwhelmed by situation. He can't just open the abdomen, he has to open a specific area near the bleeding. He's getting more and more anxious when suddenly a blue light flashes. His X-ray vision is activated and he's able to pinpoint the exact location of the bleed. Now he knows where to cut. Obio arrives just in time, and Wonhwa commands him to wash his hands before surgery. The combative driver insists on immediate treatment for his boss, pushing Gunna to the side. Gunna intervenes with a sword to the intruder's neck, demanding he wait outside. Wonhwa readies for surgery, telling everyone to keep distractions at bay. Gunna pushes the driver out the door, but dude wasn't having it, and he prepares to punch. But Gunna is prepared with a smackdown that sends him reeling. Gunna has drawn his sword now, but a voice from inside the carriage orders them to stop. "Stop it," the man says as he gets off the carriage. The driver pleads, "Please forgive me, master." Meanwhile, Gunna thinks this guy looks familiar but can't place it. His expression shifts to shock as he finally recognizes him. "No way," he mutters to himself. "Aren't you Master Go?" He prostrates, visibly shaking. Gunna feels instant regret. "I screwed up. I can't believe Master Go, from the best family, is here." He feels the weight of his mistake. "Who are you? Do you know me?" Master Go questions. Gunna says he has seen Master Go at the governor's birthday celebration. Master Go asks if he's under Colonel Cho. Gunna stutters out. "That's right. I am in the middle of escorting Dr. Wa." Master Go tells him, "If something happened because of me, just tell your boss that you met me." His tone makes it clear that he means business. "So move," he orders, giving no room for dissent. Master Go walks into another room, abruptly drawing attention. "Are you Dr. Wa?" he asks. Wonhwa responds quickly. "I don't know who you are, but please wait outside. I'm in the middle of treating a patient." Go's eyes flare with anger. "Look at this bee." He's angered by the perceived disrespect. "I personally came here to see you, and now you want me to wait outside?" he exclaims. "Do you know who I am for you to joke around like this?" His arrogance fills the room. "If you don't want to die, treat me first," he demands. Wonhwa rebukes calmly. "If you want a mere doctor like me to give you a diagnosis," already knowing what ails him. "It seems like you have plum wounds," Dr. Wa explains with precision that shocks the master. "Just like what you said, I'm someone who practices medicine, so I'll be honest with you without being arrogant." He suggests that Master Go find another doctor with excellent skills. Master Go's face twists with anger. "You're pretty crazy. Do you really want to die?" Wonhwa remains composed. "I'm sure you will be able to find a replacement for a doctor like me. But if I don't give you a treatment, you'll die." This hits hard. Master Go, gripping the reality of his situation, is told, "It's been quite some time since the second outbreak started, so it'd be difficult for you to live for at least 2 months. The diagnosis is brutal. Plum wounds bring an array of painful symptoms. Ultimately, he will face a slow, agonizing demise." Master Go's patience has ran out. "So you want to die so badly?" he yells, challenging Dr. Wa's stoic demeanor. He yells that he can get a royal physician to treat him if he wanted to. But Wonhwa's nonchalant answer was, "Then get treatment from the royal physician and die. You'll see the afterlife in 2 months." He with a deadly serious tone. With no choice but to agree, Master Go's anger boils over. He treated Choziel, so he must be able to treat him too. In his fit of fury, he imagines laying waste to the village after he got these plum wounds treated. As he broods angrily outside, he can't keep still. "The more I think about it, the more I get annoyed. Come to think of it, how hurt was the kid?" He resolves to attack if left waiting for nothing. Inside, Dr. Wa is focused. His small intestines burst. "Give me a cotton cloth," he commands Obio. That's crazy! Did he cut a living person's stomach? Master Go wonders in disbelief. Manhwa and Obio are really getting into the thick of things. Master Go is unable to believe what he's seeing. He's a dangerous bastard! What kind of treatment is it to open someone's stomach? He continues to freak out, stepping back. As he rushes out of the room, he feels it's already time to urinate, another sign of the disease's toll. He rushes into the woods for some privacy, reflecting on the torment of it all. It feels like hell whenever I pee. This damned illness! He recalls how all other doctors had given up on treating such wounds. That's right, I've heard rumors about this. It's not so ridiculous to see him opening a stomach up. He considers. Just then, the boy's father comes rushing past him. How's Dang? Dee don't tell me he's dead. The father nervously inquires. To the shock of Master Go, Manhwa declares that the patient is alive, and that the surgery went well. Sometime later, a shocked Master Go is at the door muttering something about how surprising it all is. This dude is practically praising the doc's skills, saying he's better than all the rumors. Dr. Wa now directs Master Go to lie down. This guy's got some deadly plum wounds and he really thought he was done for. Manhwa declares that the urgent treatment is done. But he tells Master Go to come back every day for follow-ups. He hands over a small pouch to the doc, who seems confused about it. Turns out, it's not the medical fee but sort of a thank you gift for the impressive display of skills. Master Go's cart starts rolling away with a noisy clatter. Gunna bows at the cart as they leave. Gunna asks Manhwa if he really doesn't know who that was just now. Manhwa realizes the big deal. Master Go is the head honcho of a super powerful family in the country. He's basically akin to a high-tier CEO, an owner of a giant conglomerate. Comparing Master Go with some colonel in show, it's no contest, the dude's supremely powerful. But there's more. It turns out he's got a bit of a rage issue, making everyone super cautious around him. This stresses Manhwa a lot. He doesn't know if it's wise to treat such a dangerous man. But he needs to, so he pushes his worries aside. Nothing's gonna change if he keeps fretting over it. He orders Obio to hand over the money to the injured boy's father. Obio's confused cause he thought it was the medical fee. Manhwa's like, nah, that's just settlement money. Meanwhile at the entertainment district, Lady Ruju visits Choziel in her room. She can't believe her eyes. Choziel's skin has started to get better only after a few days. She heard what Dr. Wa said, but she didn't believe the result would be that good. It's all thanks to Dr. Wa, who not only treated her plum wounds but made her look young and fresh again. They even joke about him being a deity. Suddenly, the conversation turns serious. Choziel says she's done being a courtesan. Lady Ruju is shocked. She worries about affording more treatment if Choziel quits. Then, the big reveal, she's got a dream. She wants to become a doctor. Lady Ruju pieces it together. It must be because of Dr. Wa. The two share a heartfelt moment. Lady Ruju asks her if Dr. Wa offered to train her. Choziel says no. Ruju gently questions her how society would view it if a courtesan like her becomes a doctor. She advises her not by clinging to Dr. Wa's coattails. But there's another option, the Hao sect. Just then, Dr. Wabu arrives and asks to come in. The two women share a smile as they were just talking about him. While checking Choziel, they chat a bit and Wabu reveals that he's heading to the Phantom Pavilion. Choziel sits up in shock. She asks if someone named Lanhua was hurt. Lady Ruju reveals that Lanhua also had the plum wounds and she recommended Dr. Wa to them. Choziel jealously imagines Dr. Wa treating Lanhua. She's too distracted to hear the doctor call her so he could apply ointment. About to lose his temper, Manhwa tells her to lie on her stomach while he's still being nice. She hides under the blanket in embarrassment. Later, while the doctor is treating her wounds, she thinks about how much she wants to help him. Finally, determined, she sets her mind on one goal, joining the Hao sect to help Dr. Wa. It's a bright and sunny day at the village. Inside the clinic, Obio shouts, "Doctor! We don't have patients anymore." With a stretch and a yawn, Wabu replies, "Oh, good work." But wait, a rider approaches. "Huh," says Wabu, squinting at the figure trotting closer. "How are you?" greets the rider cheerfully. It's his older brother, Wabun. Wabun dismounts and asks if there are no patients today. Wabu, still stretching, says he's usually busy in the morning but free in the afternoon. Wabun makes a joke about having to make his wishes known on his deathbed if things don't change. Wabu looks puzzled. "Dying wishes?" Wabu mentions that he received his living expenses last month. "Since the salary of the servants was delayed, I helped Hyung as he was alone," Wabu explains. Wabun looks a bit flustered at this. "Families should help each other," Wabu replies simply. Wabu asks why his brother wasn't busy preparing for the exam. His brother brushes it off, pointing instead to an urgent matter. "Can you visit someone right now?" Wabu perks up, listening intently. It's about my master's granddaughter. The symptoms have worsened recently. Wabu remembers his brother mentioned this before. She was already like that when she practiced martial arts, but now just staying still makes her chest hurt. Wabun explains. Wabu thinks that it could possibly be pneumothorax, a condition where one's chest is filled with air due to injury from martial arts, tuberculosis, or pneumonia. With determination, Wabu declares, "Alright, I'll go get the tools I need." At the estate of Wabun's master, a doctor apologizes for his inability to treat the Lord's granddaughter. The old Lord appreciates his efforts, thanking him for coming all this way. But deep inside, the old Lord laments his greed, feeling guilt for pushing his granddaughter too hard in her training. He ponders on the severity of the lung disease, a fatal condition if untreated. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Grandpa." The granddaughter, Banhee, finds it hard to rest while waiting for a doctor. He comforts his granddaughter by the news of the renowned Dr. Wa, said to have cured numerous incurable diseases. The old Lord reassures Banhee, telling her not to worry too much. Just in time, Wabun arrives with Wabu and Obio. They all greet the master respectfully. They are warmly greeted by the old Lord. He announces the arrival to Banhee. She gracefully introduces herself. "I'm Banhee." Wabu, taken aback by her beauty, internally reminds himself of his mission. "Please come in, Dr. Wa." The old Lord invites them in. Inside, Banhee struggles to breathe even when walking just a bit. Observing her tall and slim frame, Wabu confirms his earlier diagnosis. He prepares to check her breathing. Her right lung breathes shallowly, with her chest failing to move down during exhalation. Wabu firmly concludes it's pneumothorax. He asks how long she's been ill. The old Lord replies, "Almost a year." Realizing the gravity, Wabu insists on moving her to a medical room. Banhee's cyanosis is concerning. Her lips are already turning blue due to lack of oxygen, and things don't look good. "Dr. Wa, what do you think?" The old Lord anxiously inquires. "I think it's pneumothorax." Wabu responds with confidence. Her right lung is damaged and her lung is touching her heart. This condition, where her lung touches her heart, is severe. Immediate treatment is critical. "It'd be better to get treatment?" the old Lord asks. Hope shines on his face as treatment is now a possibility. Wabu confidently assures him. "Yes, I can. Please cure my granddaughter," the old Lord pleads. Wabu agrees to move her to the medical room, highlighting the urgency. The old Lord calls for a carriage, but suddenly Banhee's condition rapidly worsens. Both the old Lord and Wabu are alarmed by the sudden turn of events. They all dash into the room, with the old master urgently asking what's wrong. Wabu's eyes widen in shock, realizing how fast her condition is worsening. She's unable to breathe. He checks Banhee's chest again. It seems that it has progressed to tension pneumothorax, where the air can't leave the lung and it's now pushing against the other organs. Wabu confirms that Banhee's lung is pressing onto her heart, and immediate action is needed. Wabu directs Obio to get some distilled liquor quick. Returning to Banhee's side, and removes her clothing to inspect the injury. But wait, Wabu finds something unexpected. Banhee's chest is tightly bandaged. Wabu quickly assesses that the tight bandages and Banhee's qigong practice must have exacerbated the tension. The old master asks to stay and observe the treatment. Wabu agrees and proceeds with the treatment. "Obio, watch closely," commands Wabu, holding a needle. He instructs Obio on how to carefully insert the needle between the ribs. As the air starts escaping, they listen to the sound closely. His breathing is getting better. The old master is taken aback by the unusual medical technique. He silently acknowledges the great skill used. Wabu continues, making precise incisions. The old man marvels that this can only be achieved by someone who knows the internal organs of the body. The old master feels very fortunate that he took on Wabun as a disciple. He's proud but anxious, hoping no mistakes are made. Back inside, the operation concludes successfully. Wabu explains the expected recovery process. Ultimately, the old master requests for Wabu to take care of Banhee. Turns out, there's a high-ranking temperamental official coming to the clinic the next day and Wabu can't miss it. The old man is curious and worried about this particularly difficult patient. Wabu reassures he'll come back tomorrow. Suddenly there are shouts heard outside. "What's going on?" yells the old master, walking into the commotion. One of the old master's students has caught Wabu's bodyguard, Gunna. Wabu quickly explains the situation. "Wait, why do you have a guard?" His older brother is puzzled. Under pressure, Wabu awkwardly tries to explain the complicated scenario. Wabun freaks out at the thought of Wabu being in danger. Wabu tries to dodge his anger, apologizing profusely. Wabu insists that Lieutenant Cho has the situation under control. The master thinks about the situation. He expresses how grateful he is for Wabu saving his granddaughter's life. It's decided, Jean will stay by Wa's side as an extra measure of safety. "You must be Bun's little brother," greets Jean warmly. Wabu responds politely. Hello? Jean introduces himself as Eugene, Bun's senior brother. For a moment, Wabu is thrown off balance. Eugene Wenza, the famous general? He's flabbergasted, but quickly regaining composure, pleads for his assistance. Fast forward to nighttime, in an unknown estate. Looks like severe reprimanding is in session. Hua Dang is chastising Lord Yu for his failures in managing Chohayan. Hua Dang doesn't believe this is the same Lord Yu she knew. Lord Yu is on his knees, making excuses, insisting the doctor had strong backup. Hua Dang cuts him no slack, wondering why so much manpower was used for a modest doctor. Yu promises a feasible plan to rectify the situation. He mentions Go Cho from the Pei Nation. Hua Dang immediately expresses her dislike for the man. Yu reveals a plan to assassinate their foe, which gets Hua Dang's approval. Yu plans to stage an ambush against him and make it look like it was done by the military. If executed right, it'll create chaos and division between the Go family and the military. Hua Dang seems to agree, certain this will stir things up. Hua Dang is skeptical. How are you going to do that? Lord Yu smiles and mutters something under his breath before saying, I'm thinking of using that idiot doctor. Hua Dang demands more details right away. The plan? When Master Go visits Wabu's clinic for his treatment, he'll be mostly alone, making it the perfect time to strike. Hua Dang, clearly intrigued, agrees there's a chance if the situation really lines up. The guy suggests they execute the plan tomorrow. Then, she criticizes him, saying he made mistakes but acknowledges him as a peace loyalist nonetheless. She hands him a small box, praising his potential to bring peace. But she quickly adds if he pulls off the plan, there will be a much better reward. I'll keep that in mind, he says while bowing. In the village, snow has fallen overnight. It's snowing a lot, Wabu remarks. Someone behind him asks whether Master Go is arriving today, and Wabu tells him yeah. Eugene, clearly irritated, mentions he'd have sliced Master Go in half if he wasn't the head of a powerful family. Wabu tries to play peacekeeper, saying Master Go did things that deserved a good stabbing but might be gentler this time around. Eugene finds it hard to believe, exclaiming, Gentle? As he walks away muttering. A few hours have passed, they realize Master Go is late, possibly due to the snowstorm. Wabu continues to wonder if the snow really is the cause for his delay. Up in the mountain, the snow covers most of the paths. Master Go's carriage, along with a few men, are slowly making their way. Master Go's spirits high about getting rid of his disease once and for all and noting that the pain has greatly subsided. Master Go has endured a lot because of that disease and is finally feeling better. Reflecting on Dr. Hua, he admits he might be arrogant but undeniably talented. Thinking ahead, Master Go believes he'll fully recover if he continues. Suddenly, an unexpected noise alerts him as he looks outside the window. An arrow smashes into his forehead. Chaos follows as arrows start raining down. It's a surprise attack. Immediate orders are given. Take Master to a safe place. As guards spring into action. The getaway carriage careens down the path under duress. Inside the cabin, Master Go is consumed by confusion and anger. Who dares to attack him so brazenly? The carriage driver announces that he'll protect Master Go, asking General Pyong to handle the threat. Unfortunately, an enemy arrow finds its mark, striking one of the horses of the carriage. The wounded beast rears up violently. The driver curses as he loses control. The horse's fit sends the carriage toppling over a cliff. With Master Go inside, it rolls down a steep ravine and shatters upon impact, sending wooden fragments everywhere. Thrown a few feet away from the carriage, the driver notices the wreckage and rushes to Master Go's aid. Back in the village, Wabu worries about Master Go. The pouring snow through the windows doesn't help her nerves. Inside, he recalls delaying other patient appointments because of Master Go. Gunna comes in and suggests they investigate why he's missing. Right then, someone bursts in, yelling for Dr. Hua. Both of them are stunned by the urgency in his voice. Carrying Master Go on his back, the driver shouts that he is badly injured. Wabu jumps in shock, face full of worry. He instructs them to lay him down as his moans fill the air. Noticing Master Go's heavy head wound, he realizes it's really bad. He asks how he got hurt. The driver explains they were attacked, and the carriage tumbled down a cliff. To add to the horror, he sees the temporal artery has been damaged. He compares the situation to a car wreck without a seatbelt. Jumping into action, he orders the others to tie Master Go's limbs down. His thrashing poses a challenge, one that gets more intense as hits a bottle, spilling some medicine. Wabu pauses, realizing the situation just got worse. But then an evil idea surfaces and he grins like a devil. With a resolute expression, he stuffs a piece of cloth into Master Go's mouth. I will proceed without giving anesthesia, he declares. Master Go's screams echo through the room. It's chaos. Apply pressure! The blood vessels are unstable. Outside, there's tension too. The guards are worried about their master's situation. The driver's guy's freaking out. Will this be alright? He asks. Wabu instructs the driver to secure him tightly, unless he wants his lord to live as a cripple for the rest of his life. The pain is too much for Master Go, and he slowly loses consciousness. The driver is concerned, but Wabu says he's okay and just passed out. Wabu scolds the unconscious Master Go, not unkindly, about breaking the last dose of anesthesia. Back at the mysterious estate, in a shadowed room, Lord Yu's apology seeps with regret. I've failed to kill Go Cho. Sitting regally, the emissary dismisses it, saying having Go Cho alive is more beneficial. Lord Yu reassures that their ambush setup was convincing. The emissary smirks, predicting that Go Cho will turn against the military. Plans within plans? The opposition knows it's harder to disprove accusations than to prove them. With the convincing military plaque left behind, waiting becomes the strategy. They doubt anyone can contain the rage Go Cho will unleash. Back at the clinic, Wabu sits beside Master Go, exhausted. There's no way the plot can't be disproven, and it disturbs him. But there's no choice but to wait. Suddenly, the patient bolts upright with anger. His scream shatters the night's calm. Eugene, who is standing guard outside, wonders who can stop Master Go's wrath and calls him foolish trash. Master Go is raging about being ambushed. Wabu calmly pulls out his tools and sticks an acupuncture needle on his neck. Look at that temper, Wabu muses. He explains to someone in the room that it would be trouble if his blood pressure increases too much. It's the exclusive physician of the Go family, Cheon-won, and he defers to Wabu's decision. Cheon-won still can't believe that a kid, barely 15, connected the blood vessels of a living person. And he's positive that Wabu was able to cure Master Go's syphilis too, judging from the lesson pus. He compares Wabu to Shinongyang Emperor, a mythical god of agriculture and medicine. A few hours later, a tense silence descends into the clinic. Master Go has recovered enough from the surgery. So, Captain Pyong, the Master Go speaks. Anger and confusion linger, demanding answers. Were the military officers involved? It seems aggravatingly plausible. Captain Pyong confirms, visibly shaken, emphasizing the attackers were trained soldiers. He shows his lord the military arrows and a military plaque found at the scene. These mocking lowlifes! Master Go rages. Watching from afar, Wabu questions the validity. What kind of military officer would abandon their gear in such a convenient location at that? He realizes the scheme to spur chaos. But explaining to the vengeful lord? Pointless. Master Go suddenly points at Gunna. You there! You said you're a military officer, didn't you? Show me your military plaque, demands the lord. Eugene observes the scene silently. They compare Gunna's military plaque to the one found at the attack. They both look similar, a frustrated Master Go grumbles. He turns to a panicky Gunna and asks what he thinks. Gunna stammers, caught off guard, that plaques can be easily forged and not to jump to conclusions. Wabu listens helplessly as Master Go continues to interrogate the soldier about what he knew. The lord reaches a boiling point, ordering his men to arrest Gunna. Eugene finally decides to step in. He speaks to the lord calmly. He asks that he not take his rage out on innocent people. This is met with outrage from Master Go. Who are you now? Eugene introduces himself as Wabu's guard. Something about Eugene's demeanor impresses Master Go. There's an imposing aura, only a select few remain unflinched in his presence. Who is your master? The question hangs thick. Eugene replies that even if someone powerful like Lord Go asks, he can't reveal who. He shows the hilt of his sword. You will understand just by seeing this. Recognition dawns on Lord Go. The judicial sword? This sword isn't just any weapon, it's a symbol of immense power, given only by the Emperor, a sign of trust and authority. Lord Go is cut off mid-praise by Eugene, who clamps a hand over his mouth. Eugene says in a hushed voice, "There are a lot of ears here." He reassures him. "I understand how you feel, but it's best to stay calm for now." The weight of the judicial sword and what it represents is not lost on Lord Go. He doesn't want to go against the imperial family. Lord Go, now calm, admits, "I lost my cool for a while because of my illness." He rubs his chin thoughtfully. "What good will come out if I go against the military? It wouldn't help if the clinic becomes too noisy," Eugene adds, hitting the nail on the head. They both want to keep things quiet to avoid drawing any more attention. The discussion shifts, and Wabu is thinking aloud, noting that the man seemed ready to bow to Eugene earlier. He wonders what the deal was with the old master. Who was he? The scene transitions to a grand building at night. Lady Ruju's inn. Wabu has been called in because of a stomachache. Lady Ruju apologizes as she closes the door behind her. Cho Seol is waiting inside and she has pertinent information to share. Wabu is relieved she's not hurt but wonders what's going on. Cho Seol explains that they hear many stories at the inn. Most of the time they're just stories, but if some stories overlap, they might be the truth. She brings out some detailed scrolls marked with intricate characters, elaborating on a specific manor named Typing Manor, which is suspicious due to its connections with recently deceased government officials and some notorious figures. Cho Seol, using these documents, expresses her deep suspicions of Typing Manor. Lady Ruja echoes her sentiments, asserting that the house sect, who she's affiliated with, shares similar concerns. While examining the scrolls closely, Wabu reflects on the name Typing and connects it to the Yellow Turban Army. The women can't be definitive in their claims but maintain their suspicions, stressing the need for caution. Wabu processing this quickly. He resolves that passing these details to the right authorities could indirectly solve his problem. He struggles on whom to trust with this intel. Reflecting on whether Lieutenant Cho or someone more aggressive like Lord Go would handle this better, his dilemma intensifies. Addressing Cho Seol, he deeply thanks her for her invaluable information, and promises to treat them to a meal after all this. Cho Seol brightens up at the thought. Yes, you must, she replies, blushing slightly. Switching gears, we shift to the snowy outskirts of the small village. The Go family physician, Cheon-won, is shocked that Wabu has cured tetanus and enteric disease. Lord Go adds that he also cured his plump sores and fixed his head. Physician Cheon replies that these diseases, he has never heard of anyone curing them in his life. Lord Go reflects on how great a physician Wabu is. Even someone with a judicial sword is indebted to him. He also reflects that Wabu has saved him twice already, and he too is also greatly indebted to the young doctor. Today, Wabu is seeing patients from the village. They complain of persistent symptoms like aching stomachs and dizziness. They ask what sort of disease they have. Wabu thinks to himself that it's obviously malnutrition. They only need to eat properly, but he reflects that he can't keep giving out money every time. Wabu acknowledges the predicament, pondering sustainable ways to support the community. Trying to source grains, Wabu hesitantly asks Lord Go, "May I buy some grains from you?" Lord Go, thinking that the Wa family was really desperate, offers to give it for free. Wabu reveals it's not for him but for the village. He explains that the villagers are starving and wants to prepare for necessary winter grains ahead of time. Lord Go replies that buying grains for the whole village will cost a lot. Wabu reveals he's planning to use Lord Go's treatment money for it. Amazed at Wabu's selflessness, Lord Go agrees to provide the grain for free. Physician Cheon looks on in surprise. "Are you serious?" Wabu exclaims. Lord Go says it's not a prank, and orders Physician Cheon to go get the grain. Wabu's a bit embarrassed cause it's gonna be a lot. Lord Go assures him not worry about that, just worry about healing him faster. It's the next day, and the village is bustling with activity. The place is packed with villagers. There's a bit of surprise and confusion, with some wondering why there's so much. The guards are trying to keep everything orderly, calming people down, telling them to take turns. "Do people really change that much after a head injury?" Eugene questions. Wabu replies that nothing went wrong during surgery, though. As the distribution carries on, everyone looks pretty focused. Suddenly, one face stands out in the line. Lord Go has a realization, and rushes to whisper to his guards. "Give them 3 times the amount." 3 times. It's the father and boy that his carriage hit. When it was their turn, they're told they can have 6 bags. They can't believe their luck. They express their gratitude repeatedly, bowing and thanking Lord Go. Lord Go manages to blurt out, "Just get better quickly." Wabu and Physician Cheon are observing this awkward exchange. Even those close to him have never seen him act this way, like Physician Wa, who's known him for over 20 years. "It's because of your medical skills," explains Physician Chong. But Wabu is too humble for it. He reassures Physician Cheon that he'll get better, little by little. In a quiet moment inside a house, Lord Go and the Wabu sit across from each other. The tension is palpable. The conversation shifts to darker topics. Wa asks about the ambush, but Lord Go's family hasn't found anything concrete yet. Wa presses further, revealing he has some intel but doesn't want to jump to conclusions without careful consideration. Wabu carefully explains the whole situation to the Lord. The words Typing Manor hang in the air like an ominous cloud. Lord Go is resolute. He plans to confirm this intel himself and rope in Lieutenant Cho for the investigation. He's determined to get to the bottom of this, even promising a separate reward for Wabu if the information pans out. Every action has a price, and insists that Wabu take it. Suddenly, Wabu interrupts Lord Go with an idea. He's got that twinkle in his eye, planning something deeper. "While you're at it, how about you do it properly?" Cut to the next scene, the Cho estate. Lord Go storms the place, filled with unrestrained anger. The courtyard is in chaos. "Where is Lieutenant Cho?" he demands. The guards are bewildered, not sure what's happening. Then we get a slap. Yup, the sound of a firm backhand echoes through the air. Lord Go pushes a tied-up gunner to the ground. Lord Go screams about the attempted assassination and how his position is being undermined. Lieutenant Cho runs up, looking panicked. The exchanges become heated. Lord Go's anger is palpable as he accuses them of trying to play dumb, swearing they'll suffer. While all this is happening, a guard tries to quietly slip away. Looks like they're onto him, though. The spy approaches and whispers something to a still blustering Lord Go. He does a complete 360 and starts whispering with his man. Lieutenant Cho is so confused at this point. He remembers Waba telling him about setting a trap. The idea seems to click, causing a spark of realization within Cho, as the plot against them unfolds. He invites Lord Go inside to settle over a cup of tea. In another estate, tea is also being served. The spy has reported the heated exchange to the emissary Hua Dang and Lord Yu. The emissary notes that the rogues' actions align perfectly with their own plans. The mastermind behind these schemes acknowledges this, crediting their attention to detail. She gloats that Xiao County is now under their control, marking a critical shift in power. Unknown to them, someone is already at their door. It's Lieutenant Cho, looking like he means business. He forcefully kicks the door open. His battle cry is fierce as he orders his men to capture their adversaries. Surprise jolts through the two, unsure how to react. Lord Yu questions why Lieutenant Cho is there, sowing seeds of doubt. Panic sets in, instructions to secure valuables fly around the room as they recognize impending defeat. A clash of forces is imminent, you can see the fighters charging right in. Kill anyone who resists! The command booms, sealing the fate of those who dare oppose. In a dimly lit tunnel, bright flames line the path, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Lord Yu and Hua Dang race through the echoing corridor, their hurried footsteps breaking the silence. This way! Lord Yu shouts, indicating a direction with urgency. Right! Responds Hua Dang. Reaching a heavy door, Hua Dang breathes a sigh of relief. Nice! Is that the way out? We can leave now! But their relief is short-lived. Lord Yu lets out a surprised. What? The key was definitely here though? Lord Yu stammers in disbelief. You foolish bastard! How do you lose the key to an escape route? Hua Dang snaps, frustration mounting. Realizing they have no other option, they retrace their steps, hoping to outsmart the soldiers. Determined, Hua Dang rips her clothes violently. Emissary? Why are you suddenly tearing your clothes? Asks Lord Han, perplexed. Shut up, incompetent bastard! Hua Dang barks, quickly concocting a new plan. They find a sturdy pole. Tie me to this pole! Hurry! Hua Dang orders. Lord Yu hesitates but complies. I'll try to buy some time here. Quickly take it and leave. Jang instructs. Lord Yu picks up something interesting. They lock eyes one final time. We don't know each other. Got it? Hua Dang's tone is firm. Lord Yu nods, understanding the gravity of their situation. Soon, the chaos resumes as soldiers arrive, smashing through obstacles in their path. Lord Yu barely has time to hide. The soldiers barge in and discover the tied-up Hua Dang. Sneaking back to the door, Lord Yu chuckles. He actually had the key with him the whole time. To think I'd be able to break the contract this easily, he muses. With the key in hand, he realizes there's only one task remaining. I have to make sure I don't run into that woman again, he remarks coldly. He swings the door open dramatically, stepping into the light of freedom. That's right, he reassures himself, convinced the worst is over. Bow in hand, he vows never to cross this path again. Emerging from the cave, the resolves to leave the way of typing behind him forever. Lord Yu circles back to the manor at a distance. It's all right now, young miss. A soldier consoles her. Unknown to them, her somber expression hides her cunning plan to hide who she was. As they move on, she contemplates her escape, eyes glinting with hidden malice. She plots silently about killing Lord Yu, but an arrow interrupts her schemes. Dropping to the ground with a gasp, her realization is too late. What's going on? She wonders aloud as others rush to her aid, but it's already done. Perched on a tree, Lord Yu watches, bow in hand and confidence renewed. There won't be any further problems now. He sighs in relief, looking at his downed adversary. The woman's final thoughts blur as she slips into unconsciousness. The scene shifts to a quiet room at the old master's estate. Laughter echoes through the rafters. To think that scoundrel, Go Cho, would distribute grains to the poor. The old master comments, sipping tea in disbelief. Eugene counters, half joking. Isn't it because he wants to look good in front of you? But the old master dismisses this idea swiftly. They continue their discussion about Go Cho's surprising change, pondering whether physician Hua played a role. And he listens to their conversation. Eugene also mentions that physician Hua was also very talented in martial arts. He tells the old master that he was able to spar with Wabu a few times, and saw that he was able to put his inner chi into his sword. This surprises the old master. Eugene continues that Wabu learned the Cho family arts, and has been practicing for only 5 months. If it weren't for Lieutenant Cho, I would bring him in right away as my junior brother. Eugene laments, acknowledging Wa's talents. Then he admires Wabu, feeling that they are the same age, but it didn't feel like it. She wants to talk to him the next time he's here. Back in the peaceful village, Wabu enjoys a moment of silence. Distributing grains has lifted a heavy burden off their shoulders. "Oh my, physician, isn't it so peaceful?" asks a villager, and the sentiment is shared. Everyone is visibly happy, now that they are well fed. Wabu also reflects on how the typing mana problem was solved and Lord Go wasn't so angry anymore. However, trouble looms as the sound of hooves disrupts the calm. It's Wabun, calling out to him urgently. "Mother is in a critical condition!" Wabun exclaims, striking fear into Wabu's heart. The time has finally come. He thinks to himself. "Obio, hurry and prepare!" Wabu orders urgently. As he's packing, he notices that his hands are trembling. "My hands are trembling so much," he reflects. It was probably the real Wabu's reaction to his mom being in critical condition. In his mind, he appears as his former self, Jisuhan, and speaks. "If that's the case, don't worry. Your mother is my mother too. I will succeed in mother surgery at all costs." Both pledging unity. Back at the Wa mansion, Physician Bong and Wa Bak stand by Lady Wa's bedside. Wa Bak anxiously pleads with the physician, desperately asking if there's another way to cure her. But the old doctor shakes his head, citing the pain in her abdomen and admitting there's nothing more he can do. The son clings to a sliver of hope, asking about Physician Song Lim. The response is a firm no. Only Physician Wa might pull off this miracle. The tension in the room spikes as another son enters, announcing that Wan Wa is here. Doubt hangs heavy. Wa Bak questions, can Wan Wa really heal their mother? The physician's words echo, if Physician Wa can't help, nobody can. As if summoned by urgency, Wan Wa steps into the room, exuding a mix of confidence and determination. He greets the family with a calm hello. He immediately checks his mother, assessing her consciousness, and confirms the situation is critical but not helpless. Physician Bong explains that he used acupuncture to ease their mother's pain. Wan Wa concludes that the fever and vomiting means that her situation has worsened. Wan Hua questions the bizarre swelling in her intestines. When is his X-ray power when he needs it most? He's frustrated, commanding it to work. With gritted teeth, he tries to summon that power. His body reacts, heart pounding, adrenaline rushing, then, a bright flash. Wan Wa can see inside the body, the unseeable revealed. It's not the intestines, it's acute cholecystitis, a severe inflammation in the gallbladder. Urgency fuels him. They need to operate now or else. His brother looks paralyzed by fear. Recollections flood back, stories about Wan Hua's past successes, the uncurable made curable. If Wan Wa can't do it, then no one can. With a soft pleas, Wa Bak finally relents, asking Wan Wa to save their mother. Just then, a weak voice calls out his name. He rushes to his mom's side and takes her hand. She recalls stories of her son's feats, saving the people of Whetstone Village, curing people who were dying of tetanus. Wan Wa is surprised that his mother had heard that he was treating people. "But why do you have such a worried face?" she asks. She reassures him that she is confident, knowing that he is going to do her treatment. Overwhelmed by her words, Wan Wa pauses, then smiles. With a promise hanging between them, his determination crystallizes. "I will cure you." He steels himself, centering his energy. As if fired by a hidden spark, his demeanor transforms, urging himself to succeed. Even his helpers note the shift, calling him a divine doctor. Charged with determination, Wan Wa initiates the surgery. The incision gets made, and his hands move with expert precision. Instruments pass quickly between hands, each one a lifeline. Physician Bong is called in to assist. It's the first time he's witnessed OBO in action. He realizes that this kid has potential too. Right now he's like Physician Wa's right arm. Physician Bong also notices that Wan Wa was emanating much different from when he was treating those soldiers. Physician Wa calls him a divine doctor. Meanwhile, Wan Wa is done removing the mesentery. Suddenly, an explosion of blood. He quickly wipes it away, and keeps going, asking OBO to prepare the soldering iron. The operation progresses, and Wan Wa declares that he has stopped the bleeding. They surpass the dangerous phases, yet the surgery remains fraught with peril. The final threads of tension curl and unravel as Wan Wa extracts the source of pain. As the gallbladder is excised, stones gently clatter into a bowl, each one a small victory. Hope reignites as he whispers to himself a quiet affirmation of faith, that he can save their mother. The hallway is tense. Wabin's pacing, clearly stressed. Older brother, isn't he taking too much time? He asks, worried about Wanhua's progress. His thoughts race. What if something went wrong? Even if it's Wanhua, he can't shake the worry. Sitting nearby, Wabak reassures himself. Wanhua will definitely cure her. He mutters with prayerful intensity. He's got all his hopes pinned on Wanhua. Suddenly, footsteps echo through the corridor. They whip around, startled. Wanhua emerges from the shadows, face unreadable. The moment is electric. Did he succeed? Slowly, Wanhua removes his mask. The surgery, he begins, raising the room's tension to the breaking point. Was successful. Relief floods the place like a tidal wave. Both brothers explode with joy, practically tackling him with excitement. Mother is all right now, Wanhua says, swaying a little. He collapses on the floor before anyone can catch him. Physician Bong rushes to his side. I'll check him, he says, feeling for a pulse. His brothers are worried, but Physician Bong reassures them. He's just relieved and exhausted. The group's emotions shift from panic to relief. Wonha! Wabak breathes out, as if thanking him subconsciously. Wanhua is out cold, floating in a dreamlike state. In this surreal haze, a young doctor looks around, confused. Huh! Where am I? He wonders aloud, questioning his surroundings. He finds himself face to face with the original Wanhua. What's going on? The doctor ponders as the figure bows deeply before him. Suddenly it clicks. This is gratitude. The doctor smiles, acknowledging the hard work of this mysterious figure. The doctor reaches out and comforts him. A blinding light glows around Wanhua, and in a burst he disappears, leaving behind a reassuring glow. You can rest assured now, the doctor says to the original soul of Wanhua, disappearing into stardust. Wanhua awakens from his stupor, dazed. He blinks, trying to piece together reality. Just a regular ceiling greets him. He jumps up, adrenaline kicking in. Was it all just a bizarre dream? Beside him, his mother sleeps peacefully. Reality clicks into place. Everything's all right. Gratitude blooms on his face. His brothers spill into the room with hesitant excitement. Wanhua! You're up? They ask. I'm fine. Mother and I are fine. He assures them with a relieved grin. Reflecting, Wabak finally admits, I'm sorry for not trusting you all this time. As the emotional dam breaks. Tears flow freely as gratitude spills through his words. Thank you so much. A few days pass, and life returns to its rhythm. Mom's still asleep but all healed up. Wanhua instructs Obio on what to do next. Physician Bong watches them, seeing the young sidekick, Obio, enthusiastic about his job. Obio is practically the hands and feet of Physician Hua. He thinks with a proud smile, knowing there will be someone like Obio for the next generation. If only I were younger, he could have become Physician Hua's student. He laments. He decides that his nephew could be Physician Hua's student instead. Obio voices his relief that the surgery was successful. Laughter and joy fill the room. Just when they think it's winding down, an unexpected visitor enters. A message from the government minister has arrived, Wabak announces, knocking reality back into the room. Wanhua faces the messenger with wide eyes. Are you Dr. Hua? The confirmation comes immediately, albeit nervously. The visitor presents an imperial letter, and curiosity peaks. Wanhua's eyes widen at the sight of it. A while later, everyone is gathered in Lady Hua's quarters. Is the Chancellor requesting your audience? Their mother inquires, her voice tinged with surprise. Wanhua, still processing, replies hesitantly. I think so. His older brother's psyched about it. Physician Bong explains that Wanhua treated Lord Go Cho, the head of the Go family, recently. It turns out Lord Go's niece is the third consort, and word of Wanhua's skill must have spread. His mother can't believe that her son is now being requested by someone so important. Wanhua was trying to make sense of the cryptic letter asking him to go to Yingchuan Commandery. Could it be because the third consort is pregnant? Wanhua was thrown. He wasn't prepared for obstetrics. Boo! His mother speaks. Wanhua was surprised that she's calling him by his real name, not his childhood name anymore. She tells him she's really proud of him. With a warm smile, she encourages him to hurry and cure whatever illness it is. The encouragement works. But Wanhua was panicking. Obstetrics and gynecology are not his expertise. We quickly transition to the Chancellor's majestic compound. In the hall, Wanhua introduces himself formally as Wabu and greets the third consort. Go Hyun has heard so much about him from her uncle. Take care of the medical examination, she calmly requests from behind the curtain, as a maid brings out a long ball of thread. He's given a silk thread for the pulse exam? Wanhua was shocked. Predicting pregnancy with a silk thread is something he's only ever seen in historical dramas. Staring at the thread in disbelief, he questions how this can even work. I apologize, Your Highness. Manhwa concedes, admitting his skills aren't up to this impossible measurement. The consort's curiosity piques. What do you mean by that? She asks. Manhwa explains his need for a complete examination for a proper diagnosis. The consort recalls her uncle's glowing recommendation of Wabu, but she has to get permission from the Chancellor for him to touch her. She decides to get the Chancellor's permission to proceed. Back at the physician's quarters, Manhwa waits calmly, sipping tea, feeling like time's slipping by. Suddenly, an unwelcome interruption. Jaehyung, a court physician, barges in, dripping with challenge. He's icy, accusing Manhwa of riding on family connections, and outright confronts him about his skill level. Manhwa's unfazed by the jab, claps back with a dose of quiet confidence. Suddenly, a servant comes in calling for Physician Hwa. She announces that the Chancellor has given permission. Manhwa breezes past Jaehyung and heads to the consort's quarters. But surprise, surprise, Jaehyung is now by his side. Manhwa's grumbling in his mind, wondering why this guy is here. Jaehyung explains that he wants to observe Manhwa as he's heard so much about him. The consort allows him to stay. Now, Manhwa approaches the consort, saying his skills are a bit different from other physicians. With assurance, Go-hyun permits Manhwa to examine her the way he needs to. Manhwa immediately notices that her stomach is a little bit too bloated. Listening carefully, Manhwa notes new physical changes, considering what they might indicate. Go-hyun's mention of exhausting symptoms seems typical, yet something instinctively feels off. Noting that the morning sickness indicators are all aligning, Manhwa feels her pulse. But something suddenly shocks him. Wabu's hands freeze as he checks the pulse. "Huh!" he mutters, trying to make sense of the situation. A smooth pulse is a kind of pulse that usually indicates pregnancy. But in this case, there was none. The consort breaks through Wabu's thoughts, asking what's wrong. Wabu's mind races. No smooth pulse, yet all signs point to pregnancy. It's a classic head-scratcher. Should he risk using his X-ray power? The side effects are brutal, though. But the woman jumps in, saying not to be shocked. Morning sickness has been messing with her all day. Wabu's in a rough spot. If this isn't a real pregnancy, all hell will break loose. Troublesome, that's the word. His mind keeps spinning, he's risking everything here, even as he releases the consort's hand. What on earth is going on? He thinks deeply. Jaehyung lurks, silently witnessing the whole scene. He whispers loudly from behind, urging Wabu to answer the lady's question, stat. Wabu knows he has to focus, no time to lose it now. Jaehyung decides to speak, reassuring Her Highness about the imaginary baby. He jumps in, offering to serve a concoction for the pregnancy. Wabu's frustration is almost audible. This guy is something else. He uses his vision, sending energy surging. He opens his eyes and takes a look at the patient's stomach. The truth hits him, there's no fetus. It was exactly as he suspected. It's a case of pseudocyesis, or imaginary pregnancy. Taking advantage of the pause, Jaehyung starts his manipulations, telling the consort that this was above Wabu's skill level. He tries to interject his concoction again when Wabu interrupts. "Physician Jaehyung, have you even felt her pulse and examined her?" Jaehyung's reaction is all fluster and fury. How dare Wabu question his diagnosis? Wabu replies forcefully, telling him to save it for later. He suggests they take a break. Wabu steps back and calls Physician Jaehyung for a more private talk. Outside, the tension builds. "Can you believe this guy?" Jaehyung yells. He's all blustery. "She's not pregnant? Have you not seen her stomach?" Wabu replies that her stomach is too big for just 3 months. Wabu stands firm, confident that he has checked her pulse and calls out Jaehyung's assumptions. But Jaehyung scoffs. Great doctors can diagnose all kinds of illnesses just by looking, and that's that. Wabu can't believe how stubborn this guy is. He thinks to himself about the pseudo-pregnancy issue. He knows it's psychological in nature, and that most people will return to normal once they're convinced that they aren't pregnant. But there are no ultrasounds or pregnancy tests in this era, so it's difficult to show them. He's trying to navigate centuries-old medical perceptions here, while Jaehyung stubbornly insists Wabu's wrong. Wabu challenges him to check the consort's pulse. But Jaehyung, feeling all superior, insists that observation is enough for him. And then, he lets it drop that he's not allowed to touch her anyway. Suddenly, a voice cuts through their argument. "Do you mean that there is no child?" It's the royal consort. She's heard the conversation and is demanding answers. Beside her is the Chancellor, arriving in person. This has become an even bigger deal. Both physicians bow down to them. The Chancellor asks if Wabu is the physician that the Go family recommended. Wabu introduces himself, and the Chancellor asks him for his diagnosis. Wabu explains it in the simplest way possible. Due to Her Highness Ernest's hope to get pregnant, she's gotten pregnant through her imagination. Her mind wants her to be pregnant, so her body is mistaken. It's a mental illness that makes her feel like she's pregnant. No one's heard of it. Jang Dayak says he's never heard of this illness in any medical books. The Chancellor, pragmatic as ever, asks Wabu if he came to this diagnosis after feeling the consort's pulse. He suggests bringing in other physicians to independently confirm. Wabu's mind races. It will be good if more physicians examine the consort. They can't all be quacks, can they? The Chancellor makes it clear. If you're wrong, you're owning this mess, with all the implied consequences. Jang Dayak gives Wabu a side-eye. Looks like he's got something sinister planned. A while later, they're all gathered in the consort's chambers. Jang Dayak proceeds, respectfully. He checks her pulse, and shock registers on his face. Her stomach is so big, it's as if she's carrying twins. But how can her pulse be so weak? Jang Dayak questions. He can't come to terms with how the consort looks visibly pregnant, but her pulse says otherwise. But an evil plan forms in Jang Dayak's mind. He can just say she's pregnant now and take back his words later. By that time, the child will be long gone. Eager to teach Wabu a lesson, Jang Dayak declares that the consort is indeed pregnant. What? Wabu exclaims, stunned. More doctors are called in, and they all declare she is pregnant. Wabu's in shock. What the heck is happening? Our skeptical hero is fuming. He gathered all the quacks. He thinks to himself. The Chancellor confirms these opinions, and all of the doctors agree. Internally, though, everyone agrees that she's not pregnant, but they don't want to cross the head court physician. They decide it's best to sweep it under the rug and bail quietly. The Chancellor turns to Wabu. All court physicians agree she's pregnant. And our protagonist looks ready to explode. An evil Jang Dayak smiles. How dare this kid question his medical skills? He deserves to be trampled on. Jang Dayak weasels his way in, trying to make a suggestion. He starts off by implying Wabu is still a child, but plants the seed of an idea that Wabu was trying to hurt the child out of jealousy. Because of that, Wabu is thrown in jail. Damn it! He yells in the middle of his cell. This whole thing is ridiculous. He can't believe he's been jailed for contempt, and applying medical common sense just backfired on him. He ponders the absurdity of it all. How can these people call themselves court physicians? Was this a setup? Thoughts of home drift in. Mother will faint knowing I'm locked up. He broods. She was so excited about this. He was only able to escape severe punishment by using Lord Go's name. Suddenly, someone's calling for the physician. Huh! He snaps back to reality. It's Obio, checking in on him. Didn't you go back home? Wabu asks. No way, not while you're stuck in here. The kid replies. A heartfelt moment passes between them. You don't have to suffer too, Wabu says. But the kid insists. You're the one suffering. Eyes filling with tears. It's touching to see Obio care so much. It's probably a good thing that Obio doesn't return to Chiao County, so his mother doesn't hear the news. Have you eaten? Obio asks, with a mischievous grin. The kid's got snacks. Obio brings out a whole platter of food. He says he made a deal with the guards. This one's resourceful. Wabu thinks as he gladly accepts the feast. Wabu offers some food, but Obio declines, saying it's for him. Wabu jokes, threatening to waste it if Obio keeps refusing. As dinner wraps up, they consider letting Lord Go know about Wabu's imprisonment. Wabu thinks hard. The Chancellor's like the king in this country. Even Lord Go might not be able to do anything. Our hero has no ace in the hole, yet there's a spark of an idea. Hey Obio? He asks the kid to relay a message. They hatch a plan, and Wabu sends Obio to tell Lord Go. Over in the grand halls of the Go family estate. What? Physician Wabu's locked up, Lord Go exclaims. He's all confused. Why is he in prison? Lord Go asks in confusion. Obio tells the Lord of Wabu's diagnosis. Thoughts race through Lord Go's mind. If Physician Wa said it, it's probably true, despite how far out it sounds. He's just been praised by his brothers for his recent good deeds. He can't be humiliated now. And it's the Chancellor who locked him up, so he has no pull. Things seem pretty hopeless. Obio interrupts his thoughts. Physician Wa has a favor to ask. A few days later, at the Chancellor's palace, Physician Jiang is called in. The Chancellor wants to know why the consort's condition has not improved. Physician Jiang makes up some excuses about treating her slowly so as not to poison her. But the Chancellor's probing makes things tense. Then the bombshell. The Chancellor asks the physician if he can find out the child's gender. The physician's hands are tied, literally sweating under the gaze of the Chancellor. The other physicians should be able to predict it too, right? The Chancellor presses. Jiang Dayak confirms this. The Chancellor orders him to summon all the court physicians. The Chancellor gives them 5 days. In 5 days, they need to feel her pulse and find out the child's gender. Physician Jiang is shaking in fear. How's he going to weasel his way out of this? It's nighttime. At the Go family estate, the brothers were discussing the events at the palace. Lord Go is telling his brothers about Waba's requests. If his medical skills are as great as he claims, this should be easy peasy. And apparently, it's the only way to save Physician Wa. The next day, the palace courtyard's bustling. There's a few pregnant women behind a screen. The court physicians are all lined up. When they get to the top of the queue, they whisper their predictions to a secretary who records all this down. Everyone's done except Physician Wa. He calls for Physician Wa. Out of nowhere, Waba walks in silently. He stands in front of the screen. Anticipation hangs in the air. Waba activates his powers and declares, "It's a boy!" The crowd is baffled. How's this possible without checking her pulse? Waba does this several more times. One moment, it's a boy, next it's a girl. Waba's really maxing out his power for this challenge. Lord Go has come to observe the events. His niece, the consort, is confused at this spectacle. Is Physician Wa playing a joke on them? Lord Go vouches for Physician Wa, who has saved his life twice already. He's seen the physician cure all sorts of incurable diseases from tetanus to syphilis. Physician Wa is the definition of a miracle-working doctor, Lord Go says with a smile, full of faith for his friend. Fast forward to the evening. The Chancellor looks at the records and finds it fascinating how all the court physicians' answers are almost the same. Physician Jiang says it's because of their skill. But the Chancellor notices that Waba's answers are a bit unique. He claims that the Minister of War's child was a stillborn. Physician Jiang says that 2 other doctors also said that. The Chancellor agrees, but it was only Waba who was quite certain that the child had already died. If Physician was right in all this, the Chancellor is going to have all of them fired and make Waba the head court physician. Physician Jiang's sweating bullets, trying to save his skin. The Chancellor challenges him. Did Physician Jiang think appointing competent physicians an excessive act? And even more a physician who could accurately provide a correct diagnosis to all the women? The corrupt doctor could not counter that. The Chancellor rises. "Don't tell me you're not confident of your own diagnosis?" he asks the Jiang Dayak. The physician tries to make excuses. But the Chancellor was having none of it. He orders the doctor to confirm after birth and report back. Meanwhile, brooding thoughts linger in Go Hyun's mind. What if Physician Wa was right? She thinks about what might happen if she was indeed without child. Time passes slowly as everyone waits for the births. Waba's using this to train, leveling up like it's the final boss fight. Looks like all that hard work is seriously paying off. The side effects of using his powers are getting better, plus he's built up some muscle too. And then, bam! There's a commotion, a call for the physician. Word is out, Mr. Wei's wife had a baby. And wait, Physician Wa? Guessed it was a boy without missing a beat. He's nailed 29 of the births already. He's pretty confident with his powers. They're even better than ultrasounds. He thinks about the Minister of War's wife and the stillbirth. Now, conversation swings to the homework. Obio, the sidekick, is struggling with the basics. Waba orders him to learn to read, even if you gotta beg. Gems of wisdom drop. He tells Obio to memorize the difficult things so his body remembers. Just then, a loud voice announces a royal decree. The news: Physician was officially innocent and is to be released immediately. There's this rush of relief as Obio, borderline joyful, calls for the physician. Waba thanks Obio for his hard work. But duty awaits. The Chancellor wants to see Physician Wa. And our guy. He's gotta get ready for the big meet. In the grand hall of Yanqian Commandery, the air feels thick with anticipation. The chatter is hushed as the high officials gather, and the Chancellor looks visibly unsettled. How shocking! He mutters, the words cutting through the silence like a knife. The Chancellor continues, amazed at Physician Wa diagnosing patients without even checking their pulses. Go Cho's recommendation indeed wasn't an exaggeration. The doctor's fame is well deserved. A minister speaks up. One of the reports about Waba was purposely left out. So, if it was omitted, there must be a reason. Tell me, the Chancellor demands, eyeing the aged minister. He explains that the renowned physician, Wabu, operates humbly, running a free clinic in a poverty-stricken village. The minister thought it would only confuse the Chancellor, so he left it out. As he considers nominating him for a position of honor, thoughts swirl, imagining the ripple this could create in the court. Just then, Physician Wa enters, warmly welcomed by the Chancellor, who's clearly impressed by his skills, and even inspiring his horrible in-law, Lord Go Cho, to become a better person. The discussion shifts. The ruler appreciates Physician Wa for his simplicity and mentions recommending him to the emperor. Yet, Waba humbly declines, admitting his lack of formal education. The ruler laughs, interpreting this as ambition to join the government instead, misunderstanding Wabu completely. Wabu clarifies that he's not suited to being a civil servant. He just wants to go out and treat as many patients as possible. The ruler admires his selflessness. He is also aware of the dangers young talents face in court politics. Suddenly, a maid bursts in, panic written on her face. "Your Highness, something big happened!" she cries. The Chancellor is startled, questioning her manners. The gravity of the situation dawns. The consort has consumed poison. At the consort's manor, Go Hyun falls to her knees in tears. This false pregnancy has plunged her into despair. There is no baby? She remembers the shock of hearing this news. She's desperate for a child, but despite seeing physician Wabu, her hopes crumble. Even the miracle-working physician Wa couldn't help her. She's full of fear that the Chancellor will turn his eye on Anther Lady, and quickly discard her. She's made up her mind and reaches for her drawer. She would rather disappear than face this agony. Will anyone shed a tear for me? She wonders, as her grip tightens on a vial. Her last wishes are not grand. She yearns for an ordinary life, one with love devoted solely to her. She drinks and succumbs to agony, blood staining her lips. She tumbles to the ground to await the darkness. But before it overcomes her, a maid enters her room. She realizes what has happened and runs for help. Wa arrives just as she's fading. Please let me die while you still love me. She dreams silently. The ensemble of courtiers, doctors, and servants erupts into a frenzy. Tempers flare, questions fly. What happened? Wabu fights through the confusion, demanding to assess the consort himself. She can't swallow the antidote because she's unconscious now. Wabu assesses the situation. He needs to pump out the poison from her stomach, but he doesn't have his instruments. Hope flickers. Obio rushes in, breathless but triumphant. Physician, I brought your bag, he announces, clutching salvation tightly. Great job, Obio! Wa exclaims, snapping into action. First, they move the consort to the bed. How much poison did she take? Wabu asks. Another replies nervously. Less than a quarter of the bottle. Which brings some relief. Wabu, who's taking charge, gets to work with swift, precise actions, his mind razor-focused as he measures a disinfected tube, and carefully inserts it. Once the tube is inside, he checks using his X-ray powers, making sure that the tube is inserted properly. Time to get that poison out, he thinks. Calling his helper, Obio, he instructs him to hold the tube steady while he pumps out the poison. With teamwork, they start the process, pumping out the foul substance into a bowl. The stench, it's beyond words. Next, Wabu pours in some clean water to irrigate her bowels and cleanse it. They work meticulously until the water runs clear. He reflects on using charcoal to absorb any remaining poison, confident in his methods. He's mixed it with cooking oil so any remaining poison will come out as diarrhea. Exhausted but hopeful, he steps back. I've done all I can, he admits, the rest left to fate. A while later, the consort's eyes blink open, and she slowly regains consciousness. Wabu is relieved that she woke up faster than he expected. But he's interrupted by Her Highness whispering. Why did you save me? Tears in her eyes. Distraught, she shares her despair, abandoned for not bearing a child. Why bother saving me? Wabu, empathetic yet firm, insists she must live, there's a future yet to plan. Encouragement flows. Leave the pregnancy to fate, give time for prayers to be answered. He promises her that he'll do his best to stabilize her body, so she can live to see the better days that lie ahead. He vows to return tomorrow. Outside, the sun sets on another challenging day. Wabu, exhausted and out of energy, heads home with Obio. But peace is short-lived. Physician Jiang, in a panic, rushes after Wabu, pleading for a moment to talk. Wabu rushes past him. They have nothing to talk about, after all that he did. But Physician Jiang is desperate, so he grabs hold of Wabu, pleading not to let him get kicked out of the palace. He promises to give all his wealth to Wabu. He just needs time to erase all signs of his embezzlement in the palace. Wabu is not one to forgive easily. He reminds Physician Jiang of past betrayals, and how he almost lost his life because of him. After all that, did he expect Wabu to just obediently help him? Wabu suggests that Physician Jiang just leave and go live his life peacefully away from the palace, and leaves him groveling on the floor. Jiang Diok's rage mounts at the rejection. He swears revenge against Wabu. I won't let you be! But our physician walks away, unfazed, eyes set firmly on the next task. Next morning, a new day dawns over the palace. Wabu enters the drug inventory, delighted at the freedom granted to use whatever's needed. Orders came straight from the top to ensure the consort's recovery at any cost. With all these ingredients, he's confident he'll be able to restore Her Highness' health. Just then, Obio rushes in. There's a call from Lord Go. He's been invited to visit the Go family. Wabu wonders why he's being called. Did he hear that he refused the head court physician position? Or maybe he wants to make him the Go family exclusive physician? The possibilities are endless. Obio is shocked by the news that he rejected the head court physician position. It simply wasn't worth the hassle, was Wabu's only answer. As they make their way toward the Go family residence, Wabu jokes about titles, insisting on being called master instead of physician, leaving his apprentice in a flustered agreement. In the lush forests, Wabu and Obio make their way through the trees. The young boy marvels at how quickly they've arrived, thanks to their new friend Jilpung, arranged by Lord Go. Jilpung seems quite happy to be here as well. The road to the Go family is long, and a meal at an inn is on their minds. Suddenly, panic strikes as cries for help echo through the woods. Someone's hurt, and the urgency in the voice sends shivers down their spines. Wabu instructs Obio to secure Jilpung and dashes towards the pleading voice. A woman waves frantically, signaling towards a man with a leg trapped, blood oozing. Wabu rushes to help them. But before he could react, he's ensnared, hanging upside down in a treacherous trap. He calls to the woman to help get him down. The woman asks if he's a physician. At that moment, Obio rushes in, calling out to his master. Obio's worried. What kind of mindless hunter would set traps like this so near the road? Not one to panic, Obio prepares to cut the rope and tells the woman to make sure their master's head doesn't hit the ground. Wabu's laughing at his clumsiness, but then notices the woman act all sketchy. A knife gleams ominously, and her intentions turn treacherous. "Run, Obio!" Wabu shouts as survival instincts kick in. The mysterious woman draws near Obio, aiming to attack. Thanks to the warning, Obio runs away in time. Wabu curses at falling victim to this trap. Suspended in crisis, he resolves to cut free of the trap when a menacing figure armed with a sword declares it's too late. The bandit charges in, threatening to kill Wabu. Wabu quickly reaches for his sword. With a sinister smile, the bandit thinks it's useless as the trap was made of iron wire. A weak physician wouldn't be able to cut it. But with unexpected skill, Wabu breaks free, dropping to the ground ready to face their foes head-on. Recognizing this physician is no ordinary one, he calls out to the woman for help. She abandons her chase for Obio and focuses on Wabu. Blue energy flares from Wabu's sword, and he slices through the woman's arm. He's not done yet. Another slice finishes her off quickly. The man cries out at his partner. But this isn't the time to get distracted. Looks like Wabu has thrown something at him, and it hits his sword. A piece of wood? Amidst the chaos, thoughts race. This person was supposed to be an easy target. Instead, they're faced with someone who wields power beyond their understanding. With a final slice, Wabu finishes the duel. The bandit's sword is sliced in half. Obio rushes back to the scene. Was his master hurt? Wabu says it's only his foot aching a bit. He calmly asks Obio if he was okay as they approach the woman bandit. "You must be able to talk," Wabu says. He had cut her purposely that way so she wouldn't die right away. He demands answers about who orchestrated this ordeal. "Tell me who hired you," he insists. "Or you won't die a peaceful death." Wabu plunges a needle into the assassin's stomach. Suddenly, the pain has lessened, and she's confused about it. Wabu warns her not to bite her tongue off. "Because he's just going to sew it back on again," he says in a sinister voice. He tells her that she must at least be prepared for death, since she was willing to kill someone, and threatens to let her experience pain that was much worse than death. He's really not playing around. She's got nothing left but desperation, convinced Wabu's about to give her a world of pain without any way out. She finally cracks, gasping out, "Head physician." Turns out, the sneaky head physician Jiang is behind this hit. Wabu's puzzled. Sure, they aren't best buds, but he hadn't thought the physician would actually go out of his way to kill him. The assassin, still scared out of her wits, insists she's just a pawn who took the cash and the orders. She didn't know anything else. She pleads for mercy, and Wabu, after a tense moment, says he believes her. With the needle released, she succumbs to her injuries and quickly dies. Wabu's left contemplating over the body, pondering his next move. This whole thing was awkward, sure, but he's gotta find out who's targeting him. He remembers his other narrow escapes. Thanks to Lieutenant Cho's teachings, he was able to scrape by. But at this rate, he needed something more. Plus he's got Obio with him now. Time to step up and prep for future threats. Then, he finds this plaque marked Red Moon House on the body. Was this assassin disguising herself as a courtesan? It raises all kinds of suspicious flags. Frustration boils over. Wabu crushes the plaque, thinking about how deep Jiang's deceit might run. "Master!" yells Obio, asking what they're gonna do about Jiang. Wabu's got plans to let him have a taste of his own medicine. Obio asks if he's going to hire assassins too. No, he's just going to ruin him financially and let him starve to death. Obio is at a loss but tags along as they head into the unknown. Back in the Wa estate, cherry blossoms dance in the breeze. Wabek's reflecting on the seasons. He's brooding over failing the civil service exams again, worried about facing his mother's disappointment. Then a voice cuts through, his younger brother's eager to chat. Wabun wants deets on the recent exam. The older brother's not feeling it, admitting his failure outright. Wabun tries to cheer him up. But Wabak changes the subject. Did Wabun pass the military service exams? That's great news for the family. Wabun mumbles that it wasn't such a big deal. He mentions that with Wabak's skill, he should have placed first. Wabak brushes this off and they decide to go for a drink. Wabak asks his younger brother what rank he got. But the Wabun dodges the question, a little embarrassed. He finally admits he placed first, which made Wabak really happy. Wabun says it was Lieutenant Cho who supervised the exam. He probably went easy on him knowing he was Wonwa's brother. Wabak says he's know the lieutenant to be fair, so that couldn't be the case. There's banter and laughs about Cho's fairness. But in his mind, Wabun knows there is something at play. Him coming in at first place in his exam, and his older brother failing at his, was all part of a plan of those more powerful above them. The next scene is at the Go family's ornate residence, where Go Cho is reading a message from his niece. Lord Go thanks him for saving his niece's life. Go Cho wants to repay him, even asking if there's anything he desires. Waba's hesitant, insisting he doesn't need anything. But inside, he's thinking that he really needs a guard, but instead says that he didn't want anything right now. Go Cho's understanding, leaving the offer open for later. He calls for his servants, ordering them to take Wabu somewhere where he can rest and relax. But guess what? He's taken to the Red Moon House. It's supposedly the best around, much to Wabu's shock. His mind races, this was the place tied to the assassin. It must be a coincidence, right? It's a pretty common name, maybe there's another Red Moon House out there. Wabu decides to head inside for now. Wabu steps into the unfamiliar place. As the doors swing open, a crowd of women greets him with a synchronized bow and a loud "Welcome!" It's almost overwhelming, right? A young lady promptly ushers him in, urging him to follow her. The room is bustling, with laughter echoing from various corners. Wabu thinks, better stay sharp just in case. Melodious tunes fill the room as a musician plucks the strings of a traditional instrument. The musician wonders if her efforts have caught Wabu's heart yet. But Wabu's too anxious to pay any attention. She's flustered, questioning his lack of enthusiasm. She asks if he dislikes music, to which he quickly replies, No, I like it. Just tired. Internally, she speculates he must swing the other way. As she offers to set the bed, he enthusiastically agrees but then decides he should probably head home instead. He bids farewell with a light-hearted, I had fun, leaving her baffled, wondering if he could be a eunuch. Back on the streets, he whispers to himself that saving face is vital. With determination, he vows not to linger in a place that could be dangerous. The night's calming energy only amplifies his thoughts as he contemplates visiting Lady Cho's Seoul for more information on this mysterious Red Moon House. Reminiscing about home, he hopes his mother and brothers are faring well. The next day, at the Wa estate, Wabak looks out of his window looking worried and deep in thought. Why the long face? A voice interrupts, startling him. He quickly apologizes to his mother, who reassures him that things will look up for his brothers and himself. He wonders aloud if he still has a chance if he takes the exams next year, and she reassures him that no one else in Xiao County is smarter than him. He acknowledges his mother's words. Indeed, he is smart. But Xiao County is different. Everyone here passes through bribes. His unintentional honesty makes him regret stirring the pot, and he backtracks, saying he misspoke. Mom offers to help pave the way for him. Change is inevitable, she advises, and the world's shifting needs adaptability. These words stun him. He never saw this coming from his mom, who always preached righteousness. Despite guilt over past thoughts, he can't stomach using money to succeed. He resolves to pass without shortcuts. Hearing these words from his brother, Wabu resolves to remember this next year and push hard for him. Pretending he didn't hear anything, he enters with a cheerful, I'm back! Wabu catches them up on his adventures. His mom and Wabak are shocked that he rejected the head court physician position. He's young and he doesn't want to be tied down with a court physician. His youthful impulse to avoid being tied down draws laughter. Their chat shifts to Wabun, who aced the military exam. With Wabun's skill, it didn't come as a surprise. Wabak remarks that he should be upping his game too. Wabu turns reflective. This world was just too chaotic. His brother, who worked so hard to walk the right path, was not someone who was lacking. Wabu surprises his older brother with an offer. Work at the Incheon prefectural office. Wait, isn't that place in shambles? Apparently, they need someone competent for recovery to get them out of the mess. Wabu asks permission if he can recommend his older brother to the position. Doubts creep in, but Wabu encourages him that this province values skill over connections. And his skills are more than enough. His mom's support is the morale boost needed, but he's still not sure. Wabu encourages his brother, they need him to succeed too, to bring their family back to their former glory. In his mind, Wabu thinks, it's not because he's family. But it's his brother's steadfast integrity that makes him someone who deserves to be at the top. Older brother, you should use this opportunity to gain power, Wabu encourages. A few days later at the clinic, physician Bong introduces Biana, who is stumbling over his words, trying to impress Wa. He's apparently the nephew they've been talking about. Wa is curious about Biana's ambitions. Has he read any medical books? Biana is quick to shout, proud of learning the basics from his uncle. He's all about the details, a real perfectionist when it comes to herbs and acupuncture. Wabu chuckles that it sounded a bit like a cover letter template. It will be much easier to teach you then, Wa reassures. Biana thanks him profusely. He introduces Obio, his disciple, who's now Biana's senior brother. They exchange greetings, awkward but heartfelt. They size each other up. Biana thinking that Obio was small and didn't look too smart. Obio thinking that he's not matched because he already got a head start. Wa jumps back in, reminding both boys about respect and not treating each other poorly. He throws in a warning with a smile that's anything but nice. He's gonna hang them upside down from the ceiling if they ever fight. The spark of competitiveness early was quickly extinguished. Now they're all giggles, ready to learn from each other. But of course, there's concern. Is Wa really serious about hanging them up like that? They figure, might as well behave. He's scarier than he looks. That night at Madame Ruju's establishment, Kyoseo's giddy with happiness. She just had dinner alone with Wabu. But then, the atmosphere changes. Wabu is curious about this Red Moon house. Turns out, the owner is part of the house sect too. Even without Wabu's request, Madame Ruju was already sensing something strange. When receiving their reports, she noticed a weird lack of info on certain people, particularly the Go family. They found it strange since Red Moon House was near the Go estate, and yet they sent to information. And it's not just Red Moon House. A lot of other houses had gone silent lately. Elsewhere in town, Lord Yu has disguised himself as an innkeeper in a small tavern. He smiles as he eavesdrops at customers' conversations. He's lamenting that he only has 3 detox elixirs left, which will only last a year. He's in trouble, needing more elixirs unless he wants to die from this headache. Suddenly, he spots some familiar new customers. Some court physicians have come in. He chats them up a bit to earn some points. Behind that smile, though, is a sneaky desire to weave influence among them. He just needs to win over the head court physician so he can have him remake the detoxifying elixir. Suddenly, there's an important arrival. The head court physician is at the inn. Panic hits Lord Yu, and he quickly rushes to greet the new guest. Welcoming with a smile, he tries to lay on the charm, and introduces himself graciously. But this isn't the pleasant visit he expected. There's recognition real quick. What's going on here? Thoughts rush through Lord Yu's mind. He tries to act cool, but he can't believe that this dude's the head court physician now. Seething with rage, he realizes that this is the guy who made him a slave to the Taiping cult. This physician was the inventor of a cruel drug and acupuncture method that forced him into a life worse than death, forcing him to take a detoxifying elixir every 6 months. Lord Yu ponders about how easy it would be to kill him now. But he'll be caught for sure. Instead, he decides to secure more elixirs or find a way to cleanse the poison, before thinking of revenge. He's heard that the head physician was about to get kicked out by Wabu. He's troubled that Wabu was able to detoxify Her Highness, the consort, after she took the poison. He's very sure the poison came from Jiangyak, known for his mastery of toxins. If Wabu was able to cure the consort, he might even be able to detoxify something as nasty as the cursed poison. Lord Yu thinks deeply about his situation. Maybe he's not just a wannabe physician. He stares out deep into the night, wondering just who exactly physician Wabu could be. Meanwhile, at the Chancellor's palace, Wabu is hard at work, brewing something mysterious. "Good, I found it," he declares. Suddenly, he hears footsteps. Someone is approaching. He turns, eyes sharp, scanning the room for the source. A figure enters from the shadows. It's head physician Jiang, who's shocked at seeing Wabu. How is he still alive? He thinks, after sending those assassins after him. Wabu picks up his concoctions. He's done experimenting and figured out how it was made. Wabu gives Jiang Dayak the side eye. His surprise is too obvious. He definitely sent those assassins. He greets the physician nonchalantly. Jiang Dayak asks him what he's doing in the drug inventory. Wabu replies that he was getting some herbs to cure Her Highness, the consort. But then, the conversation takes a twist. Are you familiar with poisons? Wabu asks suspiciously. Jayang Dayak brushes it off. Physicians should know a lot about poisons. I see, the Wabu says, a sly grin on his face. Clearly, he has the upper hand and he knows it. Jayang Dayak, sweating bullets, tries to play it cool, but the situation stays heated. Internally, he's fuming over the failed assassination, as he glares at Wabu walking away. Still not realizing he's in over his head, he resolves to make Wabu pay with his life. Cut to court. Wabu formally greets the Chancellor, who's already on top of things thanks to an earlier report. What were the findings? The Chancellor asks. Well, Wabu has uncovered the grim truth of the poison. It's a concoction made with medicinal herbs, a shock to everyone present. Wabu explains that even medicinal herbs have toxicity in them. To use them as medicine, the toxicity must be weakened or neutralized. Turns out, with the deadly brew that the consort used, the toxicity of the herbs was even enhanced further. Oh, and guess what? Some of these herbs used are so rare that they're not even in the drug inventory. The Chancellor's getting suspicious. It has to be someone with extensive knowledge of medicine. Only a select few could handle such rare plants. The Chancellor understands Wabu's meaning. The culprit is most likely one of the court physicians. The Chancellor demands action, calling for the General Affairs aide. Time for someone to take charge of this investigation. But the General Affairs aide hands the reins to Physician Wa. He's not part of the Chancellor's palace, so he would be able to investigate without bias. The Chancellor then asks Wabu if he's up to the challenge. He replies, I shall do my best, Your Highness. Then the Chancellor commands that Physician Wa be given authority to conduct the investigation. The wheels of justice are turning, with Physician Wa at the helm. Fast forward 3 days. The urgency palpable, everyone's on edge. Bring justice to Jayang Dayak, who tried to poison Her Highness the worthy consort. Shouts a guard, flinging the doors open. Inside, Jayang Dayak's world flips upside down. Say what now? Poisoning? The accusations sound ridiculous to him. Jayang Dayak had a plan of killing Wabu the moment he left the palace. But looks like he's the one who's been played. He tries to plead his innocence, but no one's buying it. Meanwhile, Wabu thinks about what he's uncovered so far. Arums, Pinelia, Aconite. All were deadly plants but were prescribed inappropriately. And when Jayang Dayak was brewing the decoction, he took them out of the ingredients list. Wabu has secured a testimony from the servant. They also found the same kind of bottle containing the same poisonous elixir that the consort swallowed. He has all the evidence he needs. Dragged before the Chancellor, Jayang Dayak pleads his case. He swears his loyalty to the Chancellor, and wouldn't dare poison the worthy consort. The Chancellor questions this loyalty and calls for the evidence. Wabu approaches with a scroll, and he starts to read from it. There's evidence of the embezzlement of money. He's also been stealing top-quality herbs and hiding by giving wrong prescriptions. How dare you claim loyalty? Yells the Chancellor, rage brewing. And finally, Wabu adds that they found the same poison that the consort took in Jayang Dayak's house. The Chancellor's trembling with rage. So that's what it is. He calls for the Commandant of Justice and asks what kind of sentence to give. What ruling can he give to someone who endangered the life of the worthy consort? The Commandant begins by saying there wasn't enough evidence of murder. But the poisonous medicine did make her suffer, plus the embezzlement of medicine worth 500 gold pieces is a high crime. The verdict is harsh. Death to Jayang Dayak and his family, their wealth confiscated, and their servants sold as slaves. The Chancellor acknowledges the punishment, but wants to hear what Wabu has to say. In this court of chaos, eyes turn to Physician Wabu for the final word on Jayang Dayak's fate. Now, Physician Wabu is center stage in this packed hall. He's got to act fast. Inside his head, doubts are racing. Is the Chancellor trying to trip him up here? Or do they seriously need his opinion? He thinks about the punishment, the total extermination of 3 families. It's only right that the physician should pay for his crimes. But hey, even if someone messed up, why drag their whole family into it, right? It's not their fault. Wabu begins by mentioning Physician Jayang's family. He acknowledges the judgment but asks the Chancellor to consider the physician's loyalty in the past. He asks the Chancellor to reconsider, and it makes quite the stir. The Chancellor asks why Wabu doesn't make a ruling, and he respectfully declines, saying he wouldn't dare. And he would only respect a ruling from the Chancellor. This earns him a hearty laugh and appreciation from the ruler. Seriously, having Wabu on his side would be a win. The Chancellor now knows why everyone's giving glowing praises about Wabu. He remarks that Wabu's too much of a waste to be just a physician, and he announces a special grant for Jayang Dayak. The head court physician isn't so lucky though. He's gonna lose his head, but his family gets a break, their status merely reduced to a low-level government official status. The head physician didn't see this coming and is majorly panicked, feels like a total checkmate. Racked with regret, he resigns himself to his fate, glad his family is spared. It's a bittersweet relief wrapped in fear, and he can only mutter a "thank you" before being led away. The following day, Wabu and some soldiers escort Jayang towards an execution site. The air is tense as Wabu walks the path behind the soon-to-be executed. The prisoner, in a quiet moment, thanks Wabu for sparing his family, feeling shame and gratitude all at once. Wabu just doesn't like the idea of punishing innocent families, and Jayang expresses gratitude for it. There's an understanding between them, then this guy wants a private word. What's up with that? His request makes the guard step back. What on earth is this guy planning? He warns Wabu, never, ever accept a house call outside the palace. What crazy advice. Wabu, bewildered, wonders if this was part of another plot to get rid of him. Jayang could only apologize. Wabu turns away, walking quickly. He's annoyed at the ridiculous number of attempts at his life. Behind him, the executioner raises his sword and proceeds with the execution. A few days later, emergency house calls come pouring in. Wabu's directive? Have them come to the palace instead. He's getting frustrated. One of these house calls could be an assassination attempt, but there could be some really sick people among them too. It's driving him nuts. Even worse, the kids might end up getting hurt too. The only way he can rest easy is if he teaches these kids some martial arts. He stands up suddenly. "Guys, I'll have to train you," he says scarily. Holding on to this protective vibe, Wabu throws himself into training the kids. It's intense but seriously necessary. With a greedy smile, he thinks about teaching them medical arts then martial arts. He can't leave the palace, so he's thinking of starting on his next project, which he calls the Getting Older Brother Employed Project. He starts by hyping up his bro to the right people. He's got good brains and an honest persona, even if the exams are tough. His brother's going to achieve great things, and the official couldn't agree more. In his head, though, he's imagining how great it will be, a great advantage for his image. A fond farewell sealed with optimism wraps their conversation. With one ally secured, Wabu's on a networking mission like no other. The court physicians all have the update, even the maids are in on it. It's a full-on support system for his brother. As he pushes open the door, another plan hatches. Enhancing the consort's health is next on his list. When he arrives, his direct presence puts everyone on edge. Those royal physicians are sweating bullets. What's this sudden elevation? Why does it make him feel like a gang leader? The new head court physician, Sung Hwan, tries to play it cool and overly polite. "We would have greeted you sooner if you told us." But Wabu reassures him there's no need for formalities and to just speak comfortably. The physician replies that this is comfortable enough for them. There's tension hanging around these guys. They're all afraid of Wabu. A lot of them were accomplices of Jayang and they were afraid of getting caught up in the mess. Wabu gets down to business, needing the worthy consort's medicine. The head physician orders them to get it. Fast. Everyone scurries around in a panic, trying not to get on Wabu's bad side. The head physician hands over the bundle, more than polite, like they're handling a live grenade. But wait, he offers to carry the bundle instead. Carrying stuff is too trivial for Physician Wa. Wabu, a bit irritated, takes the bundle back. "Physician Sung, please don't overdo it." He smiles, trying to hide his annoyance. Suddenly, a messenger arrives to summon Wabu to the palace. "His Highness wants you now." Like it's a royal emergency or something. At the palace, the Chancellor's at his desk, going over some documents. Wabu arrives and greets him with due formality, but gets waved in closer. There's a personal matter at hand. It's about Wabu's brother. The Chancellor's heard about the rumors going around. He's heard that Wabok was super smart, and wants to know if it's true. At last, Wabu's plan is showing some results. Wabu chooses his words carefully. The next moves are crucial. Politely downplaying their siblings' talents while subtly praising effort and diligence. The Chancellor's impressed. Wabu's always so humble with his medical skills, and here he is now, praising his brother. He asks if Wabu stands by his words, and Wabu replies he does, with full conviction. The Chancellor is amazed at Wabu's confidence. The Chancellor doesn't know his brother, but he believes in Wabu. He reminds Wabu that all the positions in the area are dominated by the Cho family, so it would be difficult, no matter how amazing his brother was. Wa gets it, it's complicated. Yet there's a twist. The Chancellor declares that character is just as important as academic knowledge in recruiting people, and he's offering a chance. Scene shifts away from the palace to the quiet Wa estate. A messenger delivers a letter to Wabok. He's being summoned to Ingchuan Palace before the end of the Dragon Boat Festival. There's a catch though, he must walk on foot instead of riding a horse. 3 days later, Wabok and the messenger are making their way through a forest path. The old messenger is grumpy about walking, but Wabak cheerfully convinces him that there must be a reason why the Chancellor requested it. To experience how it's like for the ordinary folk, perhaps? Suddenly, rustling. Beggars appear out of nowhere, desperate and hungry. But empathy's short, one of the group scoffs, seeing beggars as a nuisance. Wabak wonders if there's deeper reasons beneath the surface. He argues that some don't earn enough despite working hard. His companion is unconvinced. In fact, he's suspicious that they might come back and mug them. They are suddenly interrupted by a mysterious shout. Thinking someone might be hurt, Wabak rushes to help them. He takes out some supplies from his bag, asking how they got hurt. The beggar hid a brass coin from their boss and got beaten up. Wabak is furious. A beating for such a small amount? Tension spikes as the leader of the beggar group arrives. "Why are you looking for me?" he asks in an intimidating tone. The companion asks what right he had to beat up a man? It's because he hid the leader's money. Unknown to the companion, someone was sneaking up behind him. Chaos erupts with a swift attack. Yunmook is blindsided, leaving Wabak rattled. The attackers mock them for interfering in their business. Rage fuels a punch. Wabak's grip tightens and lands a solid blow. The boss' nose starts to bleed. "Are you crazy?" he mutters in disbelief that someone has challenged him like this. Another dude jumps in, furiously yelling, "How dare you!" as he lands another intense blow. Things are getting wild. The scene turns into a full-on beatdown, with the gang relentlessly pummeling Wabak and Yunmook on the ground. The gang leader takes a look at his handiwork. "They're nothing," he declares. A lackey brings him a sack. It's filled with gold coins, and the gang leader thinks he's hit the jackpot. But wait, there's more in the bag, a plaque of some sort. An official plaque? Everyone gasps in shock. Reality hits the goons fast. "We're done for! Everyone, run!" screams the boss, panic seeping through his voice. The boss curses. Why did they have to be government officials? He and his goons run off as fast as they can. Meanwhile, the beaten Wabak start coming to, questioning his gullibility for trusting these thugs. Turns out, the plaque saved their butts. Wabak apologizes, feeling at fault for getting them in the mess in the first place. But their conversation takes a turn when Yoon realizes his leg's in bad shape. Yikes. Hours pass. They make it to a nearby village, hoping for some help. Wabak pleads with the physician to treat. They've been robbed and beaten, but he promises to come back with payment. The physician declines, and makes up a couple of excuses. The situation gets sorted when another passerby, Lord Bak, promises to cover the costs. The physician, swayed by the promise of payment, agrees to tend to Yoon. Wabak offers his thanks, but turns out, the dude didn't do it out of the kindness of his heart. Lord Bak's servant was also hurt. He wants Wabak to carry his baggage to his house. Without complaint, Wabak accepts. But wait, there's more. Lord Bak's place is 4 hours away. Wabak's shocked, but agrees. Night falls and Yunmook's waiting. Master Wabak was very late. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerges. But it's just Wabak, exhausted from the journey. He apologizes for his lateness. It's too late to get a room at the inn. Yunmook also apologizes for being the cause of his delay. He urges Wabak to leave him and go ahead with his journey. "I don't think that's right, Mr. Yoon," Wabak replies. If he abandons Mr. Yoon now, how is he going to help those in need later on? The next day at Ingchuan Palace, Wabu is waiting impatiently, wondering where Wabak could be on the last day of the Dragon Boat Festival. Time is slipping away, and with the palace gates closing, the suspense builds. Anxious thoughts turn darker. Did he get into an accident? Assassins are a constant risk, so he can't leave the palace to help. Suddenly, a loud sound erupts. They're starting to close the gates. Desperation hits its peak, as Wabu watches the gates close, his brother's opportunity of a lifetime slowly fading away. That night, Wabu pleads with the guards to let him enter the tower. He runs up the steps to the highest point. Something must have happened, there's no mistaking it. Screw the public post, he just wants his brother to arrive safely. As fate finally aligns, the familiar figure of Wabak makes an appearance on the moonlit streets. He runs to the guards and yells for them to let them in. "Brother!" he calls out, voice full of concern. Wabak spots his brother running towards him. "Wanhwa, I'm sorry," he thinks, as he falls to the ground. "Brother!" Wanhwa lets out a panic yell. Wabak apologizes to Wabu for his lateness, missing the Dragon Boat Festival. Forget the festival, his health is more important right now. Forget that government post. You're hurt. Wabu's practically dragging his brother to the clinic. Meanwhile, Obyo is helping the other guy, Yoon. Wabu calls out for him to head to the clinic. But Yoon, he's got other plans. He's got a report to file and is all cool about it, saying he'll head to the clinic afterward. Yoon insists that he's fine, and that he'll head to the clinic after his report. Yoon staggers away as Obio runs to help his master. Yoon limps a little bit, but as soon as the coast is clear, straightens up and begins to walk normal. He strides into the palace, deep in thought. Attendants greet him as Superintendent Yoon, with formal courtesies. Turns out, Yoon's not just a mere messenger, but one of the highest-ranking officials in the palace. He's ushered into a room where he meets the Chancellor. The Chancellor apologizes for making him go through the effort. It's no big deal for the Superintendent, but he's wondering if he took it too far. I like that guy very much. Want me to tell you about my excessive test? Superintendent Yoon begins. The Chancellor's curiosity is piqued. He tells him about the mess with the beggar gang, and how Wabak refused to give up. Then they came across a group of bandits. Anyone else would have quit, but not Wabak. He begged the bandits, instead of ditching his companion. He had the chance to abandon him 5 times during their journey, but he never did. Superintendent Yoon was so tempted to call off the test a few times. But that's not the end. Dude couldn't eat, yet he shared his meager rations with a kid and an old man. And the best part was their conversation. The superintendent mentioned that he deserved a high-ranking government position. But Wabak's reply was simple. High or low position did not matter, as long as he could help people. Superintendent Yoon jokes that Wabak was someone he'd go out on a date with, which makes the Chancellor laugh. Things shift to more serious matters as the Chancellor asks for his opinion. Superintendent Yoon concludes that Wabu, the younger, was already a dragon with wings. But Wabak was a hidden dragon, waiting to be discovered. The Wa family already have a pair of wings. They laugh good-naturedly. The Chancellor confirms that there were 2 people who passed the test this time. Yes, he was the second after Chow Chow from Chiao County. Superintendent Yoon repeats his praises for Wabak, and the Chancellor gladly takes this into consideration. Just then, an attendant interrupts. The head physician seeks an audience with the crown, setting off curiosity. Later that night, a court physician runs through the halls and barges into Wabu's clinic. There's major news. Her Highness is pregnant, a moment of joy and surprise for all. Wabu takes his leave, saying he'll be back in a bit. Wabak reassures him that he'll be fine, but as Wabu leaves, sadness begins to set in. Seeing Wabu being so respected at court makes him even more embarrassed at his failure to keep such a small promise. Meanwhile at the main palace, the court's abuzz with excitement. Wabu's checking the consort's pulse. Congratulations, Your Highness. Wabu smiles. The baby is a healthy girl. The consort again expresses her gratitude to Wabu for saving her life and taking care of her. Then the conversation turns somber. He returns his inspection plaque, because his brother had failed to arrive at the appointed time. He apologizes for this and hopes it doesn't affect their relationship. He stands up for his brother, saying he might have arrived late, but Wabak was never a negligent person. Wabu pleads for the Chancellor to grant the lowest position he could spare. The Chancellor starts with a complaint. Excessive courtesy in the end is not courtesy, and that he should raise his head. A touching end wraps it all up. The royal couple delivers good news back to Wabu. Due to his knowledge and virtue, the eldest son of the Wa family has been recommended to His Majesty the Emperor. The Chancellor announces with a smile. Wabu's in shock. The Chancellor tells him that he's already recommended Wabak to the Emperor for filial piety. Wabu still can't wrap his head around this recommendation deal. This filial piety system is a system of recommending selected candidates to the Emperor. Candidates are sent to the Imperial Palace to study there. Now, the realization sinks in. His brother's heading to the palace. But why? Didn't he fail the test to arrive at the end of the festival? The Chancellor's reassuring answer is that his bro nailed the real test. Cut to the big reveal. That guy with his brother was Superintendent Yoon, who said he was one of the most amazing people to ever take the test. How could the Chancellor ignore such a glowing review as that? Suddenly, the Chancellor makes an offer to Wabu one final time, a government post by his side and a rise to power. A smile lingers on Wabu's face. His answer is unchanged. Exploring the medical arts of this world and curing impossible illnesses. Then things lighten up a bit. The Highness appreciates the steadfastness, and hands him a recommendation letter. An uncle at the Imperial Palace isn't doing well, and he wants Wabu to see him. The Chancellor asks him to go with his brother to the palace and cure his uncle. The answer? Bring it on, he's all in. Walking back to the clinic, Wabu is curious about the case. There's plenty of talented doctors at the Imperial Palace. It must be a difficult case, since he was being sent there. He contemplates this new journey. What's waiting at the Imperial Palace? He's deep in thought when he enters the clinic. Wabak takes it as bad news about him. I ruined everything, he thinks in frustration. He's planning to apologize for the embarrassment when Wabu interrupts his thoughts. Brother, I think it will be difficult for you to return home for a long time, he begins. Wabak's not sure what that means. Wabu stares. Maybe his older brother didn't get the news yet? Brother, you are being sent to the Imperial Palace, Wabu informs him. The Chancellor has recommended you through filial piety. Wabak can't believe it. Congratulations, older brother, Wabu says. Thank you for overcoming this well. Wabak grips his blanket, too overcome with emotion, as tears stream down his face. The scene changes to the small tavern where Lord Yu was hiding. News of the consort's pregnancy has spread. Even physician Wabu's brother is hot gossip too. Lord Yu quietly takes note of all this information. Suddenly, he hears that Wabu's heading to the Imperial Palace soon. Panic sets in. He won't be able to meet Wabu once he heads to the Imperial Palace. He's been trying to get the physician to meet him, but all his requests were declined. He clutches at his chest. His time's running out. There's not much supply of detox elixir left, and there's no telling how long he'll be at the Imperial Palace. He must meet Wabu at all costs. Suddenly, a feeling stops him in his tracks. Did he sense murderous intent? Or was it his imagination? He stares at the mysterious figure leaving the tavern. The shadowy figure looks menacing as he walks out of the tavern. His thoughts are on Wabu, who's been hiding himself well all this time. Finally, he's on the move. Physician Jian gave him an order to kill that Wabu at all costs, and he can't return to the Taiping cult without any results. He resolves to finish Wabu off no matter what. A jump to 2 days later brings us to Azure House, where a celebration is happening. Wabak holds the official papers in his hands. Wabak mentions that their mother were very happy with this news. Wabu proposes that they drink all they want today. Wabak agrees. Even the two assistants raise up their glasses. With a smile, Wabak gives a toast to his little brother who's also departing for the Imperial Palace. Celebrations continue on through the night, and everyone's in a happy mood. The conversation turns serious as they discuss the trip to the Imperial Palace. Wabak asks if he's changed his mind about not stopping by their home first. Wabu uses the Chancellor's uncle as an excuse to leave immediately. The consort has sent some guards, but only for part of the journey. To keep his brother away from danger, it's better they don't travel together. Then, Wabak turns sentimental. He remembers not believing in Wabu in the past, despite saving the lives of those soldiers, and curing Lieutenant Cho from tetanus. He also cured that girl from her pulmonary disease. He wouldn't have believed in him if not for their other brother, Wabun's words. He expresses his gratitude. If not for those events, he wouldn't have entrusted their mother in Wabu's care. That moment changed everything, and he was ashamed of himself for not trusting him sooner. Later, while sipping tea, Wabu is lost in thought. Wabak then thanks his little brother for the opportunities he created for him despite everything, acknowledging his own shortcomings. You made this happen, Boo. His brother smiles, genuine and warm. The moment's bittersweet and funny all at once. Why are you embarrassing me like this? Wabu chuckles. Relief washes over him, his gratitude unspoken yet clear. He quietly admits, holding his cup, that he couldn't have accomplished this alone. It feels awkward to say, but he wants them to know they've all worked hard, and he's very thankful for it. The celebration erupts as the food is served. The young ones dive in, tearing into the meal with gusto. It's a joyous scene, laughter and drinks being shared all around. The room is filled with warmth and laughter as they all enjoy the well-earned feast. But as the night goes on, the protagonist promises he'll return soon, his next journey already calling him. The sun peeks over the mountains, painting the sky in warm hues. Birds flutter past, breaking the morning silence with soft wing flaps. Below, a lodge nestled between trees stands quiet and still, smoke curling gently from a chimney. Inside, Wabu, dressed and ready, stretches as the day begins. A flashback interrupts his thoughts, the Chancellor instructing him to head to the Imperial City with his brother, cure his uncle, and return. Determined, he steps forward with purpose. Obio and Biana wait excitedly with the horses. With that, they mount up and set off with a "Let's go!" Wabu leading the charge. They ride through the forest, the canopy filtering sunlight in dappled patterns on the ground. Nearby, a mysterious figure peers from behind a tree, sweat trickling down his brow. It's Lord Yu. It's a long way to Luoyang, he mutters, plotting to follow closely, hoping an opportunity presents itself. As the day progresses, the mysterious follower becomes more anxious. Physician Y is his only hope. He abruptly stops, feeling a strange sensation. A flicker of shadows races through the woods, assassins, their silent footwork ominous. Their movement seems very familiar. Cat steps, he realizes with alarm. Could they be from the Taiping cult? He questions, steeling himself for potential danger. Meanwhile, Wabu and his group decide it's time for a lunch break. Rice balls are soon devoured with gusto. Whoa! So delicious! The kids cheer. But the moment is broken as hoofbeats approach too fast for these mountain roads. A rider appears, barely controlling his horse, skidding to a stop in front of them. Wabu tightens his grip on his sword, senses sharp. "Are you physician Wabu?" The stranger inquires, cautiously approaching. "Who are you?" Wabu demands, tension hanging thick in the air. "It's Lord Yu. I'm OK Ju, from the 5-County Inn," he introduces, using his fake name. Suspicious but curious, Wabu listens. "I apologize, but we have no time," OK Ju insists, revealing that swordsmen are awaiting them ahead. Lord Yu's thoughts run through his mind. He fears these are indeed assassins from the typing cult. They're highly skilled and physician Wa doesn't stand a chance. But if he can help the physician escape them, it could be his chance. "If you're the owner of the inn, you must have requested a visit recently?" Wabu pushes, piecing it together. OK Ju hesitates, spilling excuses, yet earnest truth spills alongside. Wabu eyes him suspiciously. This could be a trap. "Why should I trust someone concealing a sword?" he challenges. OK Ju, trying to earn Wabu's trust, frantically lays his blades on the ground, attempting to prove his goodwill. OK Ju offers to take off his clothes if Wabu still doesn't believe him. But Wabu declines, saying he saw all 3 blades. This surprises OK Ju. "Let's turn around," Wabu tells OK Ju. He wants to avoid the assassins by taking a different path. He also wants to hear about OK Ju's illness. OK Ju is filled with gratitude. OK Ju starts telling his story. He escaped an organization not too long ago. They placed a curse on him, requiring frequent detoxification or else he dies. He's only got a few doses left, that's why he's desperate. Wabu wonders if it's some kind of addictive drug. But he's never heard of a case where you need to take something continuously in order to live. OK Ju keeps saying that something keeps causing the toxicity, that's why he needs to take the detox medicine. Wabu decides to check the detox medicine. OK Ju takes out the pill, but when he passes the pill, it slips and falls. OK Ju is as quick as light night as he retrieves the pill. "It's equivalent to half a year's life," he says, voice trembling. The situation is quite bad, and he resolves to show Wabu the extent of it soon. But Wabu's guard is back up. This person's chi is indicating that he is a high-level master. A while later they stop at a clearing. One Wa decides to check OK Ju's pulse. It's strange and confusing. His pulse doesn't indicate any illness or addiction. Is it a psychotropic drug perhaps? He can't find any answers there, so Wabu decides to check the detox pill. The 3 of them examine the pill. It looks unremarkable. Meanwhile, OK Ju's hands start trembling. A small piece of the pill fell out on his hand. OK Ju can't resist and starts to salivate at the sight of the pill. Wabu and his assistants are busy distilling and dissecting the pill. But Obio looks up. OK Ju is greedily licking his hand for crumbs, shocking everyone. OK Ju tries to apologize, stumbling over his words. "I couldn't hold back." Apparently, OK Ju gets really jittery just seeing the detox. It's like an odd compulsion or something, and he turns all jittery. Then, out of nowhere, he clutches his chest and doubles over. Everyone gasps in shock. OK Ju collapses onto the ground, leaving the group momentarily speechless. Wabu yells in alarm. OK Ju assures them he's fine, this chaos is par for the course when dealing with the detox. But his shaky laugh isn't fooling anyone. His heart hurts, but he tries to play it off like it's nothing new. Wabu decides to use his powers to take a look into his heart. What he sees shocks him. It's a black centipede with glowing red eyes. The centipede is tightly curled around the heart and squeezing it. "No way, a centipede?" One was in denial. It's impossible that a centipede would be inside someone's body. He starts to doubt what he was seeing. Maybe it was a parasite helminth like a tapeworm. But it looks too different to be called a parasitic helminth. This squirming nightmare is closer to an insect from a martial arts fantasy than a medical problem. Wabu puzzles over how an insect got in OK Ju's body. But before he can work it out, OK Ju collapses again. But then, a thought strikes him. Could it possibly be? Realization hits like a train. Could it be a poisonous insect created through witchcraft? It doesn't make sense to Wabu, but there's no other explanation for it. OK Ju is currently caught up in the curse and will die without the detox pills. In the end, it doesn't matter if it's a creature or heavy metal or radioactive substance. They're all things that continuously create toxins in the body. Wabu takes out his acupuncture needles and places one on OK Ju's neck, which knocks him unconscious. Meanwhile, that sinister centipede lounges comfortably in his body, like it owns the place. A while later, OK Ju starts to regain consciousness. Wabu explains that he was in so much pain that he had to put OK Ju to sleep. Wabu questions him, was the organization that OK Ju mentioned perhaps the typing cult? OK Ju's guilt confirms his suspicions. He recalls that it will be 6 years before the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The Imperial Palace won't get involved. Zhang Jiao, the leader, will awaken his powers through a book. This poisonous insect is well within his twisted abilities. Ever since his reincarnation, he's learned not to think about things too logically. Wabu declares his grudge against the cult out loud. He's on a mission, and it's personal. He presses Okeju for intel, his involvement making him a target in this game of survival. Bent with regret, Okeju admits his past sins. But he swears he's left that life behind, not that he expects anyone to buy that. Under pressure, Okeju's resolve starts to crack, haunted by the crimes he's committed. He plotted to end Wabu many times in the past, including manipulation Gocho to create chaos in Xiao County. This puppet master orchestrates ongoing chaos without remorse. But he knows the real villain isn't Physician Wa, it's himself. But as his thoughts turn toward righteousness, the insect in his heart stirs. In his mind, he's ready to self-destruct in solitude, ending it all far away. But the insect attaches his heart. And something changes. Why should I do something like that? Okeju muses, a smile creeping up his lips. As he kneels before his Wabu, he offers to prove that he's not one of the typing cult anymore. But under that facade, he hides an evil smirk. The sun rises over a rocky terrain, painting the landscape in warm hues. It's so peaceful here, with chirping birds and a light breeze easing through. But down on the path, the calm vanishes. A crew is chopping up a fallen tree blocking the road. They're banging away at the wood, grumbling about their unfortunate task. Huh! The road is blocked. A traveler questions the scene. It's Wabu, clearly not thrilled by the obstruction. With no other route available, he joins the crew, making small talk and trying to figure out a solution. But wait, one of those axemen is thinking. So that's Wabu, huh? Recognition hits. Politely, the crew asks for Wabu's help to clear the way. With a slight smile, he starts to respond. Yeah, he does like helping people. But adds a twist. He won't help anyone tied to the infamous typing cult. That declaration catches the crew off guard, shock written across their faces. Suddenly, rustling in the treetops. Figures in dark cloaks appear, shadowy and menacing. These cultists taunt Wabun with rumors of his cunning. One masked figure pronounces ominously, "I'll have your head today!" Wabu looks tense but focused. It's about to go down. The cultists charge, drawing weapons in formation. "Hand over your head quietly," the leader demands. They call him a mortal enemy of their cult, issuing orders to eliminate him. Suddenly, a swift strike takes the first one down from behind. Panic among the attackers. The cult members can't believe he's alive. Wabu reflects briefly on this being proof they're dealing with the typing cult. Swords clash. The clearing becomes a whirlwind of steel and cries. Wabu and Okeju fight back to back, surprising everyone with their strength and precision. Blow by blow, they're taking down cultists, their skills unmatched in intensity. The cultists are rattled. Questions swirl in their minds. How can a physician fight like this? As they fall one by one. Bodies litter the ground, but the cultist leader crawls away, desperate for his weapon. Wabu's foot plants firmly on the sword, ensuring no one else gets up. Facing one last survivor, Wabu offers mercy if he spills the truth. Feels like one of those inevitable standoffs, but silence hangs in the air, nobody's talking. Suddenly, the cultist throws an insult, calling Okeju a traitor. Apparently, betrayal doesn't sit well in the cult. There's only fiery doom ahead for such traitors. The assassin leader continues his rant. A grim forecast for continued chaos and bloodshed emerges in Wabu's thoughts. Not a pretty picture of the future. He won't budge, Okeju says. Wabu realizes they need to drag the guy to the government officials ASAP. With the days slipping away, they plan on securing the stubborn cultist before things get any darker. Suddenly, Okeju clutches at his chest. In a flash, things shift again. Okeju swiftly delivers a fateful blow to the assassin. Wabu, witnessing this madness, is understandably in shock, like, what the heck just happened? The forest is now eerily quiet, with the assassin lying dead at Okeju's feet. Okeju, breathing heavily, can't believe what's unfolding. His trance is broken, and his mind is racing. Panic creeps in, leaving Okeju drenched in sweat. Then, bam! Wabu activates his power. He's got to get to the bottom of this. The creepy insect has wrapped itself around Okeju's heart. Wabu's putting it together, realizing something dark's going on here. He calls out to Okeju. Okeju, still dazed, manages a confused response. Wabu's eyes blaze like a revelation. As I thought. The bug. It's burrowed inside, causing all this mayhem. Wabu's finally figured out the source of Okeju's troubles. Now we're back at night at a secluded inn, moody vibes all around. Okeju's in disbelief, questioning. A poisonous insect? In my heart? Wabu has confirmed it multiple times, explaining that the detox he was taking was actually suppressing the bug from wreaking havoc. Okeju's fear deepens, realizing without the detox, he's facing dire consequences. There's only one way: open up his chest and remove the insect. Okeju, exhausted, is at the brink of despair, questioning if this will really save him. Desperation kicks in. "Please save me," Okeju pleads. "I want to live." It's raw and heart-wrenching. Waba's thoughts whirl. He'll be delayed by a day from reaching the palace. But he can't let a patient die. "Prepare for surgery," he commands. His resolve firm, it's serious now, scalpel in hand. With careful planning, Waba commits to a local incision. His clairvoyance lets him operate with precision, probably more accurate than any modern tech would be. He starts the incision, aiming to cut just enough to extract the invader. The bug, now visible, thrashes under the light. Waba threatens, "Where do you think you're going?" as he controls the bug's every move. The operation is tense, every snip and tug crucial. "Nice! Almost there," he thinks. The bug tries one last scare, attaching itself stubbornly. Waba's furious now. "How dare you!" He's had enough of this parasite playing hard to get. "Die now!" he yells, determined to end this confrontation. With a final yank, he triumphantly extracts it, bewildering his disciples. "I succeeded," Waba breathes, relief washing over him. The bug's finally removed, writhing hopelessly on the floor. The room feels lighter, the procedure finally over. "Good job, everyone," Wabu exclaims, giving a nod to teamwork. Obio and Biana can't help wondering how such a horror could live inside someone. Wabu reassures himself the surgery went well. Saving a life brings a sense of closure, yet something doesn't sit right. Night descends on a grand estate of the Huang family. Inside, an old man is lying in bed and questions a physician about his grim expression. With hesitance, he's informed of a sad diagnosis: cancer. The old man's shock is palpable. Disbelief turns his world upside down. The prognosis is tough. Maybe half a year at most. The physician is upfront. Nothing beyond that is guaranteed. All the physician can offer is some temporary pain relief, but he can't guarantee it for half a year. Under the moonlit sky, half a year feels so short. Huang Wan broods over his diagnosis, convinced there's no mistake from Master Payan. A tense silence swirls between the physician and Huang Wan. Master Payan hesitates to speak, not wanting to stir false hope, but what if his brother, known for his divine healing, could help? He wonders if his brother's unmatched skills might offer another treatment avenue. But uncertainty lingers about the timing of this unlikely arrival, as Anisa's word is all they have. Huang Wan silently prays he won't be too late. A shift in scene to the tavern where Wabu is staying. Okeju wakes up startled, his memories a haze. Panic sets in as he questions his whereabouts. Then the strange sensation hits, as the memory of all his misdeeds come rushing. "Why did I do that?" he thinks. A scream pierces the air. Wabu and the disciples rush towards the noise. "What's the matter?" yells Wabu. Kneeling, the man calls out desperately for the physician, begging for his own death. He admits to grave sins without reserve, no struggle to justify. He had tried to kill Wabu. So that's why Wabu still wasn't feeling right. He admits it was him who tried to kill the physician, orchestrating the chaos against Gocho. His crimes feel like a weight too heavy to bear. His cries for Wabu to kill him, and apologizes sincerely. Wabu thinks over the dilemma. Killing or turning him in would be the obvious move. But there's something more to this. His behavior was totally controlled by a poisonous insect. When he killed that assassin in the mountain, it was the insect inside him going berserk. With the insect now gone, his real nature emerges. Wabu contemplates that his behavior now is the real Okeju. He could have run away just now. There was no need to beg and confess. Wabu thinks of a way to test it. Did the man act of his own will? A sad, broken "Yes," falls from his lips. But why confess now to Wabu? He's always regretted everything he did. But once his chest throbbed, it always went away. That wasn't the case now, and he is sorry for everything. Wabu debates internally. His wrongdoings were all because of that insect. But it didn't feel right to just set him free after everything he's done. Finally, he decides on a path. He can't forgive Okeju, but he can't kill him either. The thought of killing a patient is absurd. He leaves it all up to Okeju's conscience. Either he turns himself into the government, or he exiles himself to a faraway place. As he leaves, he wishes that Okeju can make a good decision. Later that day, the crew resumes their journey. Wabu ponders not the relief or anxiety, just accepting the decision. They're not far when someone jumps out from the bushes and halts them. "Physician, take me as your guard!" yells Okeju with full determination. With disbelief on her face, Wabu reacts to yet another desperate plea, seeing the man truly kneel. "Why this? I barely spared you." Wabu can't grasp the man's sudden loyalty. Okeju replies that Wabu taught a lowly scumbag like him a valuable lesson, and his conscience demands that he protect Wabu from this point onwards. The man insists his newfound commitment is owed to Wabu, which elicits a facepalm. "More than anything, you're too soft," declares Okeju. He argues that the physician is a skilled person, but is too soft, so bad people who want to take advantage will naturally swarm to him. Take him for example. Again, Okeju declares his loyalty to Wabu. "I will become your sword," he exclaims. He urges the man to live his own life. "This is my life and this is how I choose to live," the man declares defiantly, much to Wabu's frustration. He rejects Okeju again, and tells him to go on his way. Yes, Okeju will definitely go his own way, he declares quietly. By the next day, everyday routines continue, yet the same ardent request persists. The day after next, at a tavern. "Please take me as your guard," resonates unwaveringly. The following day, through a window. Another plea. Wabu's tolerance flares. "Be whatever you like, just stop," he insists wearily. Okeju pledges allegiance with renewed determination. And so, their journey continues, now with a resolute, albeit unexpected, bodyguard leading ahead. Okeju teaches Wabu how to handle more weapons. He's alert for danger at all times, even in sleep. Under the night sky, Okeju watches over them with a new kind of fervor. Half a month later, things are getting serious. The Grand Commandant is asking the Divine Physician, "Is it really cancer?" He's been searching for a cure for over 20 years, scouring the Central Plains. Yet no cure, and time is ticking away. The room gets quiet, the weight of truth sinking in. The Commandant muses, looking at his seemingly healthy hand. "I can't believe I look healthy on the outside." The physician is determined to help but lays out the slim odds. "You have more than a year," says the physician, as a woman watches from the shadow. It's the physician's daughter. She knows that even with the best arts, cancer is terrifying. But the drive to find a cure grows stronger. It's an incurable disease right now. But a day will come when it can be cured. Finally, after a long journey, Wabu arrives at the Huang Palace. The grand house of the Huang family is bustling with people. Even the young ones are amazed by the size of the estate. Judging from their clothes, they must all be physicians. Wabu gets in line to see the Grand Commandant. He introduces himself as Wabu from Chiao County. He explains that the Chancellor of Pei Nation sent him to take a look at the Grand Commandant's disease. There's a flash of recognition from the secretary, and he rushes to get an escort for them. As Wabu waits, the buzz around the Grand Commandant's place is electric with anticipation. Rumors swirl about the rewards and palace prizes if the Commandant gets healed. But here's the kicker: when the Divine Physician observed his pulse, he declared that it was cancer. Wabu reacts with shock. Both the Divine Physician and Master Pion were sure it was cancer. Wabu reflects, thinking about the Grand Commandant's age and cancer's potential stages. Can't rush assumptions without seeing the patient. After hearing the rumors, the other physicians begin to stand up. One after the other, they make their excuses to leave, knowing there's nothing they can do in the face of cancer. His assistants are freaking out. He tells them that they haven't seen the patient yet, so they shouldn't be reckless. Despite worries, he charges in, filled with resolve. Never give up on a patient. They enter the palace, and the announcement echoes. "Wabu from Chiao County is here." The Grand Commandant notes his young appearance. Wabu bows respectfully, and presents his credentials from the Chancellor. "Then take a look at my disease," the Grand Commandant requests. The hushed whispers speculate on his renowned medical prowess. He's that physician who cured tetanus, enteric disease, and syphilis. Physician Pion's daughter is shocked that someone who looked the same age as her could do all those things. She watches on in amazement as Wabu scrutinizes the Grand Commandant's pulse. Wabu's deep into it, eyes narrowed and thoughts racing. He decides to use his X-ray powers to find them. There they are. There are tumors at the gastric antrum. It's gastric adenocarcinoma, and there are multiple tumors. With focus, Wabu magnifies his inner vision, locking in and verifying the tumors. Relief washes over him. They haven't metastasized. Amidst options of resection and chemotherapy, Wabu thinks to himself, "Might be possible to save him." The room waits. The Grand Commandant finally asks, "What do you think?" Wabu replies, confident about what he's seen. There must have been recent vomiting and stomachache, and the Commandant must also have lost a lot of weight. He's certain it's a cancer in the upper part of the body. The Grand Commandant is resigned to high fate. It's cancer and can't be cured. But the Divine Physician is amazed. No other doctor was able to get the symptoms right. "Is a cure possible?" asks the Grand Commandant. A steady voice. "I can't say for certain, but it's possible," drawing out shock from all those present. The old man, completely taken aback, clutches Wabu desperately. "What do you mean it's possible?" he exclaims. The thought that this kid could cure cancer boggles everyone. How will you do it? The commandant demands, incredulous. Wabu explains cautiously about his method. Yeah, it's a tough one. And it involves opening up the commandant's abdomen and removing part of the stomach where the cancer is. Faces around the room twist in shock. Wabu continues. Then, he's going to connect what's left of the stomach to the duodenum. The commandant's horrified, ranting about the insanity of cutting open his own belly. How's anyone supposed to survive that? He yells. The physician, really apologetic, admits it's the only way with his current skills. Still, cutting it open seems the only route. Outside, the day fades into night. The tension's still palpable. Obio checks on his master. He says they could hear the commandants shouting all the way from the outside. Wabi gets why the old man freaked out. If a little kid I just met says he's going to open me up, I'd be shocked too. He explains to them the complexity of the surgery and the need for consent. That's why medical arts are difficult, he adds with a sigh. Then Okeju has a word. He tells the physician about Churyok, a warehouse keeper suffering from enteric disease. It's in the lower right side of his abdomen, similar to the one he cured before. Maybe healing him could prove something to the commandant. Wabu approaches Okeju and thanks him for the information, but warns him to never, ever tell him to negotiate with a patient again. With newfound determination, he rallies his crew. Let's cure this patient. Okeju watches, smiling. He was given a second chance at life, because this was the kind of person the young doctor was. Night draws fully, and anxiety brews inside the commandant's quarters. The men discuss what this bold physician proposed. The divine physician Pyong says this is the most intuitive course of action, but he has never seen it done before. The plan seems outlandish, yet somehow convincing. Can this really happen? The commandant finally asks. Can you watch him while he opens me up? His attendant can hardly believe it. At the same time, back in the training zone, it's all about prep. The students practice stitching, guided firmly. The differing perspectives of both physicians are shown. Opening up the abdomen won't save anyone, says physician Pyong. But Wabu's all confidence that it will be able to save someone. Someone's pouring out the rumors. Churyok's sick too? Exclaims the commandant. The word's out about his operation and that Wabu intends to open up his abdomen too. Churyok knows that he's going to die and is desperate to try any treatment. The commandant is speechless. The servant reports that they will start his treatment tomorrow. The commandant contemplates on this turn of events. He remembers Wabu's words that there is no other way. Suddenly, he asks for Wabu. He's adamant he needs to meet this young miracle worker right away. That night, at one of the outbuildings in the Huang family estate, Wabu explains in great detail what he plans to do for the commandant's surgery. Sounds dangerous, the commandant remarks. Wabu agrees. Dangerous doesn't even cover it. Physician Pyong thinks to himself, opening up the abdomen is already risky. But he plans to cut the internal organs as well. Even so, curiosity stirs within them. He's eager to witness what's never been done. The Grand Commandant, showing skepticism, demands to witness this revolutionary surgery himself. The room's tense with people trying to grasp the seriousness of what's about to unfold. There's a critical patient involved, someone deeply valued by the community. The mood shifts as Wat tries to lay down the rules, apologizing for the necessary exclusions. He can't let the commandant watch the surgery. Huang Wan's face seethes with disbelief and anger as he processes the audacity of these restrictions. He yells at Wabu. Are you disobeying me? Don't you know who I am? Wabu is deep in thought about avoiding infections, the real enemy in such surgeries. He laments about lacking modern sterilization tools, like an autoclave or basic disinfectants. The makeshift solutions feel inadequate, but it's all they've got. As the debate heats up, Wa insists on limiting participants to control the risk of infection. The tension crackles, with Huang Wan demanding a clear explanation. Wabu levels with everyone, revealing the risk to the patient if unprepared people are involved. The divine physician now understands. If anyone joins the surgery without proper preparations, it will endanger the patient. But Wabu holds firm, emphasizing patient safety over everything. This isn't just about hierarchy or privilege, it's about life and death. They lay down the theory, if you're prepared, you can join. Simple, right? Not quite. Wabu isn't budging. It's still a no for him. Wabu explains that the Grand Commandant can join if he takes the necessary preparations. But the other physicians still can't join. He's really firm on this. Only his disciples will be allowed during surgery. More pleading follows from the divine physician. He understands that physicians don't want to share their secret techniques. But won't Wabu allow even just his daughter? The physician's daughter steps up, breaking the tension with her blunt assessment of Wabu's shortcomings. His mindset as a physician isn't that great, she yells at Wabu. Her father always taught her that physicians shouldn't think of anything other than saving lives, and he never refused to share his knowledge to others. She accuses Wabu of trying to keep his techniques to himself to obtain fame and fortune. Wabu, meanwhile, silently acknowledges her strong moral compass. There's admiration in the air as he considers allowing others to learn, but with careful guidance. Her father tries to calm her down. Wabu scratches his head. It's really not a secret technique. The surgery is simple. But that wasn't the problem. He explains that what he was about to do isn't something that can be replicated simply by watching. But he's positive that they will try to replicate it, because they're physicians. Without proper training, accidents are bound to happen and lives placed at risk. Physicians who have watched his surgeries have made those mistakes, and he doesn't want that to happen. But Wabu changes his mind. He offers participation under one condition: do not attempt the surgery they are about to witness, unless he teaches it to them himself. This caveat seems to satisfy everyone as they commit. Pianxian suddenly realizes her mistake. She finally realizes the reason behind Physician Wa's words, and is filled with awe for this godly physician. Alright, so the scene kicks off 1 hour ago at this impressive old building, setting the stage for all the drama to follow. Inside, chaos reigns as the crew preps for surgery. Tools are everywhere, people are scurrying about. It's like a medical battlefield. A couple of footsteps come in, and our focus shifts on these two figures. They're gearing up, sterilized clothes and all. A checklist ticks off in their heads: no talking, no big movements, and breathing gently. Some serious business is about to go down. Wabu issues a stern warning: follow the rules or get booted. No messing around here. That sobering message even shakes the bravest of them a bit. Then, back to the present, it's go time. Wabu exudes confidence, and there's a silent hope that it's not just all talk. The Grand Commandant keeps a watchful eye, ready to intervene if needed. As the curtain rises on the operation, Wabu announces, we begin. The first move? An acupuncture needle. Who would have thought? His audience? Amazed. He's placing them in with speedy and accuracy. It's nothing short of wizardry. A call for a scalpel rings out, and hands move so fast, it makes your head spin. As the incision slices through, Wabu asks Obio to prepare the flat iron. Wabu barks orders like they're conducting an orchestra. Bion, open him up! Obio cauterize the bleeding! Meanwhile, the divine physician is amazed at the accuracy. If he'd cut the abdomen at a little deeper, he would have touched the bowels. How much did he need to practice to get to this level? The physician and his daughter watch Wabu cauterize the abdomen while cutting through to it to stop the bleeding. Finally, relief sets in for Wabu, seeing it's just the appendix causing the ruckus. Wabu removes the inflamed appendix. The other physicians notice how swollen it is. There's an air of awe floating around. The technique is so flawless, even seasoned torturers of this era aren't that accurate. The Grand Commandant clenches his stomach, perhaps realizing the gravity of what's happening. Maybe if it's Physician Wa, he might have a chance to live. The appendix plunks into a tray, and praises go around. The team's hard work is paying off. Obio's up for the suture. Yeah, it's nerve-wracking, but he fights through the hesitation. I'm confident, declares Obio. Pianxian is shocked. Giving such a young boy that kind of opportunity is unheard of. To Biana, Wabu hands the responsibility of cutting the thread, something usually reserved for Obio. Yes, master! The room fills with determination as they work in unity. Pianxian's eyes are glowing with awe and amazement. There's this raw aspiration while watching them work. Her father notices her speechlessness and understands. What kind of physician wouldn't want to learn this art? Even he himself wants to learn more from him. It's over! Cheers erupt, breaking the tension. The operation went brilliantly, but everyone knows the patient's still under watch. There's confidence that a few days of rest will lead to full recovery. Then, the Grand Commandant asks Wabu, "Then, would you be able to save me too?" Wabu replies that it won't be easy. His surgery is extremely difficult compared to the one he just did. Yet hope blossoms. "If you don't give up, I will never let your hopes go in vain," comes the resolve. The Grand Commandant reassures him that he is determined to never give up as well. Days pass at the palace. Wabu has been busy hanging out with Divine Physician Payan. They're chatting about who knows what, but it seems important. Huangwan, the Grand Commandant, has been resting, gearing up for the operation. Wabu has also been busy teaching his two disciples his medical arts. Wabun isn't impressed, and the kids are just confused, scratching their heads and hoping for some divine insight. Pianxian watches from the doorway as Wabu instructs the kids diligently. She's much too engrossed watching the lessons that she doesn't hear her father approach until he calls out to her. Her dad lectures her on physician virtues, mindset, and skills to save patients. Typical dad stuff, but with a deeper edge. The divine physician nods, happy that his child has remembered his teachings well. Her father, stern but caring, asks why she's hesitating. He's all about nurturing the right path. Pianxian gets it, calling out her father, embracing the responsibility. He turns, giving her the freedom to explore her own path. Sienna, you're allowed to go on the path you think is right. Her response? A confident yes, with newfound determination. Finally, the day of the operations arrives. Wabu gives the Grand Commandant a sleeping concoction. There's a moment of doubt. He's wondering if he'll wake up again. Wabu wishes for the Commandant to have a good dream. Wabun, ever the jokester, promises the Commandant will wake up from the best dream, kind of mad at having to face reality again. The Grand Commandant chuckles, accepting the challenge. But focus shifts to a more serious scene. Surgery preparations are intense, orders being barked to get everyone ready. The atmosphere thickens as Wabu leads the way. Scalpel in hand, it's time to begin. And the process looks straightforward. He's seen it all before using his X-ray powers. Except, suddenly, it's not so straightforward. Something's off. Confusion sets in. The Grand Commandant's breathing has stopped. Quick reflex. Wabun thinks fast to stabilize the situation. The other physicians are confused, wondering what's up with the commotion. Wabu performs chest compressions to save the Commandant. "We've got a pulse!" Obio exclaims. There's hope, a pulse returns. Relief washes over Wabu. They start again, this time adjusting the temperature of the flat irons. They're not out of the woods yet. Pianxian's eyes widen, not sure how they're pulling this off. Wabu makes a strategic decision, wider incisions to prevent cancer spread. It's about minimizing damage, saving as much organ as possible. The operation rolls on like clockwork, with precision teamwork. Finally, the tumors are safely removed. Wabu now analyzes the surrounding area. He can't tell if the cancer has spread to the lymph nodes, and decides to remove the inflamed ones. Every step is meticulously careful, especially concerning vital nerves. Wabu explains carefully to his students the intricacies of the internal organs, what they look like and how to operate on them. His students are focused and reply, "Yes, master." Pianxian watches the dedication Wabu is showing to teaching his students. She's seriously impressed. Physician Wa is the epitome of a godly physician. Indeed. Night has fallen, and the moon is full and bright. Inside, Huangwan, the Grand Commandant, is resting post-surgery, looking frail but determined. A peaceful silence fills the room, interrupted by Huangwan's subtle stirring. He begins to awaken, reaching out with a whisper. "Grand Commandant." His eyes crack open. Wabu steps in, cheerful as ever, checking on Huangwan. "Did you sleep well?" Huangwan jokes, saying he thought he was looking at an underworld spirit. Tough guy, but pain brings him back, groaning. "Why does it hurt so?" Wabu warns him sternly not to touch the wound. Wabu isn't shy about recounting the painstaking surgery. "I opened you up, stitched you together, so don't move a muscle," he insists, urgency clear in his voice. Recovery won't be easy, Wabu explains, but he'll have to put up with it. Diet and exercise become a must. Huangwan isn't thrilled with the discomfort but listens. Wabu contemplates on the patient's situation. Stage 2 gastric cancer's tricky, a 20 to 30% recurrence rate. Chemotherapy's not possible in this current time. Regular checkups will be mandatory, but if Huangwan makes it to 5 years, he'll be in the clear. This conversation even touches on divine intervention, mentioning the mercy of the heavens. Huangwan laughs loudly, then winces in pain. Even mighty figures need a reminder of their frailty sometimes. Wabu urges caution, but hears Huangwan recount the bleak prognosis past physicians gave him. Not even the esteemed Pianta and the divine physician had hope, they all said 6 months tops. Yet, somehow, Wabu's skills seem supernatural to him, humor in the impossible. Full of gratitude for this miracle, the Grand Commandant promises to give him wealth and glory. But Wabu cuts him off and apologizes. He doesn't want wealth and glory. He only wants to save lives. Wabu is clear about his mission to save more lives, humbly asking the Grand Commandant to grant him this request. With those words, Wabu quickly slips out of the room before the Commandant can protest. Such a strange kid, the Commandant thinks. A quick scene shift to Wabu's family home, daylight now, filled with familiar voices shouting and greeting each other warmly. His older brother comes out to greet him and ushers him inside. They settle and have some tea. Amidst tea sips, they banter about their mother's splendid condition. She just had a banquet and invited everyone in the family. Then the topics shift dramatically. Wabak asks about the Chancellor's uncle. Wabu admits the truth. "Yeah, it was cancer and the surgery went well." Wabak almost spits out his drink. Did his little brother just cure cancer? Wabak asks questions about expected rewards and favoritism. The Grand Chancellor did offer to introduce him to the Emperor, but he politely declined. Laughter erupts about Wabu's stubbornness. But Wabu knows what's up. War is coming soon, and he won't be caught dead inside the most dangerous place of all. Finally, Wabu comes to the serious part. He wants his brother to get appointed to the furthest place from Luoyang he can manage. Avoid it at all costs. Wabok stares blankly. Could his brother know something that he can't share? Wabok decides to trust his brother. You must. At all costs. Wabu demands urgently. Wabu feels a surge of relief at his brother's promise. Soon, there will be chaos during the Yellow Turban Rebellion. His eldest brother can't be in the royal palace when that happens. With the promise secured, he rises up and takes his leave. As soon as the Grand Commandant gets better, he plans to stay as far away from the royal palace as possible. But something's nagging at his thoughts. Meanwhile, a clandestine conversation ensues. Two shadowy figures mull over Physician Wa's fate under the moonlight. Why do I feel so uneasy? Wabu thinks to himself. Wabu is back, and his student Obio's excitement is through the roof. It's like a reunion after a long journey. Obio relays a message. The divine physician wants to see Wabu pronto. Important business, right? Wabu's curiosity spikes. Wabu's dragging himself through the hall, still foggy from a rough night with nightmares. Who hasn't been there, right? But there's no time to linger. The divine physician summons won't wait. Why the urgent call, though? Has something happened? Approaching the meeting place, Wabu overhears murmurs through the door. He catches bits and pieces, his curiosity only getting stronger. Physician Wa cannot be left like this. Someone insists. But what's the drama here? Wabu needs answers. He peeks and sees some familiar faces deep in discussion, the divine physician and Master Pian, deep in their thoughts. Can't hold back now, Wabu enters, asking if they're looking for him. Perfect timing! They exclaim. They pull Wabu in, practically bursting with the need to share, and they look serious as heck, which honestly makes Wabu a tad nervous. We've debated this long enough, they declare. Suddenly, their expressions lighten up. All this secrecy? Turns out they've come to a decision that floors Wabu. He's given a new title. A bit dramatic, right? The world will know him now as Master Wa. Whoa! That's huge. Wabu's in shock. Master Wa? That legendary Master Huatua? He's inwardly freaking out. How did this happen? Thoughts race through his mind. He always knew there was something about his name, but being that Master Wa, it's a lot to wrap his head around. Then he comes to a dark realization. The great Huatua of this time, he thinks, will be executed by a certain infamous ruler, Cao Cao. As the title slowly sinks in, Wabu considers his next steps. Even if he declines the title from the two physicians, the people he cures will probably call him Master Wa too. With a deep breath, he resolves to be loyal to his path, but politely declines the title. The two physicians are shocked. Later in his room, he contemplates the state of things. It looks like whether he's the legendary Master Hua or not, he'll be deeply entangled in the trouble of this era. He wonders if he's destined to follow the life of Master Hua from the Three Kingdoms era. The original Master Hua was already 40 when the Yellow Turban Rebellion started, and he's only 16 now. Wabu's annoyed that things are getting messed up. A knock interrupts his peace. It's a visitor, and this looks serious. The visitor enters, and it's Pian Xian, with a request that seems rather straightforward. But wait till you hear it, it's big. Wabu gets up to prepare a drink, but Pian Xian gets straight to the point. Pian Xian bows, apologizing for her rudeness. She recalls her past outburst, questioning Wabu's skills as a physician. Wabu reflects on that past encounters and sees the burden Pian Xian carries. It's all reasonable when you're in her shoes, says Wabu. But that doesn't stop Pian. She gets on her knees. Please take me in as your disciple, she declares, eyes full of determination. This sudden declaration leaves Wabu speechless. He's a bit stunned by her resolve. But of course, any aspiring physician would jump at this chance, right? But still, there's a but, and it's a hefty one. Kneeling, she swears she won't move until accepted as a disciple. Wabu, mildly overwhelmed, steps back and breathes. If you're that stubborn, then things won't work out, he begins. He proposes that instead of her pushing she wants, they should have a two-way conversation about it. Pian Xian seems to finally understand the gravity. She apologizes, acknowledging her impulsiveness. A glimmer of respect grows between them. It seems she has the right attitude. Because that kind of attitude is exactly what makes a great physician. Wabu asks if it was okay with her dad. Of course, Master Hua. Her father, eavesdropping from behind the door, suddenly barges in. Physician Pian steps in, telling him that it's better that Xian learn from him, and that she's a highly intelligent child. Meanwhile, the title of Master Hua still feels like a bit of a headache for Wabu. But wait, there's a catch. Wabu lays out his conditions to taking Xian in as a disciple. Wabu gently explains his terms. He won't take any tuition fees, but instead, he will ask her to do various tasks. This disciple gig involves cooking up herbal medicine, sterilizing tools, and oddly enough, martial arts. Being a physician requires stamina. He sets expectations. He's going to be tough but fair. His strictness might seem harsh, but he's dedicated to excellence. Make a mistake and you'll hear about it. Scary, isn't it? Wabu leans forward, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips, and warns her. To sum it up simply, he's not sugarcoating this. You will go through hell, he declares. I can't teach a student that doesn't have a strong resolve, Wabu declares. But there's no hesitation. I'll do it, physician, Cian immediately replies. Dedication abounds. She's ready to do whatever it takes to learn the medical arts. It's a solid plan. After all, persistence is key, right? Very well, alright, Wabu's response. Let's kill it starting tomorrow, Wabu says. Agreement locked in. Divine Physician Pion offers a nod of approval. Take care of her, Wado. Their session gets interrupted. Obio barges in. Master! Are you here? Clearly, something's up. Turns out, the Grand Commandant, Huangwan, wants a word. Inside the opulent halls, the Grand Commandant is resting when Wabu enters. Are you feeling unwell? Wabu asks. Assurances follow that it wasn't about the Commandant's health. Rather, rumors have reached far and wide. You're being called Huatua these days, aren't you? Being famous is flattering, but it's getting inconvenient. Despite grand achievements, like cancer treatments, Wabu downplays his skills. Next, the Commandant asks about his age. I'm 16, Wabu replies. But there's a twist. Are you engaged by any chance? The Commandant asks. He has many eligible granddaughters, if he was interested in making family ties. Panic ensues. Oh my, how would I dare to be so greedy? He makes excuses that he plans to roam around the world studying medical arts for the next 10 years. Still, Huangwan persists. Don't worry if you like someone else. Wabu can just take his granddaughter for his first wife and take other wives, he suggests. But really, it's all too much. Our protagonist is grateful but firm about not getting tied down to one place. Huangwan wonder if Wabu is a eunuch. Annoying Wabu even more. The Grand Commandant recalls how his nephew, the Chancellor, tried to offer him a good position but he turned it down. Wabu apologizes profusely, saying all he wanted to do was practice medicine. The Commandant finally relents and respects his wishes. However, he has one surprise left for Wabu. Solve this first before going out to the world, he says, handing Wabu a scroll. His Majesty is looking for you. This isn't your average invitation. It's Lu Hong himself, 12th Emperor Shaoling of later Han. His rep isn't too great, ambitious but controversial. He brought in the practice of paying to receive a government position, moderating the eunuchs, and imposing heavy labor on people. His predecessor and himself were later called dark monarchs. That meant illogical and foolish kings. The plot thickens. Why me? Wonders our reluctant physician. But refusing isn't an option. Why? Because of his location. If he were back in Xiao County, he could make excuses that it was too far. But he's in Woyang right now. Reassurances come from the Grand Commandant. It's not urgent, but preparations begin nonetheless. And he's not being summoned because of a sickness. A nod and deep breaths follow. That's what bothers him the most, though. Off they go a few days later at Hengqing. Outfits are fancy, making the whole appointment feel intense. Don't worry, it's not an official meeting, insists Huangwan, trying to ease jitters. Wabu thinks otherwise. It's actually even more stressful to meet him in private. In the grand chamber, doors slide open, echoing expectation. The eunuch announces their arrival. Formalities, bows, and platitudes roll into the air. May you live long and prosper, Your Majesty. Hands shuffle to the floor. The Emperor's curious. So you're the physician from the rumors. Inviting them closer. Despite a young age, the Emperor sees the promise in Wabu. Talent's hard to miss. Discussion circles around Wabu's medical feats. Humility reigns. It's an undeserving title, Wabu counters, wiping sweat. But recognition is forthcoming for saving the Grand Commandant. The Emperor reveals his gratitude for saving the Grand Commandant, who had pleaded with him to reward Wabu greatly. A small box is brought out. Promises signal. Therefore, I'd like to appoint you as the attending Imperial Censorate, the Emperor announces. Wabu can only look on with astonishment. Wabu stares wide-eyed at the red plaque in his hands that declares him as the attending Imperial Censorate. That's a hefty role with a lot of weight behind it, supervising officials and rooting out corruption. Emperor Ling isn't messing around. He's granting Wabu the power to oversee all courts except the royal palace. No pressure, right? Wabu's just standing there, trying not to show his anxiety as a court official presents him with official plaque. Rejecting this offer would be a death wish. But at least this position doesn't tie him down to the palace. He's got no choice now. He accepts the position, humbly thanking the emperor. The emperor advises him it's up to Waba how he uses it, but to use his new power wisely. Waba pledges his service as he bows to the emperor. Later, after Waba leaves, the emperor's eunuch expresses confusion as to why Waba of all people received such a grand role. The eunuch thought it was a bit excessive. Emperor Ling's unfazed though and challenges. Do you feel the same way? The sneaky eunuch mentions that Waba didn't even offer anything to the emperor. An attending imperial censorate should at least offer 2 million John payment to seal this deal. But it seems like the emperor has other plans. He plans to send Waba to clinics in the provinces and supervise them. But corruption's a slippery slope. The emperor emphasizes that there shouldn't be any shady dealings in this area. Instead, he'll have someone as upright as Waba to clean things up without expecting a salary. The emperor's ready to knock corrupt officials down a peg. Both officials acknowledge the military and clinics as cash-heavy spots. Zhang Yang's in awe of the emperor's insight, but there's a darker undertone with his deference. He's the mastermind behind the rebellious 10 attendants. A few days later, Waba returns home to the family estate. He grapples with the reality of being a secret royal inspector. The weight of responsibilities sinking in. With this plaque, he's able to borrow occupational forces. It's a strong power that can be used against corrupt officials. And more importantly, he can go after those guys from the typing cult. A visitor, Yukeju, interrupts Waba's thoughts with news, a prepared acupuncture box, ready to bolster medical skills. The box is finally done, and you can sense Waba's relief and excitement. Another tool in the arsenal when an urgent situation arises. Yukeju says that the rest is underway. He also mentions that his eldest brother wanted to meet him for dinner. Waba wonders that his brother wanted, as they had just met each other recently. Yukeju asks when they're leaving for Luoyang. Waba is planning to leave soon, but Yukeju hints that they should take a bit more time to prepare, because there's a typing cult branch in Luoyang. The mention of his enemies triggers alarm in Wabu. That evening, Waba makes his way to the inn to meet his brother. He's deep in thought about his enemies. He needs to get even stronger, and teach his disciples how to defend themselves well. He finally arrives at the returning nobles' inn. Looks like an expensive place. Walking into the elaborate venue, Waba's greeted warmly. One of the ladies escorts Waba through lavish halls. As he reaches the room, he announces himself to his brother. Inside, things take a turn. Wabak introduces his senior, the governor of Dunqiu County, Chao Chao. It's nice to meet you. Chao Chao greets respectfully. Waba's shocked, but manages to return the greeting. The meeting carries significant weight, because in history, Chao Chao is the one who kills Hua Tuo in the end. The timing of him being given the name Hua Tuo, and meeting Chao Chao shortly after, leaves him wondering what fate has in store for him. Come and sit, says Wabun. Inside the inn, Waba's feeling disoriented, being called Hua Tuo. His mind's racing with thoughts about the legendary Chao Chao. He still can't get over the idea of meeting Chao Chao here. Over at the dining area, there's some casual banter going on. Flattery about good looks flies around the table, but Waba's taken aback. When did they become such tight pals? Drinks are raised, making the atmosphere light and sociable. But then, bam! A hand smashes down, a dramatic exclamation. You're the one who treated Ren's tetanus? Chao Chao exclaims in shock. That's not all. His older brother lists all of the amazing medical miracles Waba has accomplished so far. The gravity of Waba's achievements sinks in, and Chao Chao thanks him deeply. There's genuine surprise, maybe even a little disbelief. But Chao Chao says he's incredibly grateful to him for saving Ren. But yeah, nothing but respect for being humble too. It's a feast. The nights become a celebration of sorts. Everyone's having a blast, laughing heartily. Even if one thinks they might be losing it, it's all in good fun. Chao Chao decides to leave, having already taken care of the bill, leaving the brothers to enjoy themselves. It's finally just the two of them. The question arises, do you admire Chao Chao that much? The answer's kinda obvious. Dude's from their hometown and he's an upright man. He's known for upholding justice, like that one time with the guy at the gate, who tried to enter the north gate past curfew using his powerful connections. The guy ended up being executed. Waba's surprised. According to history, this event happened when Chao Chao was 20, but in his timeline right now, Chao Chao is already 25 with the event only happening recently. Then, his brother tells him that Elder Chao Ting, the Marquis, decided to send him to be administrator of Dunqiu County, and that causes some serious surprise. The legendary eunuch, Chao Teng, who was Chao Chao's adopted grandfather. Waba's shocked that he was still alive. This is very different from what was written in history. With everything seemingly in chaos, our heroes caught off guard. Fast forward 10 days, the scene shifts to the Huang family estate. As they prep for their journey, it's clear they're well prepared. They even have gifts from the Grand Commandant. Wabu has a flashback of the Grand Commandant scolding him again for not accepting his gifts. The Commandant's not wrong, though. Meanwhile, preparations continue. A new disciple joins the ranks, eager but maybe a tad nervous. The call to action rings out, "Let's depart." His 3 students replying with an excited, "Yes, teacher." Through the picturesque countryside, they ride quietly, yet cautions in the air. But something's off. Why has the divine physician been following them all day? Wabu tries to ask tactfully, and the physician replies that he wants to do some sightseeing. Looks like on top of the new disciple, they also have a doting father in their party now. Their numbers have grown with a new member, and there's a promise to treat everyone fairly. Training's gonna be intense, but there's good humor about it. Someone's watching them from the shadows, a lurking figure. Suddenly, a bird is sent to the sky with a scroll attached. What could possibly be in that message? This doesn't escape Wabu's attention. He looks up at the bird with a frown. At the Yujo branch of the typing cult, Myung-il, main bishop of the Yujo branch, smashes a stick, finally ready to avenge his fallen comrades. However, someone has doubts. "But main bishop, that physician just became the imperial censorate," a hooded figure points out. Myung-il waves off the concern. A swift sword could still end any man's life, right? Tension crackles through the air. They need to eliminate this threat before he starts using his government powers. Lieutenant Incho was responsible for destroying the Chiao County branch, but Wabu was instrumental in planning everything. So they must kill him for their cause. The typing cult's banner flutters in the air. Amidst the bitter resolve, caution whispers. What if their plan fails? Myung-il dismisses such fears. They can cut off any loose ends like a lizard losing his tail. He instructs his man to recruit 30 cult members from neighboring counties. Myung-il's confidence glimmers in the moonlight, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he considers his plan. But away from the cult schemes, the night cloaks another story. Deep in the forest, Wabu sits by a campfire, ready to begin an intense meditation. Energy orbs swirl between his hands, his senses heightening with every breath. Suddenly, he can hear everything, the whispers of the wind, the subtle crickets, and even people's breathing. Noisy yet calming, he muses, feeling an unexpected clarity that extends beyond his hearing. Every sense firing on all cylinders, touch, smell, it's all intense. A surge of chi, like a gateway to another world, envelopes him. It feels like he's in another world. His chi slowly surges outward into the forest. It reaches out, snaking through the forest. It doesn't go unnoticed. Wakju, seated at the campsite, recognizes the sensation immediately. He runs towards it, worried that something happened to Wabu. He races toward the source, heart pounding, and is amazed at what he sees. Seeing Wabu encased in swirling chi, the realization hits him. This is definitely chi, and a lot of it. He murmurs, dumbfounded. Did Wabu just overcome the wall? Wakju wonders. Indeed, a fresh sense of calm wraps around Wabu, as the world turns soft hues of blue around him. Finally he opens his eyes. Time melts away in his trance until dawn's light quietly touches his eyelids. Wabu rises, feeling lighter, as if something fundamental changed while he meditated. Purer than anything he's channeled before, this new energy brims with the essence of the 5 elements. It's different from the cultivation technique that Incho taught him. This energy now feels like a beast's presence, untamed and ferocious. He finds himself compelled to name it. The 5 birds' chi meridian, a blend of raw nature and cosmic logic, swirls with newfound ferocity around him. With a widened perspective, he considers teaching this to his students. Elsewhere, an unsettled group feels odd sensations, as if sensing that they were being talked about. Back in the town, a conversation continues unassumingly. Really? Choseo queries about the rumors that physician Wa has returned to Chiao County. She thinks happy thoughts of Wabu telling her about curing the Grand Commandant's illness. But a shout disrupts this pleasant news. Choseo! An panicked voice cries, alerting to an emergency. Haewon is hurt. The scene opens up on a serene landscape with towering trees and traditional houses nestled below. Wabu steps into the courtyard, cheerful as ever, announcing his return. I'm back, mother. Lady Wa rushes forward, joy in her eyes, exclaiming. Boo, you're back! She inquires if everything is settled, and Wabu assures her. Yes, thankfully they've all worked out. She takes his hand with affection, acknowledging his hardships. Divine Physician Ching observes the scene with a smile, thinking to himself about the harmony within the family. Lady Wa's curiosity piques at Wabu's companions. Wabu is quick to introduce Divine Physician Ching Cho alongside his daughter, turning heads with the mention of the famous physician. Humble as ever, Ching Cho shrugs off the compliment, suggesting he's thinking about dropping his illustrious title. Lady Wa is surprised, but Ching Cho playfully insists Wabu's talents surpass his own. The mention of Wabu being recommended as an imperial physician raises eyebrows. Declining such an offer seems shocking, but there's a twist. Wabu is now an imperial clerk. Confusion mingles with awe at the revelation. Wabu is visibly embarrassed by the attention, not used to such praise. His mother's happiness seems enough for him as she expresses her disbelief about the events unfolding during her lifetime. Suddenly, a call pulls Wabu from family warmth. "Physician Wa! Are you in?" A voice urgently calls out. An unexpected visitor rushes in, catching breath and urgency all over their face. It's Cho Seol and the bodyguard, carrying a child, Hae-won, injured, blood trickling from a wrapped wound. Wabu's medical instincts kick in, diagnosing trauma in an instant. Quickly barking orders, Wabu instructs his team to prepare for surgery. They scramble to follow him, leading the distressed group inside. The urgency ramps as they lay the child on the table, Wabu asking, "What happened?" The answer is simple yet alarming: a kitchen accident, a sliced finger. Wabu unwraps the wound, a gasp escaping him. It's more severe than anticipated. The cut reaches the bone. Panic edges in among the helpers. Decisions need to be made quickly. Amputation seems inevitable, a prospect heavy with consequences. But Wabu's not ready to give up. Despite the odds, he considers reattachment. Pyeonsayan is thinking about the bleak possibilities. Her father had a similar case, and he had no choice but to amputate. But she's wondering how Wabu is planning to stick the finger back. Wabu's deep in thought. Ordinarily, he would need to use a loop to do this. In a meditative focus, he uses a supernatural skill to compensate and sees with clarity. The bone alignment is clean. His skill has grown since, and now he's able to use his X-ray and enlargement powers at the same time. He's relieved that the bone isn't crushed. The cut was clean. And now he begins the surgery. Precision is everything, stringing tiny fibers together, his concentration unbroken. Each stitch closes possibilities of necrosis, life returning inch by inch. His students marvel at the complexity reaching over a seemingly impossible task. 6 hours pass, Wabu's deep focus remains unwavering. His prowess in medical arts shines as students look on in awe. A newfound perseverance awakens in Pyeonsayan. She wants to learn everything her teacher knows. The night stretches, the glow of lamps a constant companion. At last, the surgery reaches a hopeful outcome. Awakening gently, Hae-won marvels at the use of her finger, hope transforming into joy. Wabu instructions how to take care of the wound. Cho Seol expresses deep thanks. The alternative would have been grim without Wabu's intervention. Though startling that such a young child handles knives, Wabu reflects on period expectations. Wabu suggests to delay letting Hae-won use kitchen knives a bit longer. Cho Seol counts her blessings. It was extremely lucky for them that Wabu was home when this happened. Plus she gets to meet Wabu in this way. They chat lightly about court matters and travels. Pyeonsayan walks by and notices their closeness, and wonders who this lady is. Obio and Bayana are also talking. They wonder if she's the one with syphilis. This shocks Pyeonsayan. Obio warns his junior not to spill secrets about patients so carelessly. You know how the master gets about that. Pyeonsayan joins in the conversation, wanting to know how it was cured. Was it by surgery or decoction? Wabu overhears this and approaches them. Suddenly, a fiery aura fills the room. The master's face says it all. Didn't I say not to gossip about patients? The kids freeze, stricken, as Wabu gives them a scolding. Apologies pour out as they vow to be more careful. In a quieter moment, remorse hangs in the air. The kids apologize to one another. Obio sighs. Yeah, sorry about that. But hey, Master said he had something to teach us. The youthful energy returns as Pyeonsayan resolves to stick close to Master, learning everything they can, slowly but surely. Still, something still feels off. Over in the corner, a burst of laughter from the Master chatting with Cho Seol. Our young medic's got something churning as she balances plates in her hands. Jealousy, maybe? Night falls over the typing cult's Yujo branch, where schemes are surely hatching. The cult leader is ready. Members from all regions have gathered. His expression? Satisfied, like a cat who's got the cream. Wait a bit, till the time is right. He muses, telling his minions to hold off until further notice. Those plans need a bit of polish. The scene shifts to the Wa estate at dawn. Breakfast, fresh air, and chit-chat, the perfect morning. Lady Wa and divine physician Ching Cho indulge in mutual admiration about their children. But what's this? The master's snapping at a student, emphasizing the wrong way of surgery. Focus is crucial, he demands, a lesson not lost on his eager apprentices, who concentrate with all their might. Despite his strict demeanor, his approach is supported by the elders because these skills, they say, must be engraved in the heart. Lady Wa observes them quietly. She wonders well her family raised her. She seemed diligent and good-hearted. The chat gets awkward when Lady Wa asks if Pyeonsayan was already engaged. Physician Cheng asks where she heard it from. It seems that it's become a habit of Piancian to tell everyone that she's already engaged to put off any prospective suitors. Physician Ching sighs, his child is a bit stubborn, it's kinda troublesome. Lady Hua agrees, mentioning Wabu is the same. They wonder if those two would be an interesting match. They envision a cute couple, lovingly teaching and learning from each other. But that illusion is quickly broken, as Wabu's scolding brings them back to reality. Looks like they spoke too soon. It seems that both have tunnel vision, and medical arts are the only thing they see. Wakju approaches Wabu, declaring the remaining items have been completed. He calls Obio and Biana and hands them the boxes. Are they acupuncture needles? Obio asks. Yeah, but Wabu will need to show them how to use it later. Cian asks if she would also be getting one, but Wabu brushes it off, saying it's too early for the youngest. But he has second thoughts. It's best if they don't have to use them. But there's not telling what might happen on the road. He changes his mind, saying Cian will get her soon. But oh boy, it's a grueling routine ahead. Horse stances and duck walks every day. The realization hits, what on earth is this training? The master's expression, slightly mischievous, says it's all for good stamina. The morning light brightens as they grit through their exercises. Keep at it. The master's relentless, even the briefest signs of strain met with his challenge to push harder. To top it off, he plans a pop quiz on anesthetics, greeted by pleads for mercy from the students. Day quickly turns to night. It's finally over. The kids sigh, sprawled on the floor. They're in a barn with a pig lying on some hay. With a relieved tone, Waba mentions that they're finally able to anesthetize the pig safely. It's been burdensome doing it under general anesthesia all this time. Standing over the pig, Waba reflects seriously. He bends down and touches the pig gently. Sacrificing one to save others? He murmurs. It's a heavy thought, a solemn goodbye to the animal that brings mixed emotions. His whispered words, "Rest in peace, O soul," signaled the closure of this moment. With the night deepening, the group gathers for a meal, a cozy circle filled with warmth and conversation. Cian curiously comments about the earlier farewell to the pig. Is it some way to appease its spirit? Obio nods thoughtfully, remembering that his master also did that with the rats. Waba thinks about it. It's more like blessing them so that they can be reborn into a better life. He admits the irony. Their little ritual isn't much, but he believes that there's a chance at another life for them. He reassures the others, no need to follow his example. Everyone's different. Just don't let yourselves get hardened or too emotional about it either. Lady Wa observes her son, wondering how much Wabu has grown. There's a sense of pride there. Meanwhile, the group discusses their next steps. Each one's on the horizon once Hay-one's cured. Wabu's mom asks why he needed to go back there. Turns out, the worthy consort is giving birth soon. Lady Wa buzzes about a gift for the occasion but is assured there's time to prepare. Yet, beneath her relief, there's a shadow. Her son will soon leave again. She proposes a simple outing, something to cherish during these fleeting moments. Shall we go boating for a while? She asks. Wabu realizes he may have neglected his mom these days, and agrees wholeheartedly. Talk of the beautiful Weishan Lake fills the air, sparking plans and dreams of what's next once Hay-one recovers. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a figure eavesdrops on their plans. A cloaked figure whispers of Weishan Lake as the perfect setup for something sinister. A few days pass, and the group set out on their trip. The serene beauty of the lake is breathtaking, its surface mirrored by graceful cranes. The boat ride is a feast for the senses, lotus flowers, gentle waves. The kids are totally enjoying themselves. Waba's mom enjoys this rare moment with her son. Departing from the dock, their spirits are high. It's a moment of reprieve amidst their usually busy lives. For Wabu, it's a chance to savor family time before duty calls again. Suddenly, an odd feeling pricks at his senses. There's something in the air, an ominous presence creeping closer. Wachu reports there are about 10 men on board. They have a drinking table set up, but no one seems to have touched their drinks at all. A serious look crosses their faces. What are they planning? As the other boat draws closer, they notice the men were fully armed. They're carrying some messy things, Wachu remarks. Waba orders the boatman to head to the other side of the lake. But the boatman says there's nothing much to see there. That's better, Waba replies, smiling. Next, he approaches his mom and convinces her to try some relaxing needle therapy. He slips the needle in, but Physician Ching notices where he placed the acupoint. Before long, his mother gets drowsy and falls asleep. Wabu requests Physician Ching to take care of his mother. He calls the two assistants. We have enemies, do as we prepared. The kids quickly take up their positions. Physician Ching calls his daughter to lend him a hand with Lady Hua. She hesitates, but knows she will only be a hindrance to them. Meanwhile, the enemy boat closes in. The ambush is on, but these hooded guys quickly regret underestimating Wabu's crew. Before they can launch their attack, they're struck by something. They're caught off guard, scrambling as poison needles fly. Obio and Biana spring into action, activating their secret weapon, spitting out acupuncture needles in quick succession. The men quickly fall to the poison needles. Now, it's Wabu and Wakju's turn. They spring into action, and quickly board the enemy boat. They execute their plan with precision, cutting through opposition with fierce determination. Amidst the chaos, Wabu reflects on the audacity of these attackers eyeing his mother and his people. Bad move, guys. He charges forward with a sense of vengeance, slashing his way through. I'll make you pay, he vows, dispatching foes swiftly. A while later, back at the typing cult's branch in Yuzhou, tension heightens. Miao, furious, slams his desk hearing about his men's defeat. The news is devastating. 30 of his men, including executioners, are gone. With a meeting with his boss looming, he's panicking, fearing failure. Realizing brute force might not work, Miao contemplates alternative tactics. He devises a risky plan, involve only 5 believers and confront the physician himself. His lieutenant warns it's too dangerous, but he's adamant, thinking strategically about how to control the physician. He plans to use Wabu's physician nature to his advantage, knowing that he never refuses a patient. Let's head to Chohyun, he decides, setting the next move in motion. It's a clear night. Over at the Wa family's residence, the place is quiet, glowing warm from inside. Outside, Xian is resting on a bench, looking pretty spent. She's murmuring about the master. Training has gotten more intense after the recent ambush. Haywin's thoughts jump to how difficult training has become. Her master is pushing them hard, maybe a bit too close to danger. Then boom, her dad shows up with a couple of cups. The two of them sit, Xian venting about feeling out of her depth. It hurts my pride, she admits. She starts crying about her master being too harsh and intense. Her father offers some perspective. Stern teaching is meant to craft resilience. She's confused about the whole failed physician comment. Her father clarifies, insisting the harshness is to prevent future mistakes in serious situations. Anyone can make mistakes. But if a physician makes a mistake, it will put his patient's life in danger. Even the best can't save everyone. And Wabu is teaching her to become a physician who won't break when faced with failure. He can't act that way towards her because she's his daughter. But the physician reassures her. You met a great teacher, while giving her a pat on the back. Nearby, Wabu observes with a smile. Looks like he doesn't need to worry, Xian will turn out fine. Wabu's not letting the hard work go unappreciated. He calls for snacks, a mini celebration for Obio and Biana. Their ecstatic cheers echo back. The next morning is clear and bright. Sky is blue, clouds drifting leisurely. Meanwhile, some shady figures are checking out a clinic. Is that the target? Yup, that's where they're headed. Miao comments about the clinic's facade. The Wa family is thriving, but why does the clinic look so shabby? There's a sinister edge to his words, implying that luck is about to run out for the Wa family. Let's get started, he commands his team. The plan was to strike him in the back, to create a real medical emergency. He warns his lieutenant not to be sloppy and to do it properly to avoid suspicion. Not too deep, just enough to create a wound. But the attack doesn't go as planned. The Miao is sliced deeper than intended, his rage audible. He struggles to get up as his lieutenant watches regretfully. Miao angrily curses his own crew. Were they trying to kill him? His lieutenant picks him up on his back and rushes to the clinic. He didn't realize that his master's back would be like soft tofu, and now they have no choice but to leave their master's life in Wabu's hands. Outside the clinic, Biana is telling his grandpa what he's been learning from Wabu so far, when they hear the cry for help. In a flurry, the wounded leader arrives at the clinic. The situation is dire, deep sword wound bleeding profusely. Panic in the air as help sought quickly. The slash has gone through to the bone. This won't be easy. With the stakes high, Physician Bong requests Wabu's presence ASAP, and off Biana goes. The wounded leader, clutching his pain, spits out a furious promise of revenge. He can't believe this is happening despite his orders. Finally, Wabu arrives and gears up for what looks like an intense operation. It's now Mianao's chance to see this physician face to face. So this guy is the so-called godly physician, Mianao mutters, a bit skeptical. They spring into action immediately, commanding everyone to move the injured man inside for surgery. Yes! The eager helpers respond, ready to hustle. The morning sun peeks through as they get the patient settled in. Relief is visible on everyone's faces as they start the procedure. Wabu points out how the injury just barely missed a dangerous spot, easing the nerves further. Let's quickly prepare for surgery. Wabu calls out urgently, while Physician Bong wonders what kind of injury will it take for Wabu to consider dangerous. The team wastes no time. Disinfection's done, anesthesia set. Let's begin, Wabu orders. He starts explaining the anatomy, ensuring everyone understands the stakes. Physician Bong can't help but admire his skill. Physician Hua is a miracle worker, acknowledged by the Grand Commandant. And the kids will continue his legacy into the next generation. But Bong drifts into deep reflection, feeling his age but noticing Biana's competence. Devote yourself, Biana. Physician Bong cheers his grandson on internally. Biana's focus is laser sharp, even as beads of sweat form. Finally, the surgery is completed. Compliments fly across the room. Great job, everyone! It's a hard-earned victory. Waba notes how the surgery took longer, a mixture of relief and exhaustion settling in. A new task awaits, keeping an eye on the waking patient, as everyone disperses to their duties. Outside, the servant frantically asks about his master's condition, relieved to hear that surgery went well. But wait, how did he get hurt like that? Curious minds want to know. Looks like a sword cut. Waba concludes. The servant explains that it was an ambush. A whole narrative unfolds, touching on the manor master's shady dealings and grudges. That's just TMI, Waba thinks. The servant expresses their gratitude. When suddenly, Wakju appears by his side, warning him about being too close to the physician. There's a hint of mystery lingering. Is the person in front of him Wakju, the former branch master? Wakju delivers a message, while the servant tries not to give away his disguise. The two of them leave, but not without a suspicious glance back from Wakju. He observes silently, perhaps pondering deeper mysteries. The servant's feeling paranoid about being recognized as part of the typing cult. He tries to play it off by saying farewell. As they walk away, a chilling smile creeps up his face. Later that day, the patient is on the verge of consciousness. Something's off. What is it? Apparently, the patient is behaving oddly. He's muttering and twitching, but still unconscious. Is it because Waba changed the anesthesia ingredients? Suddenly, he bursts into movement, claiming to be agile, swimming like a frog on the table. It's surreal. The assistant questions the normalcy of this behavior, a side effect of the anesthesia, maybe? Wabu resolves to check the anesthesia ingredients right away. Wabu decides to take over watching the patient. He's wondering if he gave the wrong dosage due to his weight. Suddenly, the patient rambles about Wabu, that bastard. I'm not going to let him be, the patient declares, stirring alarm. The patient seems to be very familiar with his name. Uneasiness starts building. Driven to resolve whatever is disturbing their peace, Wabu uses his clairvoyance to check. He sees a black scorpion-like insect coiling around the patient's heart. Is it the typing cult again? Waba thinks, bracing for whatever comes next. Under the starry night sky, Waba sits outside his house, looking stressed out. I'm going crazy, he mutters, gripping his head as if trying to squeeze out the frustration. The typing cult has come knocking, and he's left wondering how to untangle this mess. There are at least 5 of them, discounting the wounded one. That's no small number. With Wakju Ajusi's help, he figures they could probably handle those goons. But that's just treating the symptoms, not the disease. The cult's influence is spreading like wildfire, and unless he uproots it, there'll always be more coming. I need a permanent solution, he thinks, clenching his fist with determination. But how the heck is he going to pull that off? Suddenly, there's a movement at the door. It's the fake servant, checking in on the patient. Wabu just stares, thinking this might be the push he needs. He steels himself. That's right, he whispers, conviction setting in. He's ready to see how the cult's planning to play this. An angry voice cuts through the peaceful night, breaking the fragile calm. Get lost! Someone shouts. It's the servant again, letting off steam after dealing with the injured man's nonsense. Wabu meets him as he steps out, feigning innocence. Did your visit go well? He asks with a smile. The servant stammers a bit before retreating into the night, leaving Wabu in thoughtful silence. As stars twinkle above, he realizes this night's far from over. Stepping inside, the tension hangs thick. How do you feel? He checks on the patient. The man tries to act lighthearted, thanking Wabu for his help. But Wabu knows better. There's more to this situation than the man admits. Let me ask you something. Wabu presses, sitting down beside him. What's your role in the typing cult? The man visibly panics. Tries to deny everything, but Wabu's not buying it. I've been patient, Wabu says, maintaining an eerie calm. But I've thought about ending you here. He opens a drawer, revealing the ominous jar holding the insect. The man's face pales with panic. Physician! He yells, desperate to explain. Misunderstood? Wabu challenges, holding up the insect with certainty. The guy's sweating bullets, trying to figure out who ratted him out. Just tell me already, Wabu insists. What's your rank in this messed up group? So I can decide what you can do for me. Finally, the truth spills out. He's a big shot, a main bishop. And he was here to turn Wabu into another cult puppet. Then he asks Wabu for a favor. He wants Waba to eat the insect egg and join their ranks. But Waba's not taking the bait. He's only allowed to ask for favors like save me or end me. He's keen to know how far this guy is going to push it. Both want to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, Myungyo reasons. The cult can decide to go after him with all their might, and a lot of blood will be shed. He also points out since Waba is a government official now, the army will be involved and the damage even higher. What? Waba smirks. Want me to be the cult's lapdog like you? The man's enraged, sputtering in defense of his so-called loyalty. Waba cuts him off, calmly placing a hand over his mouth. I can show you why I called you a dog, Waba says, eyes cold and determined. He calls Wakju back in, signaling it's time to act. As Wakju steps inside, something vital in hands. A pair of feet step into the dimly lit room, a voice declares confidently. I'm coming in. It's Wakju, and he's brought the stuff on the list. Serious business. With a nod, he sets the items down and keeps it casual. Waba thanks him, ready to get down to work. But then, a flurry of swift movements, Waba applies acupuncture needles like lightning. His target didn't see it coming. He's stunned, but before he can react, it's lights out. What just happened? Myungyo wakes up a while later. He starts freaking out. What in the world are these guys doing? I can't move! That anesthesia really hit the spot. A quick cut brings a shout, but wait, no pain? That's gotta be a first. Waba holds his forceps with a steady hand. Sweat beads on the brow of the soon-to-be unwilling patient. He's in disbelief as Waba expertly handles the situation, and his mind is racing. What is this dude doing? In a dramatic swoop, Waba pulls something big and nasty out of the incision. Myungyo is shocked. What on earth is happening? That thing looks like it came straight out of a nightmare. Waba holds it up, a giant, writhing centipede-like monster, dripping with blood. Loyalty to the cult, you say? He asks Myungyo. That's quite the reward for being faithful, Waba muses. He shoots a question to Myungyo. What does he think of his cult now? His eyes widen with horror as he's confronted with the truth. The creepy crawly gets tossed into a dish. Good riddance. A nod between Waba and Wakju seals the end of their weird shift. As Waba reviews what's gone down, Myungyo stirs awake. He calls out to Wabu. He's got something important to share. A few days later, business seems back to usual. Myungyo talks plans with his folks but seems to have some doubts about their competence. There's frustration in the room, but it's clear they're waiting on Myungyo's word. A hand gestures them in, and Wabu appears, surprising everyone. The room goes silent as Wabu steps up, reciting the cult's slogan with conviction. It's all about change. Myungyo orders his lieutenant to send a letter to headquarters, letting them know that the physician Wabu is now a believer of the typing cult. Half a month later, things seem calmer in the village. Myungyo thanks Wabu for the treatment and wishes him well. He instructs his men to leave ahead. A private conversation with emissary Wabu is needed. As they move aside, Myungyo offers an apology for enduring the humiliation. He promises Wabu protection from the cult as long as he holds rank. Wabu plays it cool, reminding Myungyo that it's all part of a deal. Myungyo's gratitude spills over. He feels indebted to Wabu for giving him freedom. He's willing to put his life on the line to repay him. It leaves Wabu thoughtful, wondering what the true cost might be. A flickering candle sets the mood for the final heart-to-heart. Myungyo requests Wabu to act as if he consumed the poisonous insect for his safety. He will stop being a target for the cult if he does this. Wabu wonders what's being offered here. Myungyo offers him a lifeline. If he sends a message to the Ido River in Anshin County, Wabu will be able to reach him anytime. As Myungyo walks away, the understanding between them lingers in the air. Wabu deliberates. This situation might not be great, but it's not all bad. He still can't trust Myungyo, unlike Wokju, who has proven his sincerity. It's a waiting game. With upbeat energy, Wabu decides it's time to prepare for the next steps. A visit to the worthy consort, that's the plan. Later at Incheon Castle, they're welcomed warmly by the Chancellor, calling him by his new name. Hwatul! Inside, there's a warm reunion. Wabu is greeted with appreciation for his journey here. The Chancellor jokes about Wabu's impressive achievements. He's feeling quite proud of himself of having a good eye for people. The consort chimes in about the Chancellor's knack for spotting the right people. Wabu wonders if the Chancellor was always this chatty. He reflects. Well, it makes sense with all the excitement around. After all, a father's concern doesn't disappear just because he's a Chancellor. Wabu steps up, ready to assess the worthy consort's health. He uses his power to check on her. The consort mentions the peculiar shape of her stomach, with midwives commenting on their skilled insights. Suddenly, a gentle revelation: congratulations are in order. The consort is about to deliver a healthy baby boy, leaving her and the Chancellor visibly moved. 10 days zoom by, and we're at the Inchuan Castle Clinic. Everyone's calling him Huaruo now, even the other physicians. He calls out the medicines he needs. The consort has a lot of prenatal medicine already. He's now focused on her postpartum care. A while later, a commotion shakes up the palace. The worthy consort has started her labor. Wabu feels a bit relieved as men aren't allowed in the birthing chamber, as he doesn't have a lot of experience in obstetrics and gynecology. But he hopes things proceed without any hitch. Hours drag on, surreal and anxious. 10 hours and still no outcome? Wabu's mind races. He's checked on this pregnancy very carefully, and was sure there wasn't any signs of trouble. Footsteps thunder in, catching everyone's attention. It's urgent. A midwife rushes to find the physician. The news shakes Huaruo. There might have been an accident. Yet there's hope, they need him now. His mind races to what could go wrong. He fears it could be a breech birth, where the baby is in the wrong position for childbirth. Wabu orders Xian to prepare their equipment. They move swiftly down the corridor, the weight of their task pressing on everyone. The midwife reveals the feet-first position. They reach a room filled with urgency, everyone on high alert. The situation is grim, a complicated delivery. Stats are tossed around, 9 times out of 10, seeing the child's feet spells trouble. The Chancellor, desperate for options, asks Wabu if there's another way. Wabu, eyes downcast, suggests a drastic measure, surgery. Could he save them? He will certainly try his best, though it's no simple feat. Sienna is shocked. Cut open the stomach and take the baby out? But the Chancellor gives his permission to proceed if needed. Wabu assures he'll follow through. With determination coursing through, Wabu leads the charge, letting the consort know of his arrival. The consort cries out, and Wabu prepares the midwives, his plan already forming. He uses his clairvoyance to check on the situation. It's even worse than he thought. The umbilical cord is wrapped around the baby's neck. A race against time begins. Wabu breaks the news to Your Highness. The baby's upside down, and the situation's looking grim. With a steady voice but racing heart, he talks about opening her up and taking out the child. Gripping the bed, Your Highness absorbs this terrifying news. Without hesitation, she declares, "Do whatever it takes, save my baby!" Her determination is evident. Wabu is deep in thought, then decides that he will try to save both. Everyone's freaking out, murmurs fill the room. Anticipation is thick as they gather for the intense operation. Our physician can't afford to wait until the anesthesia fully kicks in. Time to move! But things get dicey. Your Highness isn't fully under. Yet with courage, she insists the physician proceed. Helpers rush to hold her in place, ensuring she stays steady through it all. With a deep breath, Wabu calls out, "Scalpel!" And the operation begins. Its intense silence fills the room. The cries of pain echo as blood flows, and the team works desperately. Wabu calls for the flat iron. There's a solemn moment, almost like a chat with the unborn child, urging them not to cling onto the womb, but to embrace life. He pleads to the child in his mind. "Hey, little one, life isn't always going to be perfect, yet it's worth it." Images of his family and the friendships he's formed flash through his mind. Finally, the plea pierces through. "Grab my hand and come out." And then it happens, the baby's out. Crying, but safe and sound. Relief floods the room. Commands fly, sterilize the scissors. Wabu gently cuts the umbilical cord. Joyful cries are heard. The baby is healthy. Wabu places the baby into the noble consort's arms. She envelopes it in a motherly embrace, tears streaming down her face. A servant announces that it's a healthy boy, but suddenly, the consort's hand drops. The servant starts panicking as she loses consciousness. Wabu checks her pulse, and even uses his power for good measure. She's fine. She just needs rest. Everyone heaves a sigh of relief. Wabu looks at the sleeping mother. "You've worked hard, Your Highness. Now it's time to rest." And to the child, he smiles and thinks, "You've worked hard too, little rascal." Days later, the palace buzzes with good news. Wabu gets props for saving the day, with the Chancellor remarking that he really is living up to his title, Huaruo. Wabu graciously accepts, but inwardly he grumbles about his title. The Chancellor once again asks him if he wants anything as a reward. There actually is something that Wabu wants. He mentions the slum village where his clinic is located. He hasn't been able to visit them lately, so he asks the Chancellor to allow him to set up a clinic near the village. The Chancellor listens thoughtfully. He thought Wabu was finally going to ask for something for himself. But he's again asking for something selfless. With a smile, he says, "Sure. I got it." He calls for the guards, and issues a command for Chiao County to build a clinic. And on top of that, he also orders the court physicians to see patients there twice a month. But the Chancellor's not done. He permits the use of the palace's medicinal herbs, and grants a large piece of farmland to Wabu's family so they never go hungry. Waba's in shock. And for the cherry on top, the Chancellor's got a name for the clinic. With a flourish, he announces, Huatuo's Clinic. Waba's panicking at this. I'm screwed, he thinks. The Chancellor scolds him jokingly, saying it was Waba's fault for giving him an excuse to do it. He pushes Waba to accept something he can't really refuse. Waba's sweating bullets, knowing he can't keep rejecting the Chancellor's offers much longer. Waba decides if he's going to be given some land, he might as well ask for the land he's been keeping an eye on. It's a piece of real estate that will never fail. He thanks the Chancellor. The Chancellor then asks if he's planning to inspect some other places aside from Inchuan. Waba confirms he's planning to head to Anshan County and Renan next. Fast forward to Anshan County, where we catch this majestic idle river inn, setting the scene for the next bit. Inside the inn, Waba's sharing a meal with Wakju. Someone calls him Physician Wa, catching him mid-sip. It's Miao, formally greeting him, and Waba is quick to welcome him in return. Is this the person? Waba asks. The man formally introduces himself as Zhang Gui, younger brother of Zhang Lu and Zhang Wei. Waba's got that spark of realization. Zhang Gui is part of history. He introduces himself as Wabu of Chiao County, and also deliberately adds that he gained the title of Huatuo. Zhang Gui is taken aback, mouth almost hitting the floor, and questions if this is the same legendary Huatuo, the miracle-working physician. Miao simply replies, Please take him, he'll be a great help to you. Miao then adds that they can talk safely here, as the inn is tightly guarded. With those words, he leaves the two to discuss things. But before he steps out, he seems to remember something. First, he's gained some weight, he mentions cryptically. Waju just stares blankly, not sure what that means. They all take a moment to sit and ease into the conversation. While they exchange tales and trivia, the conversations touch on Zhang Gui's significant background. Waba asks if his two brothers are here too. Zhang Gui is surprised that Waba knows their names. Waba replies that there's no way he can't know about the grandsons of Zhang Ling, who created the way of the 5 pecks of rice, a precursor to the Taoist religion. Waba gives Zhang Gui a rundown of his grandfather's accomplishments, surprising Zhang Gui of his knowledge. Suddenly, Waba slams his cup on the table. He asks Zhang Gui a loaded question. Does heaven consist of the 3 gods, heaven, earth, and water of the Tao religion? Or the yellow sky stained with the blood of the common people, referring to the Yellow Turban Rebellion? Slamming his hand on the ground, Waba repeats the typing cult mantra. The azure sky is dead, and the yellow sky must rise. But adds that shedding blood on the blue sky will not make the sky yellow. But instead, it will make the sky violet, the color of madness. He asks Zhang Gui if he is willing to shed blood for a yellow sky that will never come. Or is he going to escape from this hell? Zhang Gui hits back with a tough question. But Wabu, almost annoyingly calm, admits he doesn't have answers to everything. Switching gears, Waba's confident plan carries on, suggesting they tackle pressing matters together. Wakju thinks Waba's already planned every move, encouraging the idea of teamwork. Wabu expresses that he's eager to show Zhang many things, keeping hopes high. And so it was, in the first year of Guanghua, year 178, as the attending Imperial Censorate, Wabu wandered around the country, focusing more on relief for the poor rather than inspections of the clinics. Meanwhile, Emperor Lu Hong is shaking things up in not-so-great ways. He formalized the system of selling official posts and titles for money, boosting tyranny in the country. The world became more and more chaotic. Time passes and it's now the 5th year of Guanghua, year 182. In Anzhou Taishan Prefecture, a makeshift clinic is set up. Inside, Wabu is tending to a patient with a leg injury. His patient thanks him profusely. Wabu waves it off like it's no big deal. And with a smile, he encourages the elder to get better quickly. It's a chilly morning at the campsite. The snow's settled on the tents, giving everything that winter wonderland vibe. Inside, a sense of hustle and bustle. Wabu gets called Master by his apprentices. The young apprentice reports in. They've handed out all the medicines as instructed. It's Obo, now a few years older. Next to him, Beyond declares that there are no emergency cases this time. Wabu praises their work, beaming with a smile. The vibes relaxed as they chat about how the number of patients jumped post-Lunar New Year. Xian joins in on the banter, praising her master for a great job. He jokes about upcoming hectic days and insists they stick with him for some hardcore training. Leaving the tent, Wabu reflects. 2 years ahead, the stormy Yellow Turban Rebellion will hit. He knows this means chaos, lots of lives at stake and new heroes will emerge. What's his role in all this? His only goal is to ramp up his skills as a healer to save as many as possible. Wabu thinks of the original Huatuo, who was exiled and killed by Cao Cao. But what if things could be different this time? His thoughts get interrupted. Someone's calling for a physician. Duty calls. A young boy approaches, carrying his little brother on his back. The kid's symptoms? Diarrhea for days, fever kicking in yesterday. Wabu, concerned, escorts them inside to take a better look. He rues the large number of kids flooding in lately. Orders fly, prepare a bed, boil clean water. Turns out, the boy's been running around looking for help, but no one could cure him. He was referred to Wabu by a village elder. Wabu offers kind words for his efforts. The boy brushes this off. It's his duty as older brother. Wabu's impressed by the kid's maturity. Curious, Wabu probes the boy's name, Liang, and he's from the Jiggle family, a name that sounds way familiar. Wabu confirms his name, and asks his brother's name. The boy replies, "It's Jiggle Jun." He adds that he has an older brother, Jiggle Jean. Wabu's shocked. He recognizes these historical figures, but the timelines are way out of whack. Liang is curious why Wabu wants to know their names. He brushes it off and tries to change the subject by checking on the brother. While checking the boy's vitals, he analyzes things silently. It's definitely the Jiggle Liang. To Liang, he announces it's just wrong food, nothing to stress over. Under Wabu's assured words, Liang feels relief. Silently, Wabu can't help but feel excited. Jiggle Liang was his most favorite character in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Can Jun recover? Absolutely. A decoction, a little care, he'll be on his feet in no time. But lingering questions bubble up for Wabu. The famous Jiggle Liang, here in scruffy clothes, seeking medical help like any other kid? Has his family collapsed? With hands balled into a fist, Liang asks how much the treatment fee would be. He doesn't have money, but he'll pay with what he has. He brings out a scroll, the Method of Sima. It's a military book and quite rare. Wabu's trying to contain his excitement. Even as a young boy, Jiggle Liang is still so awesome. Wabu can't accept it though. He doesn't take money or books from patients who are in a tough spot. That doesn't stop Liang's inquisitive mind. It doesn't make sense. Medical treatment costs a lot. It's okay, Wabu explains. He rips off the rich patients. But Liang protests again. That doesn't sound really fair. Wabu brushes it off, as his fees are still lower than other physicians. And the final reason, Wabu's quite a big landowner. Liang's intrigued, asking for Wabu's real identity. But Wabu brushes it off with a laugh, asking Liang to not call him uncle, but older brother. When Liang finally learns the physician's name, he freaks out. "Are you really Wabu, the miracle doc from Yahello?" he exclaims. He's genuinely starstruck, says he really wanted to meet Wabu, never expected him in Yanzhou. The respect in his voice is off the charts. Wabu chuckles to himself. It's wild someone like Jiggle Liang looks up to him. But Liang's appearance makes Wabu curious. Since Liang is in Fengdao County now, he must have come here with his father. According to history, his father dies when he's 7. Did his father pass away already? Wabu's caught in a dilemma. His timeline is flowing differently from history anyway, but messing with history might cause trouble. With a thoughtful pause, Wabu reassures Liang. Treatment will take some time, so you can stay here for the time being. Wabu advises his brother will get sick again if he goes home now. He needs to be treated in the clinic for about 10 days. Liang's super grateful, but feels guilty about the free treatment. Wabu, with a devilish grin, demands Liang pay with his body. No, not like that. Just some chores, alright? Over the next few days, the camp is brimming with activity. In no time, Liang's caught up, helping out and impressing everyone with his skills. At mealtime, the bounty of food is overwhelming, plates piled high, and everyone digging in. Liang's in awe at the generosity, but Wabu laughs it off, saying these kids eat like horses since they're still growing. Eating quickly becomes a mad dash before the food is gone, urging Liang to dig in. And he does, diving into the feast with gusto, his enthusiasm amusing Wabu. Reflecting, Wabu considers the legend of Kong Ming of Jiggle. Meeting him like this wasn't what he expected, but it's surprisingly uplifting. Sharing food with his brother, Liang feels a comforting sense of family. Fast forward 10 days, and Liang's ready to leave. Wabu offers some money, but Liang declines. Wabu mentions they were headed for Shuzhou. Was he planning to beg for money while traveling? Wabu's tough love hits deep. Do you like seeing your little brother ill? You think that money grows from the ground? He insists. Liang's a bit shocked at Wabu's brutal frankness. But Liang looks like a smart boy, so Wabu has more advice. He spills his backstory. Not long ago, the Hua family fell into decline. Wabu and his brothers faced hardships, his mom fell ill, and he ventured to Shuzhou to learn medicine. Liang's curious about Wabu's success despite these hurdles. Simple, Wabu held on tight during the storm. Flashbacks show Wabu neck deep in struggle, going at it alone, even his brothers were not on his side at first. Grinning, he tells Liang he knows the feeling. That's why he's helping Liang now. Pride doesn't mean anything. Just be humble and accept what help he can get. The most important thing right now is to always think about his family. Because in the end, family's all that remains, Wabu emphasizes, picturing his own. Liang, now teary-eyed, swears to repay Wabu's kindness someday. Wabu's having none of the melodrama and sends him off with a playful shove. As Liang departs, Wabu's parting advice. If it really bothers him, he can pay it back later. But he doesn't have to pay it back to Wabu. Liang, moved, pledges never to forget this kindness. Then we switch gears. In Yenzhou, at the governor's palace, someone's pouring tea, discussing how things are squared away. It's Wabak, now the newly appointed governor of Yenzhou, confidently declaring his knowledge and performing his new role. In front of him is Cao Cao, former Yenzhou governor, now promoted to advisor in the imperial palace. But Cao Cao admits he's a bit jumpy about meeting the attending imperial censorate, Waba's official title given by the emperor. Cao Cao jokes about bailing out before they sniff out any whiff of corruption. But Wabak laughs, calling Cao Cao a fair and just governor. They toast to their new positions, congratulating each other. Yet Wabak expresses some concern about Cao Cao heading back to the palace. Will old foes stay quiet knowing he's returning? Cao Cao casually brushes it off, confident that past opponents are of no concern. No, what worries him isn't the enemies, it's his own sharp tongue. That leaves Wabak a bit wide-eyed. An advisor is someone who speaks directly to the emperor. But would he be able to remain quiet at the imperial conference? And when the world's as messed up as it is, staying silent isn't easy. Surely the emperor will hear him out, right? Wabak hopes so, calling out Cao Cao's knack for strategic responses. You're always loyal. That's why I like you, Cao Cao says. But in the end, until when are you going to stay loyal? Wabak's at a loss what to say. But Cao Cao interrupts. Forget it. I'll just stick it to them then retire to the country. Wabak reasons out that Cao Cao's grandfather practically raised the emperor's 10 attendants. They would never dare betray him, and Cao Cao dishes some edgy advice, better to betray than be betrayed, even if it's against the world. Just then, Wabu arrives right on time. Amid some hearty congratulations, there's a hearty meal ready, and Cao Cao encourages sharing tales over a few drinks. As the night deepens, frustrations bubble up. Cao Cao knows what his grandfather is doing is screwed up. But what can he do? He's still his grandson. Should I just hit him with a stick? Cao Cao yells. Wabak urges caution, but Cao Cao's too drunk to listen, and even yells some more. Wabu's shocked at Cao Cao's temper. It's all coming out now that he's drunk. Cao Cao grumbles about the people telling him he got on the fast track because of his grandfather. He rambles on about how happy he was as the governor of Duinqiu County, punishing corrupt officials, correcting injustices and reducing taxes. He's been in the position for 3 years and he didn't mind living like that forever. But his grandfather recommended him to the palace, shattering his dreams. Nothing ever goes as planned, does it? Suddenly, his attention shifts to Wabu. He heard Wabu's been taking care of his family, and he's grateful for that. Wabu replies that Incho was like a brother to him, so of course he would treat him. Sworn brother? Cao Cao yells, slamming his cup on the table. He's sworn brothers with Wabak already, and he wants to be sworn brothers with Wabu too. He becomes quarrelsome and leaves Wabu with no choice but to agree. With a smile, he takes out a knife. Wabu tries to wriggle out of it, calling himself an insignificant physician. Insignificant. Cao Cao roars with laughter. What are you talking about? You're even more famous than the best physician in the country. Cao Cao declares that not many people abandon riches to save people. That's why he wants to be Wabu's sworn brother. He cuts his finger and puts a few drops of his blood in a cup. Wabu's not liking this idea at all, it's making him worry. But he can't refuse in front of his older brother and Cao Cao. Things could get complicated. Wabu decides that the only way here was to play along. He places his own blood in the cup and offers it to Cao Cao, sealing their fate as sworn brothers. Your likes help Benza make more juicy content. Go on and hit that bell icon. Peace, send him out.